Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, An Arrow in the Ravine. Seeing play disappear, Lee Soo couldn't help but let out a breath and became more cautious in his heart. The East region is really very different from the West region. Its dangers can happen everywhere. There are many such phenomena here, with the ability to move, and the corresponding methods are also different. The lowest level is that you can't be on the road where the other party appears. You have to get out of the way and hide. The highest level can even reach the point where you can't see, hear, or think. If you see, you will sink. If you hear, something will happen. And if you think, it will come. In short, the way of survival here is very different, and you need to be very careful. Jumping down from the tree, Lee Soo continued to move forward, heading towards the direction of Huaguo Mountain. Dongshen's Hao is very large, and Huaguo Mountain is just one of the places, which is relatively famous. According to what is written in the book, this state has three special things. The land is extremely wide, extremely large, and extremely wonderful. Huaguo Mountain is equivalent to the entire Dongshen's Hao, just a hilltop. It was not easy for him to go there. There were two ways to go. One was by water. It was 1,000,000 miles long, like the sea, and extremely wide. There were real dragons living in it. The East Dragon Palace and the South Dragon Palace were located at the two ends of the river. One ended in the Heavenly Palace, and the other ended in the Demonic Palace. This river was strange. It came from the east and eventually flowed to the east. There was a problem with the space inside, and the direction of the water flowing out was unknown. No matter whether you were going in the direction of the Heavenly Palace or the Demonic Palace, once you entered the river, you would be going upstream. This was also one of the phenomena in the East region. The rule was that you could not go down. If you went down, you would die. Someone once went down to explore, wanting to know where the bottom of this river went, but he did not appear, and disappeared completely from this world. Among the people on the boat, there were thousands of celestial beings, dozens of Tei, and 3 Daluo. All of them went without returning. From then on, going downstream in this river was to seek death, and it would cause huge problems. Of course, even so, every 100 years, someone disappears in this river and has never been seen since. Another way is by land. This road is not easy to walk on either. There are too many hills to cross, so I won't talk about it. There are also phenomena inside, which is very troublesome. For example, it is easy to encounter an inn. It is called this name. Once you encounter it, it will be dark soon. There are many rules inside, such as you cannot stay in the Shianzi room, you cannot order certain dishes on the menu, and you cannot control the noise at night, etc. In addition to the inn, there is also Huaji. I don't know what era it is, but it is a chain of brothels with countless shops and countless people. There are people and monsters, each different, with different clothes, and from all ages. The reason is naturally that many people are trapped here and become a member of Huaji and can't get out. Of course, Huaji itself has many taboos. Once a taboo is violated, it will definitely be ominous. Either you die tragically on the spot and are cut into pieces, or your internal organs disappear and are taken away, or you disappear and your body is gone. Well, it seems that there is an option of not going in. Unfortunately, it is not possible. The night falls, which is a phenomenon in itself. The danger outside is unimaginable, and it is almost certain to die. If you enter the inn, there is a possibility of problems on the 5th floor, and if you stay in the wild, there is a 99% chance that something will happen. So it seems that the danger in the East region is far more than that in the West region. It is impossible to walk outside, and there are crises everywhere. Of course, the phenomenon is very scary, but it does not mean that there is no way to fight it, and you can only wait for death. It depends on the situation. For example, playing is very unsolvable, because you can see it in advance and avoid it, and its scope is not large. There are only a dozen children, and it is good not to be discovered. Once discovered and surrounded, there is no solution. On the contrary, there are inns and flower streets, which have a huge scope, appear at will, and involve many rules, so there is room for operation. As long as you are strong enough, you can still break it, and get out of it. Moreover, this phenomenon is more terrifying the deeper you go, and the greater the impact on the rules. If you are outside, the threat will be much smaller. Lee Soo jumped up, and headed directly towards the river. The distance was not close, about 10,000 miles. But this was not difficult for him. With the improvement of his cultivation, the heavenly palace turned into a furnace fire, and after forming a star core, he moved very fast. Before, it took him several minutes to travel 1,000 miles, but now under his feet, even without the ability of the Daozi boots, he could reach it in a few breaths. Like a stream of light, it was like a flash of light. Not long after, the sound of water could be heard. Like thunder, it would not stop. The river was very large, and it was visible, even though it was thousands of miles away. The end of the sky was covered by it, and the opposite bank of the river could not be seen at all. The mythical world was not in the shape of a planet, but was flat and flat, without the back arc phenomenon, but the other side of the river could not be seen. It was obvious that this river was not just as simple as being very big, and there was a considerable problem in it. He flew very fast, and was visibly close to the Long River. There was a ferry in the Long River. The ferry was operated by a real dragon, the dragon clan leader of the 2 dragon palaces in the southeast, who earned fees by carrying people on the ferry. The price is very expensive, charging 10 red golds per 10,000 miles, which is not affordable for ordinary people. Of course, you can also take a small boat. In addition to the real dragons in the river, there are also spirits such as carp, rubber shrimp, and crabs. They use this to operate and earn money for cultivation. However, it should be noted that this kind of small boat is not officially recognized. That is, it is recognized by the 2 major dragon palaces. If there is a problem, the consequences will be at your own risk. Lee Soo naturally will not make a small boat. Now he is not short of that little red gold. He has sold a lot of immortal ropes. As an innate spiritual treasure, Dalo Realm has made an extraordinary move and used 5 star cores to exchange. Each of them is of amazing value and can be exchanged for tens of billions of red gold. These stars are not found casually. First of all, they must be stars with energy as the main property, which is easy to absorb. Then Dalo must personally go down and take action to sort out the violent energy in the stars, expel the impurities inside, and compress them, refine one side of the world to form a crystal, which is convenient to carry. Apart from other things, just combing and compressing the stars is time consuming and laborious. Even for Dalo, it takes a long time and energy. This combing itself relies on the completion of the Dalo Realm Cultivator's own avenue. Absorbing has great benefits, and can improve one's own avenue. It is extremely precious. One such star is enough for a 10-fire celestial immortal to practice until Tai perfection. Under normal circumstances, such crystals, let alone celestial immortals, even Tai can only buy fragments at most. Although it is very fast for practice, it is too expensive. Now Lee Soo has placed one in the heavenly palace, and it is absorbing it crazily. The energy flowing out of it has almost no impurities. The heavenly palace baking furnace can absorb it with a slight burn, which is extremely convenient. If it weren't for Lee Soo's heavenly palace baking furnace, which is very special, he created it with the supreme method, carefully developed it, matched his dual Dao base on the surface of the celestial immortal, and at the same time, wrote the 7 saints textures, so that the stars formed are spread all over the 7 saints supreme, which is equivalent to the supreme practice of the celestial immortal period. He would probably have been perfected long ago and achieved the ultimate celestial immortal realm. Although it is now full, the formation speed is still very fast. If the key energy is not lacking, he should be able to absorb a star in a year at most. The only thing that worries Lee Soo is how big this star will be. After all, until this moment, his first layer of star core has not been completed and is still growing. For celestial immortals, the thickness of the star corresponds to the golden elixir. There is 1 layer for 1 fire, and 10 layers for 10 fires. He is the limit of 15 fires, which means that his star is at least 15 layers thick. Now that he has absorbed it for quite some time, the first layer is still not complete. It is estimated that this star, which is enough for ordinary 10 fire celestial immortals to practice to Tai perfection, is unlikely to make him a celestial immortal. If it is less than 2, it is still acceptable. It is about 100 times the consumption of ordinary celestial immortals. More than 3, it will be a pain in the teeth. It means that he needs to prepare more for the Tai realm, which is beyond imagination. Dalua will probably have a headache when seeing it. After all, he was lucky this time. The owner of the immortal rope was not there, and he happened to have a treasure to suppress it, so he got it. At another time, this kind of acquired spiritual treasure level immortal weapon would not be easily obtained by him. It's coming. Looking at the long river not far away, Lee Su took a breath lightly, crossed the ravine not far away, and there were thousands more. Just as Lee Su was thinking, suddenly, the ravine lit up with a huge light, and an arrow broke through the air and shot straight towards him. Subconsciously lowering his head and looking into the depths of the huge ravine, his face couldn't help but change. Fuck. There are people there, holding a bow, with patterns on their faces, and strange clothes, extremely retro, with bird feathers and animal fur. There are fierce bandits in the East region. Because of its unique geographical environment and strange phenomena, some people rely on phenomena to survive, hiding between the mountains, and hiding in the depths of phenomena. This group of bandits is cruel and extremely brutal, killing people without blinking an eye. Over the years, many bloody cases have occurred, and even disciples of powerful forces are their hunting targets. Because of the special phenomenon, it is difficult to find, and the cause and effect cannot be locked. Some people suspect that these bandits are actually disciples of powerful forces. After all, they are backed by powerful forces, and their strength is naturally different from that of mountain monks. How could they be easily captured? He might encounter them, but he was not surprised. But he encountered them as soon as he arrived, which was undoubtedly very unlucky. First they were playing, and then they were bandits. This darn guy and his horoscope are not in harmony. It was really ominous, and it cast a huge shadow on Lee Su, who came here briskly. Taking a breath, he slapped his backhand and smashed the terrible arrow, and then his face turned blue, and he was very angry. You ask why? Because it was dark. That's right, the sky that was bright just now suddenly became dark. Not only that, the ravine below turned into a street, very long and brightly lit. He was pulled into the phenomenon. Damn it. He was only one step away from the long river, but he was forcibly blocked in the middle and pulled into the unique phenomenon of the eastern region. He moved and teleported directly. Does that look weak? Is he easy to bully? The person who attacked him from below also changed his face at this moment. He had just taken over not long ago, but he didn't want to look up and found a rookie. Not only was he flying openly, but he was also alone. For this guy who was obviously just starting out, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Without thinking, he bent his bow and shot an arrow. Although he seemed to be standing in the present world, he was actually in the other world, in the phenomenon. Therefore, his attack could not only kill the target, but also because he was in the phenomenon. Even if the opponent dodged, blocked, or was injured, he would be pulled into the phenomenon. If he could be seriously injured, he would eat it himself, and if not, he would call people to siege him. He had thought about the dialogue and told the other party to be careful in the next life. In the eastern region, don't go alone, and don't go openly, or you will die miserably. As a result, the opponent slapped back and smashed the arrow he shot with all his strength. This arrow was extraordinary, with the status of breaking through the realm. It was the archery method left by the descendants of the ancient gods in the ancient mythology history. After practicing to the extreme, he could shoot one arrow a day. Although he was only a celestial being, one arrow shot out, even if Tai touched it, it would also cause some damage. In an instant, his face turned green, knowing that he had offended someone he should not offend. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran, cursing in his heart while running. Damn bastard, it was a disciple of that big force. Too much, actually fishing, pretending to be a chick. This is too unkind, really disgusting. He ran very fast, sending signals while running. The opponent may be very strong, but they are in large numbers. As long as someone comes, it will not be a problem to capture the opponent. Soon, someone rushed out of the long street, dozens of people, and they have already formed a scale and organization. It is considered a large group of bandits who have been rampant here for a long time. The strongest person is close to the limit of the celestial being, and only one step away from entering the realm of Tai. Then, a group of people rushed to the street. Facing dozens of people flying over, Lee Su raised his hand and slapped them all. The golden elixir can kill the 10 fire limits. Today, it is easier for the immortals to face the same realm than beating their sons. Lee Su stood outside the street formed by the phenomenon with a sullen face, looking up at the increasingly dark sky with a gloomy look. He couldn't leave, and had to go in. He raised his hand and clenched it. Except for the guy who shot him down with an arrow, he crushed all the others to death. After opening the Buddha kingdom, and throwing him into boil oil, he half squatted down, looked at the other party's eyes filled with murderous intent and said softly, "Then, how should I deal with you?" Lee Su was very angry. It was not just that the other party attacked him, but that he was pulled into this damn phenomenon. This phenomenon is not a big threat to him, but it will undoubtedly take a lot of time to get out. It's not long before the agreed date with Shen Shen. It takes a lot of time to go from the Chang River to Huaguo Mountain. Now being pulled closer here will inevitably delay a lot of time and miss the original appointment. The face was pale and bloodless. The sneak attacker was full of fear and his heart was broken. He had many regrets in his life, but none of them were as serious as this moment. He was a long-standing gangster and had encountered many powerful beings, but none of them was as bad as today. He was completely defeated, his underwear was lost, and all his brothers were killed. This was no longer an iron plate, but an iron plate among iron plates, a steel plate. At this moment, his life had entered the countdown. He felt that the hand called death had tightened his heart. Countless thoughts arose, and finally a picture appeared. He couldn't help but say, "Shooting the Sun mural." Chapter 502, Legend of Hao Yi. Lee Su was startled, and couldn't help but stop his movements, with a surprised look on his face. Mural of shooting the sun? This immediately triggered a lot of associations for him. Thinking back, the weapon used by the guy in front of him seemed to be a bow. And obviously in ancient mythology, there were not many masters who used bows, only one, and that person happened to be related to the sun, and shot down 9 in a row. Hao Yi shooting the sun, an extremely famous myth. At this moment, the other party's face was also pale, and he subconsciously covered his mouth. These words, undoubtedly, were not intended to be said, but came from instinct, wanting to find a way out, and his intuition spontaneously said it. Lee Su immediately became interested. The other party's words should be said to save his life, and he said it instinctively. Today, although Lee Su has mastered the 7 supreme ways, it does not mean that he has lost interest in the first surface level of Taoism. In fact, whether it is the great way of the saint or the low-level Taoism, it is very meaningful to Lee Su. By learning from them, one can further perfect oneself, make one's Tao more complete, produce more textures, slightly speed up cultivation, and make one's own immortal power stronger. If the mural of shooting the sun in the other party's mouth is really related to Hao Yi, Lee Su is quite interested, and doesn't mind learning it. Being able to shoot down the golden crow's sun directly from a high altitude, Hao Yi's magical power must be extremely extraordinary, and some of it involves the supreme texture, which has a sure kill effect. And that kind of top-level Taoism, he has the world waiting, can quickly practice and master it, and it is undoubtedly faster than the Taoism of cutting the sky hand in the star refining body. The other party quickly covered his mouth, but unfortunately the person he met was Lee Su. Above the sea of consciousness, one of the huge Xiangang halls began to glow, and the supreme texture condensed by the Tao fruit began to shine, and the supreme power of the soul flowed out. His pupils turned pure white, and there were 6 huge whirlpools in it that kept turning. In an instant, the soul of the person in front of him was fixed by Lee Su. The supreme power easily broke through the barrier set up on the other party's mind, and directly touched the original soul inside. Feeling his soul being touched and flipped through, the robber's pupils revealed an increasingly frightened look. In the realm of immortals, the protection of their own souls can be imagined. Even if they die, they don't want their souls to fall into the hands of others, because the consequences are often tragic. But now, the person in front of him easily broke through his own defense network, and crossed the high wall built by the soul before. Lee Su ignored the other party's shock and directly flipped through the other party's deep memory. Soon, He found it. The mural was amazing and was directly imprinted in the depths of the other party's heart. That picture had incredible power, and even if it was viewed through the other party's consciousness, it still couldn't help but be shocked. The figure standing between heaven and earth, with cold and indifferent eyes, he held the skybow and looked into the distance, where there were two huge suns. They were originally high above and regarded all living beings as ants. Now they were running for their lives. 8 sun corpses fell slowly in the air, and each arrow was pierced through the chest, extinguishing their vitality. This picture depicts the scene of Hao Yi shooting the sun vividly. The most amazing thing is that this painting not only depicts Hao Yi's peerless style, but also depicts his Taoism and carries his supreme archery skills into the mural. In addition to the mural, Li Su also found other content. This mural belongs to a certain family, and they have been guarding it since ancient times. But what's interesting is that the people of this family did not learn the inheritance of shooting the sun that belonged to Hao Yi on the mural, but just kept protecting them and hiding them. The mural of shooting the sun is not 1, but 9. There is a complete story of Hao Yi shooting the sun, and it carries all of Hao Yi's archery skills. What he saw was just one of them, or the 8th one to be exact, and he got the inheritance from it by watching it. Unfortunately, this guy was not talented enough. Although he saw the scene in the painting, he failed to remember the inheritance, and only got a little bit of it. The previous arrow came from the mural, and was easily smashed by Li Su. This person was lucky. That family was attacked thousands of years ago, and the other party's purpose was obviously this mural. There is a saying that goes, a man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a jade. How can you not arouse the greed of others when you have the supreme inheritance of the ancient witch? So a group of people came to the door and almost killed all of this family. Only some of them escaped, and the murals that had been guarded for thousands of years were also robbed by the other party, and only 3 pieces were preserved. Since then, the people of this family have been hiding from each other and dare not expose themselves in front of others. Thousands of years have passed, and the people of that family have long been annihilated in history, and no one knows about them anymore. Once, he shot a group of people by chance. When searching for their belongings, he accidentally found the diary of that clan, and found the existence of the shooting sun mural in it. The people he shot seemed to be in trouble, and wanted to break the teachings of their ancestors. They were ready to catch the shooting sun mural that they had been guarding since ancient times, hoping to get the method of cultivation from it. As a result, he was robbed and killed halfway, and the clan was completely extinct since then. After receiving the teachings, he did not hesitate to completely wipe out the traces of the group of people, and went directly to the place where the mural was buried, dug it out, and wanted to learn the supreme inheritance from the mural. Unfortunately, the shooting sun mural was too profound. If he started from the first one, he might be able to improve steadily, but he got the 8th one and below, which he could not understand at all, and only learned a little bit of fur. Of course, even if it was just fur, it was still a huge help to him, from immortal to the limit of today's immortal. As his realm reached the limit and he could not make any breakthroughs, he did not dare to participate in the Millennium War, and missed the opportunity to achieve Tai. Now, the 8th mural is not far in front of me, in the depths of the phenomenon. Most of the phenomena in the East region are very dangerous, but if you can figure out the situation inside, it will become very safe and convenient to hide, and the cause and effect are difficult to detect. This place is the nest of these guys. It was discovered by them hundreds of years ago, and they explored it bit by bit, and they have already known the situation inside very clearly. This phenomenon is a bit special. It is not an independent phenomenon, but a cluster phenomenon. It will change at a certain time, and combine as a whole. It is a city in itself. It is usually separated. Only when the blood moon appears in the sky will it merge, and become a whole. Form an ancient old city. The city wall is very low, piled with loess, and it was formed very long ago. There are not many taboos in this city. When the blood moon falls, you cannot appear on the street. You must hide in the room. This is its only restriction. If you stay outside, even Tai will turn into blood in a moment. It is also very simple to go out. When the sun rises, walk out of the room and the phenomenon will disappear, reading the memory of the person he killed. Li Su's eyes flashed. Because of the special nature of this place, this city has a teleportation effect. as long as the big city is combined, and then go to the corresponding place and wait until the sun rises before leaving, you will appear in another place. According to their memory, they can even go directly to the coast of the East China Sea. It is the easternmost part of the Long River, close to the Dragon Palace, and less than 10,000 miles away from Huaguo Mountain. If you can reach there directly, you can enter Huaguo Mountain in one day at most through the real Dragon Ferry. In a sense, it saves him time. Not only did he accidentally get the ancient witch Hao Yi's shooting sun mural, but he also saved time. Li Su was a little happy. Recording the location of the other two shooting sun murals in his heart, he directly killed the person in front of him. Li Su got up and took action and walked into the street. At this moment, the sky outside has completely darkened and he can't stay any longer. If he stays, it will be ominous and something will happen. The horror of the phenomenon lies in the modification of the present world, which itself involves eternity. Li Su's own realm is obviously not enough to fight against it, but he holds a treasure, and any treasure involves eternal power and immortality. Therefore, as long as he suppresses himself with the treasure, he can fight against the phenomenon. However, this will undoubtedly be very troublesome, and he does not intend to try it if possible. Asterisk 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 entering the street and looking at the scene inside, Li Su couldn't help showing some weirdness on his face. Because the buildings here are obviously of different styles and completely different times, giving people a feeling of being out of place. It's as if different dynasties and cultures are squeezed together, full of weirdness. Those different painting styles should be the scenes absorbed by this phenomenon over countless years. There are many people on the street. At a glance, there are probably thousands or tens of thousands of people, and their clothes are different. There are people and monsters. There are houses, inns, and even brothels around. Walking silently on the street, Li Su kept looking around. It's hard to imagine that everything here is just a picture. After all, it's too real. The people who walked by him were breathing, had heartbeats, and even had body temperatures. Some of them were talking, some were buying and selling, and there were children playing. Even through the memories he got, the guys he killed were still talking to the people here, and there was no problem with the conversation. Not only that, there were quite a few monks on the street, and they even got the inheritance of those monks through transactions. That was real, and you could practice. Not only the inheritance, but all the items in it were real. As long as you can take out the corresponding things to buy, you can really take them away after you go out. Someone once bought a fairy weapon in the phenomenon and brought it into reality. According to the records of GGO, the unique phenomenon of the East region, although it is abnormal, is actually very unusual. It is a remnant of ancient times. Because of a brutal war, the present world was instantly shattered. Under normal circumstances, everything should have been directly evaporated, but some of it was not even shattered, and was instantly frozen. That extreme power turned the flowing time into a picture-like existence, immortal, indestructible, and eternally fixed there. As time passed, the picture covered by the extreme power changed dramatically, absorbing the power that should have destroyed them, allowing the picture to flow again, forming an extremely strange phenomenon. As for why the East region and the West region are different, although there have been various speculations, the final conclusion is that the battlefields are different and the combatants are different. The war started from two places. One is the heaven, where the prehistoric gods live, the center of the prehistoric world, and the core. The other is the underworld, which is the place where the prehistoric creatures reincarnate, and the source foundation. Among them, the main force of the heaven is the gods, and the main force of the underworld is the ghosts. Although they both have supreme power, there is a big difference between the two. Not only that, the great desolate continent should be completely broken in the end, and what is now combined is just a few fragments of what was once left. Therefore, there is something like a world barrier between the two domains, and they are not connected to each other. After recognizing the surrounding scenes, Li Su quickly walked towards the house in the memory of the few people he killed. That was the residence they replaced through information. They usually lived there, to avoid the abnormalities on this street. By the way, before going there, Li Su turned a corner and went around the back of a room. Soon, he turned out a stone slab, which was a real mural of shooting the sun hidden here. turning it over and taking a look. It was undoubtedly the one in memory, the picture of the 8 suns falling. There is a formation on this stone slab. It was compressed, and the real appearance should be even larger, 10 feet high and 10 feet wide. After the tribe took it off the stone wall, they compressed it through the formation, covering up the magic inside and making it extremely ordinary. If you don't know at the beginning, you will probably think that this is a stone slab recording the great deeds of the gods, and you won't pay attention to it. There are many such stone tablets in the mythology world. Some mortals paint the miracles they see. After confirming that it is correct, Lisu directly threw the stone tablet into his own Buddha kingdom, sealed it first, and then practiced. After collecting all of it, entering the room where those guys are, there are a lot of things stored inside. This group of guys is quite rich. There are a lot of red gold, several thousand pieces, and some relatively rare metals. There are dozens of star fragments. Although there are heavy impurities, for casual cultivators, it is also a rare good thing. Putting everything away, running in the spirit of mosquitoes, no matter how small they are meat. Lisu sat by the window and waited quietly. The time inside the phenomenon is different from the outside world. It should be several days before the red moon appears, but as long as you go out, the time outside should have just passed a day, which is about the next day. The night here is undoubtedly very creepy. Outside the window, the rustling sound never stops. Once the human voice disappears, it will continue to sound. At first, it seems to be the wind blowing the leaves outside, but the more you listen, you will find that this sound is not the sound of the wind blowing the leaves, but something is crawling in the grass. Soon, vision, smell, and touch will react, and all the senses will keep telling you there is something outside. Once this thought arises, an unspeakable sense of terror will fill the heart. Gradually, the body and mind will be affected, and an extremely absurd mood will grow. The body loses temperature and feels cold. As these sensations continue to intensify, people will become more and more manic. Their thoughts will become more and more tense. Their reason will gradually be submerged, and they will become crazy. They can't help but want to rush out to see the situation outside and want to know what that thing is. As a celestial being, not to mention that he is suppressed by the supreme mental method, his heart still continues to fluctuate. It is conceivable that if an ordinary celestial being comes here without knowing why, what will happen? No wonder that group of guys will close their 5 senses once it is late at night to avoid hearing and seeing that kind of sound. In this way, 3 full days passed, and the long-awaited red moon finally appeared, hanging high in the sky, dyeing the outside blood red. The sound was louder. It was the human voice, which was multiplied by dozens of times. The originally independent street inexplicably became part of a huge city. You know, there was nothing there a second ago. Lisu stood up and pushed the door open. He had to move quickly. According to the memories left by the group of guys, if he wanted to go to the coast of the East China Sea, he had to go to the other side of the city, find a place to stay before the red moon fell, and then wait for the day to come and leave this place. However, when he opened the door and was about to leave, several figures appeared and blocked him in place. The leader was a Zhuangzi. He didn't look at Lisu, but glanced at the house behind him. After a moment, there was a hint of murderous intent in his pupils, and he turned his head to look at the head tied with chains in the hands of the person next to him. The head was still alive. It was in extreme pain, with blue veins on his face and dirty blood all over it. His soul was locked in his head, and his heavenly palace was pierced by chains and was burning. Before he could speak, Lisu's eyes shrank. He recognized the head. It was one of the accomplices of the group of guys he killed, who was dealing with the dirt on the other side. You lied to me. Zhuangzi spoke, his voice full of anger, and in a very bad mood. Ah. The head immediately wailed, making a miserable sound. No, I swear this is our base. He opened his eyes wide, unable to understand why an inexplicable person came out of his base, but at this moment he did not hesitate at all, and shouted directly, this person came out from inside. He must know something. He must know something. He was going crazy, and he had been tortured for an unknown period of time. He no longer had the idea of living, and only wanted to be free. Zhuangzi's eyes flashed. Although he didn't think the other party dared to lie to him or deliberately waste his time, he waved his hand and said, "Capture him, search his soul, and kill him directly if he is irrelevant. Have someone prepare and wait for the red moon to end before looking for traces over there. Also, you'd better not lie to me, otherwise do you think you have seen hell in the past few days? No, that's just the beginning." From beginning to end, he didn't look at Lee Su straight in the eye. Even if a mere celestial being was fine, it was his bad luck to appear here. If he ran into him, it would be like running into a natural disaster. He deserved to die. Chapter 503 Design. Lee Su felt a little regretful. Traveling alone these days is really dangerous. If he had known earlier, he should have asked the maids to accompany him. Not only could he solve the loneliness and coldness, but most importantly, if they stood by him, there would probably be few people who dared to provoke him. Looking at the celestial being who was reaching out to grab him, with an expression as if he was looking at an ant, Lee Su's expression suddenly turned cold, and he lost the idea of talking. In an instant, starlight flowed on his body, and the shadow of the heavenly palace was reflected down. Lee Su made a move directly. With a loud bang, a huge starry sky appeared, and hundreds of stars covered the group of people like falling stars from the sky. What? The Zhuangzi, who was in the lead, suddenly changed his face, and a look of surprise appeared in his pupils. He immediately took a breath of cold air, and stepped back without thinking. And it was obvious that there was someone behind him, his subordinate. But he didn't stop. He just hit it, with a bang. The opponent shattered, as if hit by the world, and shattered on the spot. Zhuangzi ran away, but the others didn't. In an instant, it was covered by the sea of stars created by Lee Su, and under the shining stars, it was directly turned into ashes by Lee Su's huge sea of immortal power. With a move of his eyes, Lee Su looked directly at the Zhuangzi, his eyes flashing with incomparable coldness. He is not a domineering person, but if someone is domineering in front of him, then he will undoubtedly return it 100 times. He is not interested in knowing why the other party is eyeing this place. Since the other party intends to kill him, he will not show mercy. The sea of consciousness is shaking, and the center of the eyebrows is glowing. In the Seven Saints Supreme Hall, the Shanking Horde emits a magnificent and brilliant light, and the extreme sword intent is unsheathed. In an instant, a sword flew out from Lee Su's brow, turning into a huge sword wheel, and slashed directly at the Zhuangzi. The sword light is shocking, and the sword intent is like a tide. Facing Lee Su's attack, Zhuangzi's face became more and more ugly. Needless to say, the power of the sword wheel was even more powerful than the previous attack under the blessing of the Supreme. He quickly sacrificed his magic weapon, which was a piece of fur that grew against the wind, and glowed with golden light. There were 7 Dao patterns on it, directly blocking the sword wheel. Clang! With a loud bang, the sword wheel cut deeply into the fur, and cut a gap directly. Golden substances kept dripping, and the Dao patterns were torn apart. 2 of them were directly cut off by Lee Su's sword wheel. But, the sword light trembled and turned violently. With a sharp sound, the fur was cut open bit by bit. What a terrible sword intent. Even the 7-pattern magic weapon could not stop it, and was cut open. Zhuangzi took a deep breath and said, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. That guy's a thief, usually a gang crime. Not long ago, he killed a disciple of my sect, and sold his belongings in a big way. We found him. I came here today, just to catch him in one fell swoop. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Forgive? Misunderstanding? Lee Su sneered. What about the momentum of searching his soul just now, and killing him, even if it had nothing to do with him? Now he said it was a misunderstanding, and asked me to forgive him? If he is not strong enough, what will be the end of him? Thinking of this, Lee Su's killing intent became stronger. The light between his eyebrows was like a torch, soaring into the sky. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, 6 sword wheels soared into the sky, and slashed directly at the opponent. Seeing this scene, Zhuangzi was cold and extremely gloomy. He didn't say anything, jumped up, and turned around, and left without thinking. While running, he threw out several magic tools, each of which was at least 6 patterned, belonging to the extreme magic weapon level, including silver bells, tortoise shells, and branches. These objects all had red light flowing on them, and they were made of red gold, so they were very valuable. They whistled up, each emitting amazing light, forming their own different powers, blocking Lee Su's sword wheel. Obviously, the 8-patterned divine weapon could not stop it, let alone the 6-patterned magic weapon. Just like the initial fur, the magic weapon thrown by Zhuangzi was cut open by Lee Su's sword wheel on the spot, and the Dao pattern was directly destroyed, turning it into scrap metal on the spot. However, because of this buffer, Zhuangzi ran out for several miles, opened up the distance, and headed straight for the center of the city. With the murderous intention already aroused, how could Lee Su let the other party get away? His body was shining, and extraordinary particles fell, directly lifting him up. He took a step forward, and the remote sensing sword wheel killed Zhuangzi. The distance of several miles was meaningless to him now. The sword intent that was slashed out would not even decay, and it fell directly on the other party's body. Ding. With a loud bang, a heavenly palace appeared above Zhuangzi's head, and huge stars were swirling below. There were 2 stars, both emitting amazing auras. The moment it appeared, it manifested into an entity, turning into a superimposed world, blocking Lee Su's sword wheel. Feeling the resistance from the sword wheel, Lee Su's eyebrows shook, and the sword wheel that slashed on the heavenly palace became brighter and brighter, and the brilliance that burst out became more and more terrifying. With a sizzling sound, Lee Su's sword wheel directly cut through the overlapping world of Zhuangzi, and continued to go deeper, and cut towards the other party's body. Puff! Zhuangzi's body shook, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. The world was cut open, and the heavenly palace was naturally greatly affected. A crack appeared on the hall, very deep, very deep. Facing this result, Lee Su was undoubtedly a little surprised, because it was too easy. Even if he was not an ordinary celestial being, the other party was a Zhuangzi after all, and he did not burst out all his strength. Sir, don't go too far. I have already explained. Do you have to kill them all? Just when Lee Su was confused, the Zhuangzi kept shouting, "Where are you going? We are just tracking down the bandits. We are not deliberately making things difficult for us." Lee Su was startled and frowned immediately. What is this guy's purpose? In the center of the city, a figure flew up and was startled. When he saw this sight, he shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble in the old city? Don't you know that fighting is not allowed in the phenomenon? Is it a rule set by the heavenly court?" The Zhuangzi immediately turned around and shouted, "Elder, save me. I took my disciples to receive the mission to capture the bandits. I found this person emerging from the stronghold. I went forward to question him, and he started to attack without saying a word. My poor disciple was killed on the spot by this person. Even though I have explained, the other party still did not stop, and kept chasing and killing." As he said, he took out a token. On one side of it was written the 7 sects of law enforcement, and on the other side was written the order. Hearing the words of the mysterious immortal, the man's face turned cold on the spot. When he saw the token in the other party's palm, and confirmed that it was the 7 sects law enforcement order, the murderous intent in his pupils rose. His identity as the elder in charge of the 7 sects alliance this time. The 7 sects alliance is an organization composed of 7 sects in the central region. It was arranged by the heavenly court to observe in the old city and report any abnormalities immediately. He is the observer this time and the law enforcement elder of the 7 sects alliance. Not to mention that he is a rigid person. He has a very violent personality, which is related to his profession. You are so brave to make trouble on the territory of the 7 sects alliance, and kill my 7 sects alliance law enforcement. With a roar, the man moved and attacked directly. In an instant, he crossed the distance between him and Lee Su, and came to him. Needless to say, the ultimate move fell. An ancient bell appeared, with totems on the bell, carved with ancient beasts. As his immortal power was activated, the totems on the bell suddenly came alive. They leaped down and pounced directly on Lee Su. Facing this scene, Lee Su's face suddenly looked a little ugly. He realized the other party's intention to run towards the center. He looked at the furious man in the pseudo Zhuangzi with a sneer behind him. He didn't understand that he was fooled. At this moment, looking at the law enforcement elder who was killing Lee Su, the Zhuangzi's eyes flashed with viciousness. Lee Su's strength was undoubtedly beyond expectations, but as a Tai, he was not so embarrassed. The reason for this was that he did it on purpose. This child is not ordinary, and he must have a force behind him. Even if he can kill him, once the force behind him starts to track him down, it will be a huge trouble for him. The force that can cultivate such a disciple is definitely not simple, and not easy to mess with. Therefore, from the moment he retreated, he made a plan, and prepared to borrow a knife. Although there are some problems with the words just now, the mission is true, and the token is also true. The other party is undoubtedly yellow mud falling off his crotch at this moment, and he can't wash it off. Even if he jumps into the long river, he can live to tie, never respecting combat power, but relying on his brain. Lee Su frowned. He had never expected that the opponent, a Zhuangzi, would use a knife to kill someone in front of a Xiangxin. This was too unexpected, and he was completely unprepared. Facing the killer, he had no time to explain. The opponent obviously did not intend to give him a chance to explain. Star systems appeared in his body, and the starlight above his head rang. The stars in the sky that he had led felt it, and emitted amazing light, which was reflected in the sky above the city, forming a wonder. He took a step forward and punched. The fist glowed, and the fist light was like the sun. Ding. With a loud bang, the stars and the beasts collided directly, and instantly exploded with an extremely bright light. The two sides of the fight were shocked and impacted each other. The person who came couldn't help but tremble for a while, a little surprised. He was a Zhuangzi, a 9-fire Zhuangzi, and a 4th realm. He had condensed a full 5 stars. In the middle realm of the East region, he was already an invincible existence. As a result, his body trembled after being hit by a Xiangxin, which was really unbelievable. After realizing that Lee Su's strength was extraordinary, the elder of the Seven Sex Alliance not only did not wake up, but his anger became stronger. Originally, he still had a trace of doubt in his heart. Why was Zhuangzi beaten like this by Xiangxin? It was not surprising that Xiangxin was a genius. In the East region, there are many such people. With a little talent and good training, people like this are the most arrogant and domineering, not taking the rules into consideration, acting arbitrarily and arrogantly. With you, are you worthy? Among the world's arrogance, only the little justice god of the heavenly court is worthy of it. As for you, the eyes of the law enforcement elder became more and more grim. Although the desire to kill was extinguished, it was even more necessary to educate the other party and severely suppress the other party's arrogance. After the thought fell, he took action again. The heavenly palace opened, the stars appeared, and the power of the 5 worlds poured out. Facing this scene, Lee Su's expression became slightly solemn, and he dared not be careless. He did not retreat, but took a step forward. His eyebrows began to vibrate, and the sword wheel that was cut out was also summoned back to participate in the fight. The two of them fought directly together, and in just a few breaths, they collided more than hundreds of times. As the two sides continued to fight, terrible scenes kept alternating. There were stars that were shattered, sword lights that were annihilated, and even mythical beasts that were strangled and cut off. The more he killed, the more excited he became. Lee Su's starlight began to be filled with the meaning of destruction, and the Jade Purity Palace glowed. The sword intent became more and more terrifying, and the true dragon sword flowed out, joining the sword wheel with the sword intent of the absolute immortal. Facing Lee Su's extremely domineering attack, the law enforcement elder of the Seven Sex Alliance changed his face a little. The mythical beast that flew down from his ancient bell was torn apart and strangled in large pieces. The opponent's power penetrated and hit his ancient bell. Each blow contained great power, causing the ancient bell to vibrate continuously and show signs of cracking. The Dao patterns on it couldn't help but tremble, bursting with fierce flames, and were strangled by Lee Su's power. How is it possible? What kind of monster is this? His magic weapon was protected by his immortal power, and covered with the world power of Zhuangzi, forming a full 5-layer world barrier. As the fight continued, it was violently torn apart by the opponent, affecting the inside. Even if the law enforcement elder was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Lee Su in front of him was only a 1-core celestial immortal, and had not yet completed it. I thought the opponent was a 10-fire 10-core celestial immortal, but now it seems that he is not, but a higher level. Along with this thought, a very scary thought appeared in the heart of the law enforcement elder. 10 fires or higher, what is that? It's a myth. Is he a disciple of the great sect? As a law enforcement elder, although he is as fiery as fire and hates evil as much as he hates evil, he can become Tai, so he is not stupid. He knows when his tough side can be shown, and when it can't. The disciple of the great sect is obviously not someone he, or even the 7 Sects Alliance, can afford to offend. Elder, I'll help you. At this moment, a voice sounded. It was the Zhuangzi. In his hand was a bow that was much larger than the other one. It was very magical, with extraordinary patterns carved on it. The bow itself was magical, and had an amazing aura. At this moment, he aimed at this place, and the longbow was pulled perfectly, making a loud noise. The arrow was forming. It was not an ordinary arrow, but light. The light between heaven and earth was attracted and gathered together. On the arrow, there was a rhythm of Tao that kept gathering, forming patterns, and interweaving the laws of the Tao. This arrow was very magical. The law enforcement elder couldn't help but take a breath, feeling the sharp murderous intent, and was a little chilled. He was used. And Li Su also frowned, feeling that he was locked, not only in the heart, but also in his soul and heavenly palace. He had a feeling that he couldn't avoid it. The arrow was full of the taste of fate. In a trance, he saw the scene of himself being pierced. There was something wrong with this archery technique. It involved the supreme realm, high shooting method of the sun. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a possibility popped up in Li Su's mind. The other party appeared there, not to suppress bandits, but to track down the mural of shooting the sun. Bang! With a loud bang, the long arrow broke through the air. Something strange happened. The light arrow directly pierced through the void, and disappeared from the sight and perception of the naked eye. It did not follow the physical track, but pierced into the void and shot towards the other world. When it appeared, it had already hit the target. Li Su's eyes condensed, and the face of the elder of the 7 Sects Alliance suddenly changed. The Zhuangzi who shot the arrow standing in the distance slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Thank you, elder, for your action, and kill this beast with your own hands. Chapter 504, Leaving and Crossing East. The law enforcement elder didn't know he was being used. This arrow was terrible. It involved some out of circle skills, which were higher than the Zhuangzi level. Without preparation, he would be severely injured. As for the celestial immortals, even if they were above the myth, facing this archery, that was sure to hit. There was only one result. The Zhuangzi was laughing, but soon the smile solidified on his face. But Li Su's body lit up and glowed. No, to be more precise, it was the Daozi chainmail that was glowing. Amazing textures emerged on it, forming a world with a large road intertwined on it. There were 9 of them. They were not scattered, but intertwined with each other, bursting with amazing light, directly isolating Li Su from the arrows shot down. That was the ability of the Daozi chainmail. There was a compressed world inside that could isolate all attacks, stretching out the length of a world, constantly attenuating and weakening the enemy's attack power. 9 pattern magic weapon. No, this is 9 patterns combined into one, quasi 10 patterns. Except for the lack of spiritual light, its defense or attack is comparable to that of a top-grade immortal weapon. Divine weapons, usually, are common in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There are many of them. Although the price is amazing, they are easy to obtain. 9 patterns are very rare. They have powerful power, and greatly enhanced AI. They are strategic materials, and are usually rare. As for the 9 patterns combined into one, it is even more amazing. In the entire mythology world, the number of people who can forge such divine weapons can be counted on one hand. They are the works of famous artists. Usually, only disciples of major sects, and those above the true teachings, can obtain them. Facing this scene, the law enforcement elder's tense heart could not help but relax. The identity of the person in front of him must be a disciple of major sect. If he really died here, he really couldn't explain it. After all, the essence of this world is the law of the jungle. If there is no way to make the world compromise with oneself, then one can only compromise with the world. What's more, he can see that the Zhuangzi has problems and his heart is not right. It's okay to pretend to be weak, but he also took advantage of the other party's battle to attack. Don't think that the other party reminded him. His arrows have the power of cause and effect, with a must-hit effect. It's meaningless to remind him or not. That's right. How could a disciple of a great sect not have one or two top level defensive equipment? However, the opponent is at least a true disciple, a celestial being, so young. I'm afraid he is not only a true disciple, but should be a higher level deozi, right? Which disciple is this? Why haven't I seen him before? And the most important thing is that you are a deozi. What the hell is it like to travel alone? Do you think you are a little judicial god in my great heaven? Mythical Zhuangzi, can you kill Daluo? For a while, the law enforcement elder couldn't help but complain in his heart. Relaxed here, there is no doubt that the other side is nervous. The plan is perfect, and he also borrowed the knife of the Seven Sex Alliance. His archery involves the highest, not touching cause and effect, and can break the tracer back, so he has no scruples to make a ruthless move and want to kill Li Su. He is very confident. Although he also guessed that the opponent should have a defensive magic weapon, the archery he used came from ancient times, which was learned from a terrible existence in the mural. It can penetrate all defenses. If the realm is high enough, even the sun in the sky can be shot down with one arrow. As a result, the divine weapon of the 10 patterns is simulated. Without hesitation, he took out a rune and activated it. As the rune was activated, the space he was in began to vibrate. He was clearly in a phenomenon, in another world, but the next second his body really dimmed and was about to disappear from this world. A cross-boundary rune. The law enforcement elder couldn't help but widen his eyes and suddenly found that his 3 views were a little broken. He was shocked. He was very angry and was used by others. He almost got into trouble. He didn't expect that the other party would throw out a legendary talisman and run away. Go. Shattering the arrow, Li Su moved. Since his debut, this is the first time that he has been so passive and calculated by others. He almost became a pig and was slaughtered. If he let the other party go like this, will Li Su still be able to mix in the future? His souls glowed, and the Daozi boots were activated directly. The same pseudo 10 pattern light burst, and the second ultimate divine weapon glowed, and it was not an attack or defense type, but a functional ultimate divine weapon. In an instant, Li Su crossed the distance of space and chased after the running Zhuangzi. Facing this scene, the Zhuangzi couldn't help but take a deep breath. His expression became more and more solemn. Fuck, 2 pieces, the great sect Daozi, damn it. There is no doubt that the celestial being in front of him has an amazing identity and a monstrous background. He raised the giant bow in his hand and bent the bow directly to put the arrow. In an instant, dozens of arrows were shot out. Although they were not as good as the first arrow, they still did not exist in this world. When they stepped into the other world, arrows came from the other side and appeared directly around Li Su. Li Su didn't intend to be long-winded. With his magic power, the cloak gathered behind him suddenly raised, and a long river appeared immediately, opening up a world, directly covering the opponent's arrows. The cloak shook, and dozens of attacks from the other side were exiled by Li Su, and blew into another world. The third piece. Even though he was a Zhuangzi, his face was a little green at this moment. These magic weapons have the same origin, and are undoubtedly magic weapons of the nature of a set. Could this be the Qingjiao Daozi? In the great sect, above the myth, the battle power is amazing, and can become a Daozi. Just like the true teaching, Daozi is not the only identity. Therefore, above Daozi, there is another level, that is Qingjiao, recognized by the saints, recognized by the great sects, and the existence of the future leader of the great sects. The most famous among them is undoubtedly the little justice god of the heavenly court, that is, Qingjiao Daozi of the heavenly court. Without hesitation, he increased the power of the cross-boundary talisman to accelerate himself out of this phenomenon. However, the next second, he saw that Li Su's body was also glowing, with the supreme pattern reflected. The phantom of Pangu banner appeared in his pupils, and the space around his body also appeared to be broken. He caught up with the other party, and broke into it directly. The phenomenon is indeed troublesome, but for Li Su, who has the supreme power, this level of phenomenon can't suppress him. What? Zhuangzi was shocked, and a little unbelievable. In the phenomenon, there is immortal power to suppress it, and there is a permanent mark reflecting it. Even the cross-boundary talisman is through its own internal resonance, to form a small world, which triggers the phenomenon to repel, so it leaves. The fluctuations that erupted from the other party's body clearly affected the phenomenon itself, and the immortal rules were torn apart. How could it be possible? His face changed greatly, and for the first time he felt a little flustered when he saw Lee Su forcibly breaking in. Lee Su stretched out his palm and forcibly suppressed the other party in place, making it impossible for him to escape easily. At the same time, a small world appeared directly on his palm, which broke and turned into thousands of particles. Although he did not summon the Pangu Banner entity to descend, he could still use it as an immortal, but it was not as terrifying. At the same time, Lee Su's eyebrows were also glowing, and there was a wonder on it. It was a sword, not the four swords of Zuxan, Luxian, Xiangxan, and Juxan, but the Kingping sword. In an instant, a round of sword light flew out, surrounded by four color sword intent. The space shattered the body, and the long sword cut the soul. The two extreme moves were directly slashed at the other party. Faced with this terrible killing move, Xiangxan did not dare to throw a magic weapon as before. He could feel that, whether it was the shattered space or the four color sword light that was cut off, the power was not comparable to before. It involved the highest level, the same level as the archery he mastered. No, higher. The heavenly palace emerged, the stars fell, and the power of the seven-layer world burst out. In an instant, light and shadow floated in front of Xiangxan, and the 8-patterned divine weapon appeared. It was a bone, a skull, covered with terrible Dao patterns, densely packed. When he was alive, he must have belonged to a creature above Daluo, and was extremely terrifying. With a loud bang, the two were clearly in another void, but the old city was still affected, and was greatly shaken. Boom. 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 The vibrations continued again and again, and Lee Su forced his way in front of the other party. He shattered more than 10 small worlds, and slashed more than 100 swords. His magic weapon was extraordinary, and Panga's transformation of the world could not completely penetrate it. The Kingping sword was also blocked by most of it, and it slashed out shocking sparks. The main reason was that Lee Su's current realm was still low, and without summoning the treasure to come, his power was greatly reduced. However, even so, Lee Su's power still broke through a little, and beat the other party to bleed. With the continuous impact, cracks began to appear in the sky, and a vast blood moon was affected and split. Crack, crack. The phenomenon shook, the blood moon shattered, the falling light had problems, the old city was in turmoil, the scene began to collapse, and it was going to end early. Fuck. Facing this scene, the law enforcement elders of the Seven Sex Alliance couldn't help but scream in their hearts, almost cursing. I thought the celestial immortals were abnormally strong, and the mysterious immortals were also unusual. Only now did I realize that he was the clown. The two of them didn't use their full strength in front of him. Especially the celestial immortal. It was simply out of the original score, 1 year more outrageous. The celestial immortal beat the mysterious immortal, and he was holding back. He turned around and ran without hesitation. The two of them were a little beyond the surface level. What they took out was terrible, involving the supreme realm, which was beyond the tolerance of the old city phenomenon, causing a sudden change in advance. They were not afraid, but the law enforcement elders were very afraid. Once the blood moon ended, he was still outside, and there was a high probability that he would be torn apart by the eternal power in the phenomenon. Who the hell are they? You are bored, right? With such strength, why do you come to the middle and lower domains to show off? Fortunately, from the beginning of the fight, not to mention the phenomenon itself, everyone in it ran back to the room, not wanting to get into trouble. After all, not every immortal has the ability to jump out and fight too. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would die in this drastic change. The law enforcement elder ran away, and he found that he was a superfluous existence. As a dignified Xiangxan, he really had no face in front of these two people. This was too much of a blow to his self-esteem. The law enforcement elder left, and the phenomenon ended early. He couldn't bear it, and was going to have a big problem. As for the two people fighting, let them do whatever they want. Boom. With a violent noise, the battle came to an abrupt end. The phenomenon was not just as simple as collapse. There was a terrible power overflowing, killing Lee Su and the others. That power was terrible. It was a kind of rule power that was distorting them. An astonishing light burst out from Lee Su's body. Deos's chainmail and Deos's jade pendant were all glowing to help him resist. Not only that, the treasures in his body were also vibrating. The Zhuanghuang Tower suppressed the sea of consciousness, the Xinhuo banner suppressed the body, and the Pangu banner and Qingping sword were vibrating, repelling the distortion from the phenomenon. This was very uncomfortable. The surface was too high, and Li Su had to stop. He blocked it, and the Zhuangxin was in great trouble. The moment the fluctuation fell, it affected him. His flesh and blood were distorted and rewritten from the root. This was terrible, even more terrifying than the wound of the Tao. The Zhuangxin's face turned pale, and his pupils showed fear for the first time. He looked at Li Su with great hatred, and didn't want the skull he threw out. He forced the cross-boundary talisman to leave this world. Li Su took a breath, quickly brought the skull over, and then ran away directly. Although it was a bit regrettable that he failed to kill the other party, the current situation did not allow it. He had to go all out to fight against the distortion of this phenomenon and not be dissolved by it. Looking down, he took a look at the cracked world below. Then he jumped up and headed straight for the street that led to the East China Sea. After falling, he had no time to choose. He activated the power of cracking and cut open one of the rooms. Li Su jumped in. Obviously, there was something wrong with the room he chose in this way. Inside, there was a bloody color, which should be the bloody incident that had happened before. Everyone in the room was dead. As Li Su entered, an ominous feeling suddenly enveloped him, wanting to dig up his flesh and blood and turn him into a corpse in this room. However, compared to the outside, this twisting force was much lighter. And as this world collapsed, the city turned into a street, and the level also dropped. The Xinhuo flag appeared in an instant, emitting amazing flames, directly suppressing the room. Using a permanent mark to fight a permanent mark, he waited quietly until the city was separated, the street became independent, and the sun appeared outside. Li Su did not hesitate, and jumped out of the room directly. The next second, the scenery around him darkened, and the street he was on disappeared immediately, and he was kicked out of that phenomenon. Feeling the surging extraordinary particles between heaven and earth, and the Dao rhyme of heaven and earth flowing in the extraordinary particles, Li Su took a deep breath and quickly looked around to make sure whether the place where he was and the surrounding environment was safe. After checking back and forth 3 times, and making sure that he was in a forest and there were no special phenomena or other creatures around, he relaxed a little. Let's go. He didn't stop, but chose to go on the road and headed straight to the coast of the East China Sea. There was a port there, very deserted, with only a few real dragons swimming in it. There were few people passing by, and they all suddenly appeared on the port, and those who left basically disappeared suddenly. Since it was called the coast of the East China Sea, it would not be so simple. There was a huge city there. Because of the special phenomenon in the East region, the cities here were basically not in the present world, but in the blessed land of the cave. To avoid the sudden appearance of the phenomenon and take away half of the people in the city at once, Li Su ran over directly and did not enter the city, but went straight to the port, looking for a boat to cross the east, and went to Huaguo Mountain. This time, it went very smoothly. There was just a boat to cross the river to the east, waiting for the last group of people. Once they arrived, they would set off. In order to avoid more trouble, Li Su did not hesitate and made sure that there was no problem. It was not a phenomenon, nor was it privately operated, but a regular Dragon Palace ferry, with official confirmation and the flag of the Heavenly Court. He chose to board the boat directly. Not long after waiting, the last group of people came. They looked very strange, wearing white robes, and their faces were completely unclear. It was unknown whether they were people or ghosts. There were more than 10 people, carrying 3 black iron cages on the boat. Li Su frowned, and his face suddenly looked a little ugly. When such people got on the boat, he inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. He had encountered 3 inexplicable encounters before and after, which made him very upset. He felt that the East region was not compatible with him, and it was too coincidental for such a guy to appear. However, the boat of the Heavenly Court, and it was a real dragon ferry, felt it. The real dragon breath was very strong, and there was no doubt that it was extremely mysterious. Not only that, the dragon's scales were covered with a layer of red gold, with taurine flowing on it, and aloe mother gold was attached, with 9 patterns flowing on it, which was very unusual, a top-level defensive magic weapon. Then on its swimming tail, there was a diamond ring, full of spiritual light, a fairy weapon, at least above the middle grade. There was also a knife-shaped ornament hanging on the dragon horn on its head, also with 9 patterns. On the teeth and claws, there were magic weapons, shining brightly. Hammered, this is a rich dragon, and it is the kind of fat and oily. Isn't this guy afraid of being robbed? For a moment, Lee Su couldn't help but feel a little moved. The treasure on the other party was really amazing. As if he had a feeling, the real dragon couldn't help but turn his head and look around. His eyes were very unfriendly. That bastard, is he targeting him? Quickly retracting his gaze, Lee Su turned to the group of strange people, thinking that with such a real dragon, there shouldn't be any problem. You are from the demon court. Are you here to attend the auction at Uaguo Mountain? There were many people on the bow, all of whom were going to cross the river to the east. Some people had strange expressions on their faces. The auction at Uaguo Mountain was held once every 100 years, and the background was very mysterious. It was rumored that all the great sects in the eastern region were involved. There were many items auctioned each time, which were extremely expensive, and even fragments of treasures were available. The things in the cage should be foreign blood food, right? 3. The demon court has made a good harvest recently. I heard that a very powerful foreign blood food was trapped by them earlier, but it caused quite a stir and killed many people. There were several zooxans, and the flesh was extremely terrifying. I heard that it was a woman. Foreign blood food, unparalleled flesh god. After hearing this, Lee Su's eyes condensed, his face changed on the spot, and a hint of blood appeared in the depths of his pupils, and he almost burst out directly. Sua, your teacher and the others have already entered the mythical world in advance. After you go there, concentrate on breaking through first. When you achieve the realm of celestial immortals, and can ensure your own safety, go find them and join them. Damn it. However, the next moment, one of the 3 cages not far away began to vibrate, making a loud noise, and the imprisoned things inside were struggling and resisting. Boom. With a loud noise, the huge iron cage couldn't help but vibrate, and a terrifying and extremely wild aura burst out from it. However, as the aura inside the cage burst out, Lee Su, who was almost ready to take action, immediately stopped in his tracks. He was a little confused, because the opportunity should be an outsider, but it was not the person Lee Su was familiar with. Originally, I thought that the person who was caught was ZHU Chahu, Sister ZHU, but it was obvious that, although the other party also practiced the witch clan's method, her breath contained a smell of water. What's going on? Who is it? According to Lee Su's memory, the only person who practiced the Great Witch's method outside was Sister ZHU. While Lee Su was extremely confused, there were people on the 3rd floor of the boat room, looking over here. They were wearing grey robes, covering their whole bodies, only their eyes were exposed, and they were staring at the people from the upper-rated demon court. When their eyes saw the iron cage, their pupils revealed a terrifying murderous intent. Damn the demon court. A soft and pleasant female voice sounded, filled with unspeakable anger. A cold voice sounded, very directly, Sister, when do we start? Wait for the boat owner to come across. Chapter 505 Blackmail. Although the person is not right, his identity is undoubtedly an alien blood food, that is to say, he is not a native of the myth world. Lee Su suppressed his slightly fluctuating emotions, and kept looking at the group of people in the distance. In an instant, his brows moved. The opponent's Linoop is quite unusual. If he really got started just now, there are only 2 ways to go. Either shake people and call the Daozi Palace given to him by GGOO, or close the door and release the treasure and go directly to the big. A 10-man escort team, 3 Zhuangsan, 7 fire heavenly immortals, and the most amazing thing is that one of the Zhuangsan is a 10 fire perfect AIE. This Linoop is undoubtedly a bit too much. In the cage being escorted, the momentum of the one in the front has been exposed. Although it is very strong, it is only the realm of the heavenly immortal, which is the realm of the outside world, that is, the realm of the immortal. It is not the limit of the 5 transformations, but about 4 transformations. In other words, it is infinitely close to the 9 fire heavenly immortal. With such strength, the 10 fire heavenly immortal is enough for escorting. At most, it is in the Taie realm, and it is still the minimum, the kind of 5 fire Taie that relies on the 1000-year water breakthrough. Lee Su's eyes flickered slightly, and he remembered the chat of those people just now. The other party killed the Zhuangsun? How is it possible? Zhuangsun, don't look at him. Lee Su's easy and simple fight. That's because he has an unparalleled foundation. 15 golden pills, 7 Dao fruit transformations, and all kinds of accumulations. Only then can he reach the current level. His immortal power is 10 times that of an ordinary 10 fire heavenly immortal, and the purity is beyond imagination, comparable to a Zhuangsun. In addition to his Taoism, not to mention the hard sword, the galaxy body refining art is a broken mirror, with the power of rules nurtured in it, so it will be so easy to fight. Otherwise, facing the Taie realm, he can only turn around and leave. Even if it is a 5 fire and 1 realm Zhuangsun, once a complete star is formed, the power will undergo a huge transformation, forming a power called world power. There are 5 layers in one layer, and each layer is basically equivalent to the amount of immortal power of a heavenly immortal. In terms of pure immortal power, the 10 fire Taie can catch up with Lee Su in terms of immortal power strength. Once the world power formed by it exceeds the 2nd realm, he will have a hard time fighting. In the 5th realm, it is basically impossible to fight with immortal power alone. When it comes to the 8th realm, it is impossible to fight without opening the highest level. If it is the limit of the 10 fire Taie, Lee Su basically has to use a treasure. Of course, this kind of use is only to activate the power of the treasure, not the treasure itself. With the height of the treasure, if Lee Su infuses immortal power and extraordinary particles at all costs, it will not be a problem to suppress a top-level Daluo. However, that method will undoubtedly attract the attention of the saints. Once it becomes like that, it will not be a good thing for Lee Su. At least before he achieves Zhuangsun, he does not want the saints to know that he has a treasure. After all, you can know a person's face, but not his heart. Even if it is a saint of Jijiao, Lee Su dare not be too careless. After all, he still has the responsibility to deal with the demon tribe outside and stop the fire plan. His parents are also there, and this day will not be too long. After the matter of Huaguo Mountain was resolved, he immediately closed himself off and concentrated on improving his realm, reaching the perfection of the celestial being, and then went to the central area to the exit. Once the celestial being was perfect and had the treasure, it would not be a problem to break the small Zaotian Xingdao formation. As for Deng Liang, as a celestial being, Lee Su was confident that he could kill him, even if the other party had the treasure chaos bell. By the way, after the matter of Huaguo Mountain was over, he would go to the heavenly court to meet his eldest nephew. After he was captured, the little guy went straight to the depths of the underworld to find Deeting, causing quite a stir. After all, the saints could not lock Lee Su's existence, and the cause and effect were blocked. Although Deeting was magical, it was not omnipotent, not to mention that it was severely injured and had problems with its soul. Without getting a satisfactory answer, the always polite little guy lost his composure a little, grabbed Deeting's beard, and threatened him with his weapon in anger. It was really too outrageous, so the Lord of Heaven came, took the little guy and left directly, and took him back to the East region. After coming out, I heard from the housekeeper that the person was locked up. Obviously, it was not just him who had a good impression of the other party, but the other party also had a good impression of him. Is this a family telepathy? It is said that nephews are like uncles, and it seems reasonable that the eldest nephew is like his uncle. I thought too much. Shaking his head, Lee Su's eyes fell on the cage again, and he couldn't help but think about it. Although he didn't know the trapped person, after all, the other party and himself came from outside the myth world, and they were considered to be of the same race. But if he rescued him, it would undoubtedly be a bit tricky. The escort was a bit strong. Now he was a bit annoyed without using the treasure. 10 fire Taie was very tricky. The best way was to wait for the star core of his own world to be upgraded and complete the 2 preparations. From here to the east to Huaguo Mountain, it would take at most 3 days under the ferry of the real dragon. This time was undoubtedly not enough to fill the gaps. After feeling the situation in his own heavenly palace, Lee Su felt a little annoyed. Slow. It really can't be said to be slow. There are 9 halls in his heavenly palace, all of which are working at full power to help him refine the core of the world. The central hall alone is almost the same as the 10 fire celestial immortals. Each additional hall is equivalent to a doubling of the speed. In other words, his current cultivation speed is 9 times that of the normal 10 fires, which is so fast that it can be said to be amazing. He can even leave the myths behind and disappear without a trace. However, his star core is too big, too thick, and has too many layers. Among them, 1 fire is counted as 1 layer. 15 fires, that is a full 15 layers. Each Tao fruit is counted as 1 layer, 7, adding up to a full 22 layers. Then this set of heavenly palace furnace was also created by Lee Su with the supreme enlightenment of the saint. For each layer of cultivation, the saint's chapters will be written into it, 7 chapters per layer, and 22 layers are 154 chapters. This is even more time consuming and laborious, and the consumption is also large. Moreover, the writing of each scripture will compress the star core. The impurities inside will be further driven out and further condensed. This is incredible and very scary. So much so that he had advanced for more than a month, and he had not yet finished the first level of the first realm of the celestial being. He had only written 3 chapters, which means that he had compressed 4 chapters. On the contrary, the star cores that he threw into the baking furnace to absorb were reduced by 1/10,000th. This consumption made Lee Su very upset. 1 level required 3/10,000ths, and 1 realm would probably require 6.5,000ths. The number of layers and realms are closely related to the number of fires in the golden elixir. In other words, his celestial perfection is not the 10th realm, but the 15th realm. If the Dao fruit is superimposed, it would be the 22nd realm. 145,000ths. Damn, it's only 1.5/10ths after rounding off. He is only a celestial being, but he actually consumes 1/10 of the energy of a planet. Wait, it seems that the celestial realm is promoted, and the consumption will increase when reaching the 3rd, 6th, 9th, 12th, and 15th levels. Hiss. Lee Su suddenly discovered that the resources that seemed to be enough for the 10 fire celestials to cultivate to the perfect Tai realm seemed to be a bit difficult for him to achieve perfect celestials. Boom. Just as Lee Su was thinking, the real dragon moved, jumped out of the long river, and landed on the top of the building ship in human form. The last person had boarded the ship, and the people from the demon court escorted 3 iron cages to the deck. Different from the immortal power, the power of the dragon essence tilted down, covering and wrapping the entire ship. The hull trembled immediately, and dragon patterns appeared on it. It began to retreat, leaving the port, and began to cross the east. I thought it was a real dragon pulling the boat in the river, but it turned out that the other party also boarded the boat, using the dragon essence as an engine to directly drive the boat forward. It feels not a boatman, but a captain. That's right, the real dragon clan is so arrogant. How could it be possible to pull the boat underwater? However, this gave Lee Su a headache. That is to say, he also had to consider the third-party factors. After all, this ship was extraordinary at first glance. It could carry the dragon essence of the real dragon, and was the property of the real dragon. You fought and made trouble on his ship, and thought that he, did not exist? Not only that, under the eastward crossing, it was in a state of going upstream. Although it was safe at the moment, once a fight broke out, and the dragon ship was damaged, and unable to move forward, not to mention that the real dragon would take action, the people on the ship would probably not be able to help but take action. After struggling for a while, Lee Su took a deep breath, and made a decision. Although he didn't like such a high profile, and hated that way, in a sense, it was the best way. There is a saying that goes, if you don't enjoy the privilege, you will not wait for it. So he moved and walked directly to the cage on the deck. As Lee Su moved, many people on the deck condensed their eyes, especially those in the demon court, who instantly turned their eyes, and looked at him. At the same time, there were also eyes on the 3rd floor of the building ship. Step by step, Lee Su didn't care about the eyes around him. He walked directly to the iron cage, squatted down, and stretched out his hand to pull the black cloth on the cage and said, I heard that it is an alien blood food. I haven't seen it yet. Let me take a look. How dare you? A 10-fire celestial immortal moved, drew his weapon without hesitation, and chopped directly towards Lee Su's head. The immortal power flowed on the long sword, and a world was formed. This seemingly simple slash was very unusual. It clearly contained the power to cut the space and shatter the continent, but there was no movement at all. All the horror was concentrated on the sword. This is not dissuading him, this is to kill him. What's wrong with this guy? Is he crazy? Many people couldn't help showing a look of astonishment on their faces, looking at Lee Su in extreme astonishment. Dare to provoke the people of the demon court? Are you looking for death? Lee Su paused, and suddenly stopped, before touching the black cloth, and then let the long sword in the other party's hand chop on his body. A strange thing happened. When the long sword was about to chop Lee Su, a huge gap appeared between the two. No, it should be said that the long sword and Lee Su's body were as far away as a world, and it was impossible to chop into it. Ouch. The next second, Lee Su cried out dryly, "My head hurts so much, I was it." After that, under the stunned eyes of everyone, Lee Su looked back at the fairy, who had chopped his neck with a sword, stretched out his hand and smiled. Pay money, or pay life. Choose. The pupils of the fairy shrank violently. The overbearing demon court naturally could not accept this kind of blackmail, but at this moment, the clothes on the other party's body burst out with the pseudo 10 pattern defensive artifact, which gave him an extremely huge impact. The demon court also has this kind of equipment, such as the 10 fire Tei in the demon court Daozi, but it is obvious that the fairy who took action cannot afford it. Sir, what do you mean? Tei couldn't sit still anymore. His eyes were a little heavy, and he spoke directly. Are you blackmailing my demon court? Lee Su smiled very happily and said, why blackmail the demon court? I'm blackmailing you. After all, if the demon court instructs you to attack me, the nature of this is completely different. It means a war between the two religions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Cage obtained. Click, click, click. Lee Su took several photos in succession, capturing the scene of the demon court's immortal chopping him with a sword from all angles. The key point was the power of the opponent's sword, which he recorded very clearly. He definitely wanted to kill him with one sword, and he was targeting him. At this moment, the leading Zhuangzi did not pay attention to Lee Su's actions, but was thinking about Lee Su's last words. If the demon court wanted to kill the other party, it would mean a war between the great sects. Such words were not something that everyone dared to say. There was competition between the great sects. In some places, it was not uncommon for the two sides to kill each other. However, even if the killing was bloody, the higher-ups would not care, because this kind of competition was really nothing in the eyes of the saints, but they would only think that this was better, and that such stimulation was needed on the path of cultivation. Okay, I'm not a domineering person. This cage is my compensation. Lee Su was not polite. He pointed directly at the cage in front of him that was emitting aura and said, it just so happens that people from the outside world haven't seen it yet. Let's broaden our horizons. Oh, you are so lucky. You actually met someone as easy to talk to as me. The 10 fire immortals of the demon court smiled. Really? Then you are really a good person. In this case, in order to avoid losses, I will be more domineering. Uzuo, kill him. Turning his head, his eyes were not looking at the immortals, but directly at one of the other two immortals around him. As a member of the demon court, he was the undisputed overlord in the East region. He had long been accustomed to being domineering and taking the initiative to come and make trouble. Even if he was a disciple of several other major sects in the East region, he had only one attitude: to beat and kill him. As a member of the same major sect, did he think he was facing the great forces of the upper and middle regions? I can only say that you think too much. Although I don't know which big sect this guy in front of me comes from, I'll let the elders teach me a lesson for free. When you go out, strength is the truth. A celestial being should have the attitude of a celestial being. If the demon court wants to kill you, it will cause a war. For hundreds of thousands of years, there has not been a war caused by the struggle between the people below. Not to mention the celestial being, even the extreme 10 fire immortals have been killed. Among the big sects, only those above the mythology enjoy certain privileges, but that privilege is just that the high realm is not allowed to take the initiative to leave. If those above the mythology take the initiative to attack, it is another matter. Thinking of this, the 10 fire immortals glanced around. The other party should have guards, but it is not a big problem. Educate them first. Even if the other party's guards leave, they will not fight. The real dragon will stop it, and will not let a bloody battle happen here. It's not enough for the immortals to die. Are you going to let the immortals die? Looking at the immortal who stretched out his hand to attack him, calling you Zeduo, Lee Su smiled. You are not stopping the loss, you are increasing the loss. Am I right? Hangjin. There is no doubt that your highness is right. The voice suddenly sounded, and a beautiful figure inexplicably appeared on the deck of the building ship, standing beside Lee Su, blocking the immortal who was taking action. As a Taoist disciple of Jiguo, he has the Taoist uterus of Jiguo. Not to mention the phenomenon, when he is outside, Lee Su himself is undoubtedly connected to the Taoist uterus at all times. In other words, he can call the Taoist uterus anytime and anywhere, and he can also call out the people in the Taoist uterus. Originally, he planned to go to Huaguo Mountain alone, but the unexpected situation made him change his mind. As the saying goes, if you have a privilege, don't use it, and don't wait. Zeduo's pupils shrank, and the hand he stretched out directly solidified in midair, because this person who suddenly appeared was very strong. Very strong. So strong that it was terrifying. For him, it was like facing the captain of the team. Is this the 10 fire extreme immortal? How is it possible? There was no such person on the deck just now. Where did she appear from? No, that's not right. At this moment, the face of the 10 fire immortal of the demon court also changed. He could no longer remain calm, and there was horror in his eyes. He was locked in, and was stared at by 4 10 fire immortals of the same level who were not weaker than him. As his eyes turned, the 10 fire immortal scalp kept beating, and his face turned blue. In addition to Hangjin who appeared directly in front of Lee Su, with the demon court as the center, there was a maid standing in the east, south, west, and north respectively, and the most terrifying thing was that their realms were undoubtedly stronger than his. He was a 10 fire perfect immortal, and the 5 who came out were 10 fire extreme immortals. How big is the gap? One person can break through their team. Not only that, what he cared about most was the title of the first maid who appeared. Your Highness. It turned out to be Your Highness. In the Great Sect, there are not many people who can be called this by the 10 fire extreme immortals, and all of them are above the myth. He took a breath of cold air, with a look of shock on his face. Sir, who is it? Lee Su stood up. It feels pretty good. No wonder rich people like this kind of tune, using background and identity to pressure others, rather than fighting a bloody battle. It is really a different flavor. Hangjin, these 3 cages are considered compensation. Take them away. Yes, Your Highness. Hangjin had a smile on her face. Daozi suddenly contacted them, and was a little surprised. In their observation, Their Highness Daozi should be a lone wolf in terms of personality. Of course, this is not surprising. After all, the weak will stick together, and the strong will only run rampant. But they didn't expect that when they came over, Daozi actually confronted the demon court, and blackmailed the other party. Sir, don't go too far. Zhuangxin shouted, with cold sweat on his head. Although he felt that Lee Su dared to provoke the demon court like this, he should have some confidence, and he was confident that he could suppress it. As a result, when the other party's confidence really came down, he found that the situation was completely out of control. 5-10 fire extreme Zhuangxin, he couldn't beat 1 and 5 together? Being told of a bloody battle, this group of people would be suppressed instantly. At this moment, the ferrying true dragon looked over with a sidelong glance. He felt cold when he saw this Ledup. He was also in the 10 fire realm. Even as a supreme life, his combat power was higher than that of ordinary 10 fires. Facing 5 maids, he still couldn't remain calm. If I saw it right, the positions where the 5 women stood were hidden in a diagonal pattern, which had the flavor of a formation. This formation gave him a lot of pressure. It had several functions: suppressing, sealing, attacking, and killing, and defending in one. The taste was quite like the killing talents of GGO. The true dragon couldn't help twitching at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes twitched. For a long time, among all the major sects, only GGO had no outstanding golden elixirs or celestial immortals. But no one dared to look down on GGO, and most of the time most people were reluctant to provoke GGO. Even the major sects with myths were the same. As for the reason, it was naturally because of GGO's formation. Before the destruction of the ancient times, GGO's formation was a well-known one. Plague Array, 10 Absolute Arrays, 9 Bend Yellow River Array, Zooks and Sword Array, 10,000 Immortals Array. Each one is more evil than the other, and each one is more sinful than the other. It was created by an outer disciple, but the killing power is so strong that it can only be compared to the saints in the entire 3 realms. I just want to ask you, if you are confused, let's talk about the 10 Absolute Arrays. This thing doesn't sound very good. It was broken by the Chan sect. But if you look closely at the troops sent by the Chan sect, even the Nanji Zion Weng was defeated. Do you still have any shame? Not to mention the 9 Bend Yellow River Array that followed. The 12 golden immortals were all taken away, and the Taoist master Andeng turned around and ran away. In the end, it was the saint who personally went out. Let's not talk about the saint formation that followed. I just want to ask if you are afraid of the above 3. So, although GGO is not good at single combat, when it comes to group fighting, the GGO has never been afraid of anyone. By the way, GGO has recently released a myth, and its combat power is extraordinary, which can be regarded as making up for the last shortcoming. Wait, the formation. Massacre. Recently, the GGO has been in a big mess. When the Daozi disappeared, the saints took action several times, personally went out to hunt him down, and the GGO 9 elders all jumped out. It is obvious that they are loved by everyone. After all, there are many Daozi in other major sects, but the GGO is the only one. So recently, there was news from the Heavenly Court that the Daluo must not go down, and the Zhuangsan opponent must not go down, unless they take the initiative to provoke. Otherwise they must not go down, and they must not leave any handle for the GGO. Otherwise the opponent will really fight you. The GGO doctrine is very meticulous, and if they are given a handle, the saints will go down without hesitation. As for face, the GGO suffered a loss of face in the ancient battle of the gods. Otherwise, except for the saints, the Changio would be like the GGO, with all the disciples on the list. So, at this moment, he didn't say a word, and watched quietly and honestly. As long as the dragon boat was not damaged, he could do whatever he wanted. Anyway, he would not go down to help the demon court resist the thunder. The real dragon was sweating profusely. On the deck, the people in the ship also took a breath of cold air and couldn't help shivering. It was mainly because of Li Su's behavior, which was really frightening. You are awesome, you should show it. Although second generation rich people are annoying, at least they have made it clear to you that you can't afford to offend me. Li Su's behavior was too much, too much. In this mythological world, where killing and robbing are very common, this is definitely a landmine, a super landmine. Huh. Am I going too far? Li Su couldn't help showing a surprised look on his face, and he widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, "You attacked me, and tried to kill me twice. How did it become me going too far?" Zhuangsan gritted his teeth. If he couldn't beat him, he really wanted to kill Li Su himself. Sir, don't make unfounded arguments. If you didn't take the initiative to touch the goods we escorted, how could we attack you? Huh? Can't you touch it? You didn't say it. Li Su was stunned. Zhuangsan took several deep breaths, and the 3 corpses were about to jump up and down, but he still calmed himself down. The situation was not favorable at the moment. Sir, please don't pretend to be ignorant. Do you need to talk about this kind of thing? Of course I have to talk about it. This deck is a public area, not your private territory. Putting something like this in a public area, no matter what is inside, it is covered with black cloth, and it blocks outsiders' perception of it. They can't see the real situation, and can only judge by the breath. This is a huge problem in itself, right? After all, who knows what you put in it? What if it is something that is not easy to detect, such as a curse? I don't think there is anything wrong with wanting to open it and take a look. After all, it involves your own safety. It's just that you are the demon court and have a background. Most people on the deck can't afford to offend you. If it is a giant and escort, I guess no one will not care, right? So, the one who is looking for trouble is not me, but you. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that this thing may be something you use against me. After all, I can afford to offend you. In an instant, many people present were stunned because this explanation was logically flawless. The reason why they didn't think much about it was because the people being escorted were from the demon court, and the disciples of the great sect would not count on such unknown people. If it was the forces in the middle domain, no, even the forces in the upper domain, they would probably not be able to rest assured. The face of the 10 fire immortals of the demon court was extremely ugly. At this moment, he wanted to roar, "You are making up your mind." Under normal circumstances, he would not hesitate to directly double standards and say something like, "Why should I, the demon court, explain to others what I do?" But facing Lee Su, he really didn't dare to say this. If he said it, he would most likely be beaten, and it would be in vain. He took a deep breath and didn't intend to continue arguing. He said directly, "I admit defeat in this matter, but I can deal with the cages. Am I too easy to talk to?" Suddenly, the smile on Lee Su's face disappeared, and his eyes became cold. "So that you have the illusion that you can talk to me on an equal footing and bargain? Recognize your identity, Tae Zuangsun. You are not qualified to talk to me. The reason I explain is to let other people here know that I'm not being unreasonable or overbearing. I'm not negotiating with you about compensation, but these 3 cages are the compensation I want, and the reason why you can still live after ordering someone to kill me. So the only 2 decisions you can make now, give in or continue to resist. And it's obvious that there is nothing about you that interests me. If you continue, I will chop you up and throw you into the river to feed the fish." As Lee Su's words fell, his unique tyranny permeated in an instant. At this moment, countless people couldn't help but shiver and gasp. To be honest, because Lee Su kept explaining, while feeling that the other party seemed to be very reasonable, many people felt that the other party was not domineering enough and was not as good as other disciples of the big sect. But at this moment, they suddenly woke up. How could a disciple of a big sect be so elegant? So humble? The other party's domineering is not on the surface, but in the bones. Hang Jin and the others were laughing. Their own prince should be like this. The disciple of Jigyo is not just an identity, but also related to the face of Jigyo. Being easy to talk to is not a good thing for the disciple of a big sect, as it will make others think that Jigyo is weak and easy to bully. A face, red on the spot. Yaoting Tae Zuangsun's pupils turned red, his fists clenched and creaked, and there was murderous intent. A mere celestial being, a mere celestial being. How dare you humiliate me like this? With his actions, Hang Jin and the others' faces turned cold, and their momentum suddenly burst out. The 5 of them directly covered the group of Yaoting. 10 Fire Zuangsun, do you think we are dead? The 10-fold limit world force exploded, suppressing the opponent without causing any fluctuations. With a dull thud, the face of the 10 fire immortals of the demon court turned pale on the spot. Unable to bear the pressure, his internal organs ruptured on the spot, and his heavenly palace was slightly deformed by the squeeze. He trembled suddenly, and fear flashed through the depths of his pupils. The strength of these 5 maids was stronger than he had imagined. Not only that, their momentum blended with each other before, and contained a terrible formation. Once they started, he would be killed instantly. He couldn't beat them alone, and 5 of them attacked at the same time, and there was a formation. None of them could survive. He was strong and domineering, but that was based on his strength. It didn't mean that he was really fearless. When the shadow of death loomed over his head, he would also be afraid and tremble. That's enough. Let's stop here. A voice suddenly rang out from the body of the demon court's immortal. I'm the disciple of the demon court, and I'm wrong about this. Since Daozi likes it and thinks it's okay, the things in the 3 cages will be considered as compensation. Huh. Lee Su's eyes flashed. Wow, the divine thoughts of the Dalo realm? Question mark? This escort must be problematic. The 10 fire immortals are already too much. Dallo actually followed with divine thoughts. It's too abnormal. Is he fishing? Who is the senior? I don't dare to accept it. I'm Eluozin. Han Jin's face changed slightly, and he whispered, Your Highness, it's the immortal fire ancestor. Immortal fire ancestor? He has heard of this name. In the introduction of the great sects of GGO, the demon court has 10 demon ancestors, one of the strongest combat forces under the saints. The body is Bafang, an ancient mythical beast, which has already touched the saint realm, and is the most likely to become the next saint. Li Su couldn't help but take a breath, clasped his fists, and said with a salute, Junior Yang Jian, meet Senior Luo. Yang Jian? I see. I was wondering why an unidentified Taoist suddenly appeared in the East region, but I didn't expect it to be a Taoist from GGO. Since the Taoist has come to the East region, if you have the chance, you can come to the Demon Court to sit down. The relationship between GGO and the Demon Court is pretty good. If you have the chance, you will definitely go. Wang Feng, you continue to lead people to the auction and participate in the auction. After that, Dallo's divine thoughts disappeared completely. Yes, the 10 fire immortals of the Demon Court couldn't help but take a breath, feeling a lot more relaxed. To be honest, he really didn't dare to make the decision about the escorted items. Not only that, he was sweating profusely. The Taoist from GGO. It turned out to be the Taoist from GGO. He had heard a lot about what happened not long ago. Because the Taoist from GGO was captured by an unknown force, the saints of GGO were killed. They were furious and took action. The tragic scene outside the Red Star region was directly fed back to all the major sects, and countless people looked pale. That was a starfield covering hundreds of light years, but it was directly evaporated by the saint. For a moment, the saints of the great sects could not help but warn, and the Dallo could not help but be shocked. This GGO Daozi had a very unusual identity. The GGO saints paid more attention to him than expected, and his status was extremely high. Not long ago, some people speculated that the GGO saint had a wife. Hiss, the more you think about it, the more terrifying it is. Tai shuddered. Didn't he see that his Dallo was so polite? He didn't say anything polite, and turned around and left. Now he couldn't afford to offend him, let alone his identity. Your Highness, who is in here? As the people from the Demon Court left, Hong Jin and several other women came forward with curious looks on their faces. I heard that it was an outsider. The women were startled. Foreign blood food. As disciples of the great sects, they were not unfamiliar. Their flesh and blood souls were of great benefit to the monks in the mythical world, similar to the meat of Tang monk in the ancient legend. Your Highness, do you want to eat it? Huang Meng, who looked very cute, with baby fat and bright eyes, spoke. In an instant, including Li Su, Han Jin and others couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Huang Meng. How could you, a girl, speak such terrible words? Although outsiders are called alien blood eaters in the mythology world, they are still human beings after all. Seeing everyone staring at her in a daze, Huang Meng couldn't help but shrink her head and said, Did I say something wrong? Well, Li Su thought about it and felt helpless. In the mythology world, alien blood eaters are just like Tang Sanzang who went to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. They have no human rights. Unexpectedly, Han Jin tapped Huang Meng's little head and said, You little girl, you are still right. Have you forgotten the doctrine? Disciples of the 3 religions are not allowed to eat people. Ah. Huang Meng was stunned and immediately turned to look at Li Su and said, I remember, Your Highness. Do you want to eat people? Otherwise, forget it. I heard that it is very sour and not delicious. Why don't we eat something else? Li Su's mouth twitched. I want to eat people. However, there is such a rule in the teachings of GGO. Don't joke. He read it 300 times at night, without missing a word. Wait, that's not right. Disciples of the 3 religions? Not disciples of GGO? As if noticing Li Su's doubts, Han Jin smiled and said, although there are some disagreements between some major sects, tracing back to the ancient times, the saints of the 3 religions were originally a family, so they established many common rules with each other. One of them is that you can fight each other for interests, but you can't eat people. This seems to involve luck, and I'm not very clear about the details. So that's it. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. Although Han Jin didn't know, he understood it in an instant. The three religions are based on humanity. Even if they are outsiders, they are still members of the human race and carry the luck of humanity. He immediately laughed, very happy. If so, he undoubtedly didn't need to find an excuse. He said, "Don't worry, I won't eat them. I'm just curious." Lee Su immediately wiped his chin and said, "Han Jin, do you think, if I put them next to me, will someone have any ideas?" Han Jin and the other girls were stunned. They looked at each other and said uncertainly, "Is it true? Is it true?" The person from the demon court who was about to enter the ship and didn't plan to meet Lee Su before getting off the ship tilted his body on the spot and his face turned black. The people on the deck also took a breath of cold air at this moment, and their faces were blue and green. In an instant, all eyes couldn't help but drift over, and something was revealed in their pupils. "Please, be a human being. Sister, this." On the third floor, facing the unexpected changes, the few people who were originally preparing to take action during the eastward crossing were a little dazed, and their moods were like a roller coaster, up and down. After the maidservants under Lee Su appeared, they realized that the situation had become more serious, and it would be more troublesome to save people. When the Dalo realm consciousness appeared, the faces of several people changed again and again. Although they expected that this should be a trap, fishing, the target should be them. When they learned about Lee Su's identity, they couldn't help but despair. Especially when Huang Meng asked if she wanted to eat, their nails pierced into the palms. As a result, another maid turned around and said that the disciples of the three religions cannot eat people, and pulled them ashore again. Don't talk for now, I'm a little dizzy. The leading woman directly retracted her gaze. At this moment, she was in a state of ups and downs, and her mentality was a little blown up, but at least she should be fine for the time being. However, the disciples of the three religions. Are you talking about the three religions of Rinjiao, Chanjiao, and Jijiao? Over the years, she has also learned a lot of useful information, and learned a lot about the mythological world. Sister, what should we do next? Wait and see first, and notify the other side. Everyone should disperse and observe first. Yes. By the way, is there any news about Suo? How is the situation with Kaokan and the fat man from the Feng family? No, it is said that there is a great cause and effect blocking it, and it is impossible to speculate, but the people should be safe. Well, what about the demon court? After paying such a huge price and losing so many companions, have you found out anything? It's basically confirmed. The demon tribe outside has colluded with the demon court. Indeed, countless demons have been sent in by the other side and given to the demon court. As expected of a person who has no father and no mother, born and raised by nature. As expected, they started to attack, even their own people. They did not hesitate. I don't know what kind of mood those monsters are in at this moment. I thought I could become the overlord, but the result is even more miserable. Let someone notify Baisuking. If there is no problem here, we will go to meet her. Let her be patient. Well, taking a deep breath, the leading woman looked at Lee Su again and sighed slightly. "Suo, where are you? Did you fall to the western regions? The situation is getting worse and worse. I didn't expect that the damn Croaking, one of the 8 kings, is actually a creature from the mythical world. You have to hurry, hurry." Chapter 507 Give you a chance. The black cloth covering the cage was directly pulled open, revealing the people inside. 3. 1 adult, 2 young people. 2 men, 1 woman. The adult was a woman, and she was also the one who burst out with a strong wild aura. At this moment, she had several copper pillars engraved with Dao patterns inserted into her body, and the dragon on her spine was pierced. Fortunately, her body was strong, but even so, her power was still fierce. As the light fell, she immediately reacted. Boom. The copper pillar shook, and the Dao patterns glowed, and one mountain after another emerged. This is a repressive magic weapon. 1 pillar is a mountain, a full 10, but as she moved, it made a sound. Lee Su couldn't help but jump in the corner of her eyes and twitched a little. This woman's husband was estimated to be either super regenerative or a natural orthopedic doctor. Otherwise, Lee Su would feel a little numb with this physical strength. A feeling that passing on the family line might be more tragic than fighting in a bloody battle for a year on the 1,000-year battlefield came into her heart. She had to find a book of Vajra incorruptible words to practice, at least until she reached the great perfection of the heavenly immortal. The other party raised her head. Her eyes were very ferocious, like a beast. She looked at Lee Su without saying a word, but Lee Su couldn't help but lower his head and rubbed his eyeballs, then turned to look at Hanjin. Although this was a bit disrespectful, the other party's image was too vivid, and it was impossible to connect it with the word female. She was completely a steel body, without even the slightest curve. So, Lee Su looked at Hanjin, coughed dryly and said, "This is a person from the outside world, but the aura is a little different." Hanjin was stunned for a moment, then said, "It seems that, because of the different environments, there is a big difference between the outside world and the myth world. The Tao over there is incomplete, but the environment is very clean. On the contrary, although the Tao in the myth world is complete, the world is full of evil. According to the observation of the saints, the reason should be the ancient war. The three realms of heaven and hell faced a terrible evil demon. Although they won in the end, the opponent's power was left behind, which caused great pollution to the myth world. Therefore, the clean flesh and soul of the outsider has a great attraction to the creatures in the myth world." Lee Su nodded. He naturally knew this, but he just asked deliberately. Listening to the conversation between Lee Su and the other person, the fierce light in the woman's eyes became more fierce, and flames rose. From the moment she was caught, she already knew her future. In fact, she had long been aware of it. She was not afraid of this, and her eyes were only angry and unwilling. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak, because her mouth was sealed. There were more than 10 forbidden Dao patterns written on it. Lee Su turned his head and looked at Luluo again. This girl had a graceful figure. If 100 points were the full score, she could get almost 160 points. Her broad mind, which could see mountains from all directions and peaks from all sides, was highly praised and pleasing to the eye. So that's why outsiders are hunted down by people in the myth world. Didn't the saints find a way to solve this problem? This kind of pollution should be very bad, right? Luluo giggled, and when she felt Lee Su's gaze, she straightened her chest. She was the most confident among the 5 people, and said, "Of course, this kind of evil is difficult to expel. It has completely merged with this world. As long as you stay in this world for one day, the evil will continue to accumulate. In fact, if people from outside the domain stay in the myth world for a certain period of time, they will gradually be polluted by the evil, and lose the pure body of the outsider." Is there such a saying? Lee Su was surprised. He turned his eyes to Zixun. "What can I say about this girl? Everything else is fine, but the best thing is undoubtedly her eyes. The purple pupils are unforgettable, full of a kind of exotic temptation, which is really beautiful." He has been in the myth world for quite a while. Not only that, he also actively let the fairy artifact Shan Seal that he collected constantly spit out evil, infect himself, and fight against it. After a slight feeling, he found no pollution, and his resistance seemed to have improved again. Now, the evil nature flowing from the mountain and river seal alone can no longer allow him to exercise. It can only be regarded as a tool to confuse outsiders and hide his identity as an outsider. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help blinking his eyes. If there is a chance, he has to find 2 more immortal tools. His identity cannot be exposed. Oh, right, the Daozi suit. After sensing it, they also have a lot of evil nature, but unfortunately, because there is no spiritual light, the evil nature is not much, far less than the immortal tools such as the mountain and river seal. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Lee Su silently turned on the absorption switch and absorbed the few evil natures on them. Well, this evil nature is indeed a big problem. As the Daozi suit became clean, he immediately found that the immortal power flowing into him became smoother, and the power was improved, almost a full layer. With just a little evil nature, there is such a situation. If the cultivators in this world can completely expel all the evil natures, their own combat effectiveness may be improved. Is there no way to expel it? Zizuan looked straight into Lee Su's eyes and said, "Pure white fairy power. This girl is very attractive, but she is very silent. You can feel it from her breath. She is the kind of person who doesn't like to talk. Pure white fairy power. What is that? Lee Su looked at King Ming. Oh my god, because he was thinking about his own things before, he didn't take a good look at the subordinates assigned to him by the saint. What's wrong with this girl? What's wrong? There is no doubt that there is no flaw in her facial features. She is a little thin, but she has an inexplicable feeling that makes people unable to stop. Extremely rare 3-no attribute. Her eyes are like the sky above her head, ethereal and boundless, vast and boundless, giving people a feeling of standing on the vast land and looking at the endless sky without a ripple. Immortal power, the complete transformation of magic power after achieving the heavenly immortal stage, usually appears golden, but there are some differences, such as black, red, blue, etc. Among them, there is a color, pure white. This kind of immortal power is extremely positive and naturally has the power to break evil. It is very rare and can cleanse the evil nature of the human body. For this reason, the mythological world's major sects specially cultivate it, and GGO also has it. It is said that only people with pure hearts, unshakable determination, and great perseverance can produce it. There are many in Buddhism, but they can only be cleansed and suppressed, and still cannot be completely eradicated. King Ming spoke very quickly, more than 100 words, and he spit them out in 3 seconds. The words were clear, with tones, but no intention. It just made the sound that was supposed to be there, without any emotion in it. Lee Su couldn't help shivering. For him, who was a bit of a homebody, he enjoyed this kind of heterogeneous sound. Recently, I have been practicing for a while. It's true that saving the common people is too heavy for a homebody. I have forgotten the feeling of surprise and joy when I first arrived. Sure enough, no matter what kind of world it is, the heavy word society always makes people suffocate. Lee Su nodded. He reached out and touched Huang Meng's little head. Although all his maids were 10 fire limit celestials and were probably much older than him, he could not bring himself to respect her. The main reason was that her aura was problematic. She was born with the aura of a younger sister. Facing Lee Su's intimate way, Huang Meng unexpectedly did not reject it. Instead, she smiled happily, and 2 cute dimples appeared on her red face. It was a hammer. Just as men are always young, this girl is almost a permanent younger sister. It was really strange. In this immortal cultivation method, is there a method for younger sisters to practice? Lee Su looked up at the sky. After this round of conversation, he felt that his soul was healed, but at the same time, a terrible mountain pressed into his heart while being healed. Do you have to see it? Can't you not see it? Although I'm sorry, this is really a bit ruining. I'm sorry that he is superficial. However, as a young man in his 20s, he is really not old enough to treat everyone equally. However, after all, if you want to recruit the other party, respect must be given. Closing his eyes, Lee Su resignedly opened his eyes and looked at the powerful individual in the cage. I believe you have heard a lot of our conversation. How about being my subordinate? How can this person be so irritating? At this moment, the woman in the cage had eyes bigger than a bear. If she had not been suppressed by the copper pillar, she would have gone up and fought with the other party. When she was caught, severely injured, whipped, and even cut off her flesh and blood, she did not frown. She was an absolute iron-blooded tough guy. She undoubtedly only had murderous intentions for the people who attacked her, but no hatred. When dealing with enemies, there is no need for hatred. That will collapse rationality. Killing intentions are enough. But now, in just a few tens of seconds, without even a complete conversation, she felt like she wanted to dig up the grave of this Taoist who was from some sect in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. Even though it would be painful to struggle, she still couldn't help but struggle for 8 times in a row. She didn't stop, even when the hole was torn apart. It wasn't until the mountain scenery formed on the copper pillar was about to materialize and pressed her so hard that she couldn't breathe that she stopped trembling. Even so, she still raised her head and her pupils spit out a look that was 100 times more ferocious than a tiger. As if to say, if you dare to let me go, I can bite you to death. Lee Su sighed deeply, waved his hand and said, Hangjin, let her out and treat her. Your Highness? It's okay. Do you think she can beat me? Hangjin was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. Just kidding. The Taoist of GGLO who made them feel strongly threatened at the giant on stage, Hang Jin could hardly imagine that he could beat him at the same level. Even if it was the disciples of other great sects, she didn't think her own prince would lose. Yes. She shook her sleeves, and the cage immediately fell apart. She raised her hand and pulled, and the 10 copper pillars inserted into the opponent's body were directly taken out by her. She took out the medicine for recuperation, turned it into liquid with her immortal power, and sprinkled it on the opponent's wound. The woman in the cage was slightly startled. Although she was very angry, she never thought that Lee Su would really open her shackles and really treat her injuries. I'll give you a chance, once a month. As long as you can cause me a little harm, I will give you freedom. Otherwise, you will become my subordinate and work for me. How about it? Lee Su said softly, forming a stool with immortal power. If I beat you, I will let me go. The other party was startled. It was not because she was confident. Thinking about the reason why she was caught in the first place, it was because of Taeya's fate. If she changed to the celestial realm, she could beat 10 people alone. Lee Su, as a disciple of a powerful force, maybe she is a little extraordinary, but she has also beaten disciples of powerful forces before. She has crushed several of them to death with her bare hands. No, no, no. Lee Su smiled. That kind of impossible thing is too difficult for you as a request. I mean, once a month, I will let you attack me and let you hit me without moving. As long as you can break through my immortal defense and hurt me a little, I will let you go free. Of course, I won't use any treasures. The woman was stunned and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had seen many arrogant people, hundreds of whom were killed by her light hands. This was the first time she had seen someone as arrogant as this Taoist in front of her. Stand and let her hit you? Without using any treasures? Really? Then take it. She didn't think much about it at all. She didn't forget what happened just now. As for whether the other party would go back on his word, isn't this normal? From the moment she was caught, she was ready to die at any time. Whether he wanted to eat her or treat her as a plaything, she didn't care. As long as there was a chance, she could kill one with her hands or her mouth. Kill 1, no loss. Kill 2, profit. Kill 3, big profit, big profit. She made a move, and the first force that erupted from her body was very special, with Buddha nature. In an instant, Hang Jin and the other girls were all stunned. Buddha cultivation? However, then there was a wild aura like a beast out of the gate. Her arms swelled several times, and the muscles piled up were like steel. There were scenes inside, and there was a rumbling sound, like the sea. She took a step of 3 meters, and swung her arms directly, like an angry tsunami, crashing into Lee Su fiercely. She was accumulating strength and observing. Look at the reactions of the 5 Tae, and also look at the reaction of Lee Su himself. This attack, seemingly simple, is the summary of her countless fights. It has undergone a qualitative change. Once the attack is formed, it will be unavoidable. Didn't move. The 5 Tae maids didn't move, and Lee Su didn't move either. Not only did she not move, but the other party was still laughing. She didn't feel the breath of the magic weapon, nor did she feel the power of confinement. The other party seemed to be really standing there, waiting for her attack. This person, is he looking for death? In an instant, many thoughts emerged, but the next second, they were all cut off by her. Killing the enemy, she never had any extra emotions, thoughts. All her thoughts only served one thing, to kill the opponent. Die. With a thud, her arm directly hit Lee Su's body, and the huge arm almost covered Lee Su's head and half of his upper body. The terrible tsunami exploded, forming an incredible scene. As a celestial being, she was undoubtedly a little over the limit. Succeed. There was just a hint of smile on her face, and the next moment, it was replaced by a look of shock. Her arm stopped less than an inch in front of Lee Su, and was blocked by a layer of immortal power. No matter how powerful and terrifying her power was, that layer of immortal power was like a mountain, a world, and a universe. Not to mention breaking through, there was not even a vibration. It lasted for several minutes, until she was exhausted. She was not able to shake even a little. Staring at Lee Su in disbelief, the woman looked at Lee Su in horror. You. Lee Su smiled softly. Why, is this month's attack over? Chapter 508 Arrival at Uago Mountain. the Taoist of Jijiao, Yang Jian. The witch cultivator who had recovered from her injuries and changed her clothes kept looking at Li Su, who had blocked her attack with only her immortal power. As a celestial being, she lost the variety of Taoist magic because of the witch clan's magic she practiced, but she concentrated all her power on her body. The witchcraft she learned originated from Gong, one of the ancient great witches and the inheritance of the 12 witch clans. Because she was not a congenital creature, she lost the ability to control water externally and could not control all the water veins in the world like Gong. But on the contrary, she practiced the power of her body with all her heart, and her body had turned into a vast ocean. With every move she made, the ocean in her body would vibrate. That power was not only terrible, but also had the characteristics of water, which would form layers of impact. The stronger the resistance, the greater the vibration, and the higher the power of the explosion. It can be said that, if she is given enough time to accumulate, she can even launch a terrible attack that even Zhuangzi has to avoid. She can cut off the continent with one punch and shatter the mountains and rivers with one collision. However, such an attack, when it hit Li Su's body, did not cause any ripples. She stepped back a few steps with a look of shock on her face. This was definitely the first time that she encountered such a terrible opponent in the same realm. It was like an extremely huge peak that there was no way to cross it. Recalling the feeling at the moment of collision, she was trembling and shocked. Without contact, she could never understand how heavy and terrible the opponent's immortal power was. That feeling was like an ant pushing a star. It was no longer a matter of hard work, but even if she gave it endless time, she would never be able to shake the opponent in the slightest. That kind of desperate distance was even more desperate than when she faced Tai, who captured her at the beginning. Staring at her, drinking the tea brewed by Han Jin herself, Li Su squinted her eyes, felt the gaze behind her, and said nothing. The so-called bet was just a deliberate attempt by him to see the other party's strength and power. The result made Li Su very happy. Although she was not Zhu Chahu, she was obviously related to Zhu Chahu. The Buddhist magic power that the other party initially displayed was very familiar to Li Su. It was the Amitabha Sutra. At the beginning, Li Su passed it to Zhu Chahu to stabilize the other party's soul and allow him to continue to advance. Because the family contract was broken, Li Su specifically passed the chapter she practiced to the other party to avoid problems in the later realm. Now it appeared on this woman. It is obvious that she had contact with Zhu Chahu and received the inheritance. The relationship between the two should be very close. That is, once she knew that the other party was here, Sister Zhu should find a way to come over and save people. I don't know if Sister Zhu, Teacher Yiren, Shen and others met. It would be great if they met together. The dragon boat kept moving forward. No accidents happened this time. After all, Li Su's identity had been exposed, and there were really few people who came to provoke him at this time. In less than 3 days, Huaguo Mountain was already in sight. As expected of Monkey King's dojo, it looks extraordinary from afar. It is a huge mountain that towers into the sky. The surrounding is full of fairy air and spiritual energy. There are countless exotic flowers and plants growing inside. Even from a distance, you can see the Taoist rhyme flowing on them, forming a series of beautiful scenery. Inheriting the characteristics of the East region, the plants in Huaguo Mountain are very large, and giant trees of dozens of feet and hundreds of feet can be seen everywhere. Occasionally, there are flying birds and beasts passing by. There is no doubt that their bodies are very large. They are about the same size as sparrows, and they are 10 meters wide under their wings, which is amazing. Occasionally, a fat figure flashes by. It is a rabbit, which is about the size of a house. The ship quickly docked. It was a huge dock with more than 100 docked ships. Not only that, there are also cloud palaces floating in the void, with a number of nearly 20. Outside the dock is a big city with extremely high walls, almost 100 feet, and extremely majestic. The walls are engraved with Taoist patterns, forming one word after another. There are a total of 128,000, some of which are written by saints, but more are written by Daluo. This is Kishan City, named after the owner of Huaguo Mountain, and was named and built by the Lord of Heaven himself. The stone used to build the city was formed from a corner cut off from the top of Huaguo Mountain. The diameter of the stone alone is 100 miles. It is rumored that this stone is the place where the great sage practiced after he became a Taoist. It has withstood the terrible fighting spirit of the great sage. Its hardness is 10,000 times that of steel. Even if it is said to be the Dalo realm, it is difficult to shake. Only saints can refine it. Obviously, after the journey to the west, Monkey King broke through and crossed the realm of Tai to achieve Dalo. No, even higher, close to the level of the saint. This city is very special. Although it exists in reality, it distorts space and can prevent the unique phenomena of the eastern region from approaching. The moment he got off the boat, Lee Su felt it for the first time. This place is unusual and has an amazing hardness. It would be very troublesome for him to destroy it with his immortal power. Therefore, Kishan City has a very famous activity. In the center, there is a huge stone tablet 100 feet high. All practitioners are welcome to challenge it. Use your own magical power to attack the stone tablet to thoroughly test your own strength. If you meet the standard, you can get stones from Huaguo Mountain as a reward. Although they are called stones, in fact, they have long exceeded that concept. They are extremely magical. Even the most ordinary ones can be used as materials for refining top-level magic weapons, and the top ones can be used as carriers of the Celestial Palace. That level of stone, even if it is only the size of a palm, is almost worth 1,000,000 red gold. It has the rime of the great sage, which can improve the effect of the heavenly palace furnace. It is extremely expensive. Therefore, it is called the great sage stone by the people here. In addition, there are two magical objects in Huaguo Mountain. One is naturally the Panteo fruit tree, which was originally a thing of the heavenly palace. In ancient times, the great sage once obtained a large number of Panteo fruit cores and planted them on Huaguo Mountain. After a long time, it has become a forest. Every 100 years, many are taken out for sale, and often one can be sold at a shocking price. As for the last part, it is the inheritance of the great sage. On the other side of the flower fruit mountain, there is an extremely huge canyon, very deep and large. If the distance is offset a little, the flower fruit mountain would probably be split into two. Even so, 1/3 of the huge mountain range was still cut down. It is said that this canyon was chopped by the great sage with the divine iron in his hand, and there was also a blow of anger. The canyon is still full of huge murderous intent and no vitality. Even the Dalo realm cannot stain it. Once you enter it, you will have strange visions in your heart and your heart will be cut open by a blow. Lee Su led people directly into the city. He did not go to the famous places in the flower fruit mountain, but went straight to the restaurant that he had agreed with Shen Shen, the monkey restaurant. To be honest, if Lee Su himself did not carry the cause and effect of the GGO, and was a disciple of the saint, he would probably not come. If he had not achieved the realm of immortals, he would directly retreat to practice, and wait until the heavenly immortal is perfect, and solve the problem at the entrance to the mythical world, before talking about other things. The monkey restaurant is not difficult to find. It is a well-known place in Huaguo Mountain. It is near the foot of Huaguo Mountain. The monkey clan of Huaguo Mountain runs the restaurant. Although the great sage has no descendants, his clan has inherited the legacy. He is a very large force in Huaguo Mountain. Although he belongs to the demon clan, he has not joined the demon court. He has a deep relationship with the heavenly court, and has some relationship with the Buddhist sect. Every 100 years, the monkey clan will go to the west, to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. The restaurant is not very big. There is only one old monkey, and one little monkey running it. There are many wine jars inside, dozens of them. The materials of these jars are very unusual. They are taken from Huaguo Mountain. They are the great sage stone that can be used to refine magic weapons. There is a strange light flowing, which is very extraordinary and extremely precious. Especially behind the old monkey, the smallest wine jar less than half a meter high is very rough, and has not been polished at all. It maintains its original shape. That is the great sage stone, a top-level divine stone that can be used as a carrier of the immortal palace, and improve the effect of the immortal palace furnace. Most palms are worth millions of red gold. How much is this half-meter high? The bigger the great saint stone is, the better the effect will be. This one is worth at least hundreds of millions. But now it is placed on the counter of the restaurant as a container for wine. Of course, the wine inside is also very special, because the material used for brewing is peaches, and eating one can make you live thousands of years longer. There is no doubt that this behavior is like a bank opening the vault and placing the billions of money inside in front of everyone. Lee Soo, who came over, couldn't help but be shocked for a while. He wanted to rob, but the temptation was too strong. He could close the mountain once and live a fairy life from then on, and he would not worry about food and drink for 8 lifetimes. However, after taking a look at the situation inside, he quickly restrained this idea. It looks like the old monkey of the shopkeeper inside, that is Taluo, and the little monkey is also not ordinary. It is actually the Tai realm, and the little monkey has a strong breath. Looking at the other party, Lee Soo inexplicably feels like looking at a smaller version of Monkey Brother. He once saw Monkey Brother in Wazhuang Temple, and this little monkey looks very similar. As this thought came to mind, Lee Soo couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Isn't this the descendant of Monkey King? It's really too similar. The facial features are almost exactly the same, especially its breath, which has the unique smell of Monkey King. As we all know, Monkey King is not a real monkey, but a stone monkey transformed from a 5-colored magic stone, so his smell is very special. Like an innate creature, he has no body odor, but a natural fragrance. This little monkey has that smell. Monkey King in Journey to the West doesn't have a love story. The one who has a love story is Zizunbeo, right? Just when Lee Soo was extremely shocked and confused, he suddenly found that the ribbons hanging on the little monkey were very unusual, with immortal power, and the realm of his breath was not low. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Immortal power. 7. Mashaka? Lee Soo was stunned and couldn't help but widen his eyes. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Monkey King, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Not only did he steal peaches from the peach garden, but he also stole people. No, I must have thought wrong. He and them only picked up one side in total, and the story revolved around the Queen Mother holding a meeting. Not that. The 7 fairies, what kind of handsome fairies have they not seen? There may be some strange ones, but they are not so curious as to develop feelings for a monkey. However, if it is true, who is this little monkey? All 7 ribbons were hanging, and Lee Soo was a little shocked. His thoughts could not help but float again and again, and he couldn't suppress them. In the restaurant, the little monkey couldn't stand it. It was really that Lee Soo's eyes were too creepy, which made it very uncomfortable. It always felt that the other party was thinking about something bad. Immediately, it screamed and said with a fierce look in its eyes, "You over there, if you look at me with that weird look again, believe it or not, I will dig your eyeballs out." Chapter 509 Great Sacred Stone Challenge. Lee Soo retracted his gaze. After all, his thoughts were indeed a bit rude. Turning his head, Lee Soo walked directly into the restaurant. He arrived 2 days earlier than the scheduled time to see if the other party had left any information. If not, he would have to stay in Kishan City for 2 days. There were quite a few people in the restaurant. The Wine and the Monkey restaurant was very popular, even if it was not the highest end. It was considered a fine wine. Drinking it had many benefits and could improve cultivation. Lee Soo led people in and immediately attracted a lot of attention. Needless to say, the 5 people including Han Jin were Tae Zhuangsen, and it was the limit. Such a being was dressed in a maid's outfit. At a guess, it can be imagined that Lee Soo's identity was very different. Not only that, there was also the witch cultivator woman. She was from the outside world. For the cultivators in the myth world, she was very attractive. Several guys were shocked, and there was a trace of extremely eager look in their eyes. They were somewhat evil and polluted. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, and obviously could not afford the evil cleansing package of the big sect. Lee Soo ignored him and went straight to the notice board. If the people here had a little bit of rationality, they should not have taken action. After all, there were 5 Tae Zhuangsens by his side. Otherwise, Lee Soo would not dare to take the woman off the boat. He attracted a lot of attention along the way. If he had not thought that taking the woman with him would attract the attention of Sister ZHU and others, Lee Soo would not have done so. It was too eye-catching. He walked directly to the message board. Shin Chen said that if he came, he would leave a message on the message board of the monkey restaurant. He glanced at it and did not see the agreed sign. Obviously, the other party had not arrived yet. It was estimated that he would have to wait for a while. Dao, what you brought is an alien blood food, right? I have a message here. How about exchanging it with you? Not too much, just a pound of blood and flesh. A man walked forward with heavy breathing, staring at the witch cultivator woman with saliva at the corners of his mouth. Hearing his words, the witch cultivator woman's eyes were cold. No one likes this kind of look of being treated as food. I thought that with Tai around, no one would dare to move, even if they had the idea. Lee Su looked at the other party in surprise. When he met his eyes, he knew that he had made some mistakes. For people with evil nature, instinctive desire will overwhelm thinking ability, which is called dementia. Although he was the only one who dared to step forward, there were many people in the restaurant who were eyeing him covetously, and there were undoubtedly more people like him outside the hotel, following a bunch of people. Lee Su thought about it, and he raised his palm, and a drop of immortal power emerged. Not much, just one drop. Gold, with a brilliant color, carrying an extremely heavy pressure, like a mountain. In an instant, with the immortal power as the center, 1,000 meters around felt a huge pressure, and was suppressed by Lee Su's immortal power. The face of the person who spoke suddenly changed. The fear of death overwhelmed the desire for flesh and blood on the spot, and he woke up directly. He wanted to speak, wanted to ask for a detour, but his legs were weak. Although he couldn't blame the other party entirely, Lee Su himself was also responsible, but in order to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, he had to stay for 2 whole days. How could he bear it if such people came every day? With a flick of his finger, that drop of immortal power rushed directly towards the other party. An unprecedented feeling of suffocation suddenly pressed on the man's heart. No, it was not a feeling, it was reality. That drop of immortal power crushed the space and twisted it. I will die. In an instant, the faces of the immortals and golden elixir cultivators in the restaurant turned pale and panicked. Not only was that drop of immortal power scary enough, but their proud lifelong cultivation seemed so worthless in front of that drop of immortal power. Their hearts of Taoism collapsed. At this moment, a thin arm stretched out and firmly grasped Lee Su's immortal power. It was the little monkey who looked like Monkey King in the 5th level. It blocked Lee Su's drop of immortal power. At this moment, its monkey face was a little solemn. Although its body is small, it does not mean that it is young. In fact, it has lived for many years and is more than 2,000 years old. Of course, at this age, it is not yet fully adult in the spirit monkey clan, but it basically understands everything it should understand. This person is very strong. It is a Tai monkey, and it is not an ordinary Tai monkey. It is the undisputed first Tai monkey in the clan, and it is invincible in the same realm. As a result, when it took Lee Su's immortal power with its bare hands, the first layer of its world power was actually shaken. Although the opponent's immortal power is not much, it is extremely pure, and the structure is powerful and terrifying, giving it the feeling of facing Yang Zhuangkang. This is terrible. Yang Zhuangkang. Who is that? The first Zhuangsan in the mythological world, invincible, has a record of killing Daluo, and not just one of those. Taking a breath, he spoke in a childish voice. Monkey restaurant, prohibit fighting. Lee Su glanced at the other party. It was not only a Tai monkey, but also a mythological monkey. The footwork is quite extraordinary. Smiling, Lee Su didn't say much, and prepared to leave and come back in 2 days. I heard that the Taoist of Jigio took a boat to the east with 5 Tai maids. It should be you, right? At this time, the old monkey with half-closed eyes in the monkey restaurant suddenly spoke. It opened its eyes and looked at Lee Su. Lee Su paused, but did not deny it. He said directly, "It's me, no doubt. I wonder what advice you have for me, senior." Jigio Daozi? Instantly, many people took a breath of cold air. Although they knew that Lee Su's identity was extraordinary, he should be a disciple of a big sect, and he was also a very high-ranking one with a powerful ancestor. But obviously they didn't expect that he was actually Jigio Daozi. Not long ago, the creatures of the world had felt it, all transmitted by the power of the saints, but at that time it was only a golden elixir. Although the pressure was great, it was definitely not as suffocating and desperate as it is now. He has advanced, and there is no doubt that he is even more terrifying, far beyond imagination. Several Taai in the restaurant have felt the pressure. He has just broken through, but he is already so terrifying. If he is given time and allowed to continue to polish, what will it be like when he reaches the perfection of the celestial immortal? The old monkey smiled. Although it was a Daluo, it did not hold itself up. It was estimated that there were not many Daluo who dared to hold themselves up in front of Li Su. Unlike others, they knew very well that the one in front of them was not just a Daozi, but a Daozi who inherited the teaching. The leaders below the saints might not be out of line for the GGO. They would not care about the situation within the rules, but if it exceeded the rules, you can try. The old monkey said directly, I wonder if your highness Daozi is interested in participating in the Great Saint Stone Challenge in Kishan City? This challenge is divided into two. The first one is the center of Kishan City. Of course, that is naturally not difficult or attractive to Daozi. However, after passing that, you can go to Huaguo Mountain and participate in another challenge that is only open to the true Shingo in the myth world, above the myth. If you can leave your name on it, you can not only get the 10,000 year monkey wine as a reward, but also get the guest token of the spirit monkey clan, and the qualification to go to the Great Saint Gorge for enlightenment. I wonder if your excellency Daozi is interested? 2 challenges? And you can go to the Great Saint Gorge. The other party should be talking about the canyon behind the Flower Fruit Mountain, where Monkey Brother cut off 1/3 of the Flower Fruit Mountain, right? Is it still open to the public? Suddenly, Li Su became interested. He didn't care much about the simple Great Saint Stone. But the 10,000 years monkey wine and the Great Saint Gorge were undoubtedly quite attractive to him. There were just 2 days left, so it should be in time for a trip. Li Su thought about it, nodded and said, thank you for your reminder senior. I will go and take a look. The old monkey smiled, closed his eyes again, and began to doze off. After leaving the monkey restaurant with Han Jin and the others, Li Su did not delay, and walked straight to the center of Kishan City. Asterisk 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 The Great Saint Stone Challenge is an extremely lively and never-ending activity for Kishan City. There are people coming to challenge every day, in an endless stream. In the entire eastern region, it has a great influence. Not only is the Great Saint Stone extremely valuable, but the most important thing is that the Great Saint Stone also has a challenge list, which is also one of the few recognized strength rankings in the world. Although using strength to destroy cannot determine the ultimate height of a practitioner, at least there is a clear data reflection. Unlike the ranking list of GGO, the ranking list of the Great Saint Stone is also very authoritative, and all of them are solid evidence left by the monks who came to participate. In the center, there is an extremely huge stone tablet, which records everything from Taai to Jinden. This is undoubtedly the most exciting. Unlike the ranking list of GGO, this is a mixed list, with Taai and Jinden together. This has a lot to do with the Great Saint Stone itself. It has nothing to do with the realm, but targets the practitioner's understanding of the Tao. The higher the understanding, the higher the destructive power that can be generated. Among them, the little justice god of the heavenly court has his name on it. In fact, long before he killed Daluo, most people in the entire mythology world thought he was the first war god in the mythology world, and 1/3 of the reason was here. He left his name in the Jinden realm, and imprinted the myth of being undefeated on the stone tablet, ranking 9th on the ranking list. Of course, don't think this result is bad. In fact, on the entire stone tablet, the top 100 are all Taai realm, and those who left their names are all disciples of the great sects of the past generations, all above the mythology, deeply involved, and invincible in that era. Especially the 8 before Yang Zuankang, each of them is an existence that dominates an era. Above them is the first person to break the limit of 10 fires and enter the myth. There is the first person involved in 13 fires. There is the first person who feels the existence of the 14 fire realm, breaks through, and is the first to create the record of Taai killing Daluo. And there is also a person who believes that 14 is not the limit, and there should be more above. There is no doubt that each of these 8 people is in units of 10,000 years. before they achieve Aluo and disappear from the public eye, they are recognized as invincible. Therefore, Yang Zuan Khan can be ranked 9th in the Jiandan realm, which undoubtedly composes an unprecedented myth history, because the first 8 people, who can be in the current position, have challenged again, after passing the Tai realm. Only Yang Zuan Khan, who left his name in the Jiandan, has not come here. At this moment, there are many people in the center, and there are tens of thousands of people in the periphery alone. There are some casual cultivators, but more are undoubtedly the forces of the East region. Not to mention the lower and middle regions, the upper region has a lot of strength. Among them, the most eye-catching are undoubtedly the people of the 4 sects that occupy the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest corners respectively. They are Xingxiao, Xianyao, Yudao, and Shanai. These 4 families, each occupying a territory, are very different from other forces around them, and have attracted the attention of many people. This is not only because they are the top forces in the upper domain, but also because they have huge connections behind them. Xianting, Yaoting, Dongchenjiao, and Renjiao. That's right, the people of the 4 sects are backed by a big sect, which is the symbol of the eastern region. Among them, there are real dragons or ancient beasts of the same level in the camps of Xingxiao and Xianyao. It can be said that they are tit for tat and incompatible. The direction of the camp is not southeast, northwest, but southeast and northeast, because both Xianting and Yaoting claim to be orthodox and refuse to give in to each other. In the end, there was a stalemate, and the east was empty, each occupying the southeast and northeast corners. At this moment, there is still an endless stream of people challenging the center. More than 1,000 people have gone up in half a day. The people of the 4 sects don't care too much about this. No, it should be said that they are not interested. As the top power in the upper domain, they are extremely powerful. 8 or 9 fires can only be regarded as elites, not core, not to mention that the leader is a 10 fire limit TIE. In their eyes, there is no doubt that they really look down on the challenge of this casual cultivator. Too weak. Too weak. Dare to challenge, not to mention to create cracks, at least be able to shake the central stone tablet, but more than 1,000 people, the strongest can only make the central stone flow out 4.5 layers of brilliance. The one who made such an attack was a 7 fire golden elixir, which is not boring, and I'm crazy complaining in my heart. The Great Saint Stone, affected by the Great Saint's Deo Rhyme, has its Deo Rhyme flowing on it. Each layer of brilliance corresponds to a fire realm. Under normal circumstances, the 7 fire golden pill should have 7 layers of brilliance, which is considered perfect, and has the attack power of the real 7 fire golden pill. The 7 fires dealt 4.5 fires of damage, which can be imagined that the other party's cultivation of the Great Deo is not too low, but not offline. People can't help but want to complain. How did he do it? Of course, it's not surprising. The person who took action was a casual cultivator. Most casual cultivators are basically at this level. Although his performance was average, 1 or 2 middle domain forces and many lower domain forces still contacted him and asked if he was interested in joining. In this regard, although he was a 7 fire, the man was still quite flattered. If you are not a casual cultivator, you will never know how painful it is to be alone. A simple problem in the realm of cultivation can trouble them for countless years. Not long after, the 7 fire joined a middle domain force. The conditions offered by the other party were not bad, which made him ecstatic. Today, that's about it. No harvest, no harvest. Even if there is a powerful one to challenge, at least it won't be so boring. Across the air, several families chatted. Didn't your family produce a lot of 10 fire little demons recently? How about letting them come over and try? It can relieve boredom. With the words of the leader of the Southeast Divine Sky Sect, the faces of the people in the Northeastern Demon Court sank, and the atmosphere suddenly became cold. The forces of Dongchen Sect and Rinjio looked at each other and said nothing. It was normal for the two families to be at odds. Apart from other things, there was no possibility of reconciliation simply because it involved the orthodoxy. That was a dispute over the orthodoxy. If there were no major problems in the mythology world itself, and the saints were not focusing on it, the two families would not have sat down facing each other, and would have fought each other to the point of bloodshed. They were chatting casually, and suddenly, the four people were startled and heard a voice. The Taoist of GGO is about to come over to challenge, so let other challengers stop temporarily and prepare. In an instant, the four people were shocked at the same time, and even if they were at the Tai realm, they couldn't help but jump up from their seats. The Taoist of GGO has been a hot topic recently. It is rumored that he has a relationship with the Saint of GGO, and he even personally went down to fight for him. Without thinking, they waved their hands and asked people to clear the field. One of the purposes of being arranged here is undoubtedly to pick up leaks and see if there are any guys with a low realm but terrible understanding. Of course, it is difficult to find a chance, but no one gave up. The main reason is that Shanai sect had found a big chance tens of thousands of years ago. They found the third great saint Steely. You should know that people from other forces were also present at that time, but the strongest was only a celestial being, so they didn't notice the abnormality. As a result, Tai from Shanai found it and took it away. As you can imagine, the Great Saint Stone Challenge has become a place that the top forces in the upper domain must guard, and it has become a place for casual cultivators to leap over the Dragon Gate. Go and notify Daogsun and ask him to come and challenge when the Taoist of GGO arrives and provide a good reception. Tai from Udao sect was stunned for a moment. Daogsun? That is the Taoist of Dangchen sect. His strength is still above Huangji, above the myth, and he is also in the celestial immortal stage. He just finished his retreat from Dangchen sect recently and is now recuperating, enjoying, in Kishan City. Unexpectedly, he was arranged directly. Tai was not surprised by this. It is well known that the Chan sect and GGO are not in harmony. The meaning should be two aspects. One is to raise the lower limit. With the achievements of the Chan sect, your G sect cannot be too bad, otherwise it will be very difficult in the future, and the saint will lose face. Another lower limit is raised, and its upper limit can be guessed naturally. This is to test the strength of the G sect's Taoist disciples, and if possible, let G sect lose face. After all, although Daogsun is above the myth of the Eastern Chan sect, he is not the strongest celestial being. There are still people above him. Yes. Tai nodded and responded directly, asking people to continue to deal with it. He directly felt where his own Taoist disciples were. After a moment, his mouth twitched, and he flew over quickly. Soon, the challenge center was directly cleared out. This is a very routine operation, and it is also another task for them to be placed here, in addition to picking up leaks. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say so, it is the fact. When the disciples of the big sect come to challenge, you can't let them queue up, right? After a while, Tai from the Imperial Dao sect came back, holding a disheveled young man with a lot of rouge on his face. He lived a comfortable life. He was a celestial being, but his face was a little pale. Facing this scene, the Tai from the other three sects couldn't help but frown. Although cultivating immortals didn't necessarily require a pure heart and few desires, there were really few people who could do this. Was this guy really a disciple of the Chan sect? Was he not a crooked Buddhist, a happy Zen sect? Was he reliable? What are you doing? What are you doing? Daogsun was very unhappy. He was sighing about life with a young lady. He had already picked up his gun and mounted his horse, but he was caught. He had spent a lot of effort for this day, breaking the racial barrier between humans and the spirit snake clan, and letting them feel his sincerity. Tai from the Imperial Dao sect couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He took a breath and directly spoke the voice transmission in his mind in the tone of Daluo who was conveying it to him. Little beast, you are going to lose this time. If you fail to become a Daluo, you will die on the cliff of seeking the Tao. Daogsun was startled and woke up instantly, completely awake. Shit, master? Question mark? Chapter 510, The Challenge of the Taoist. There are quite a lot of people, but why no one challenges? He brought Hanjin and others to the center of Kishan City, where the Great Saint Stone Challenge was held. There were undoubtedly a lot of people. He did not rush to challenge, but took a few women into an inn and asked for a room with a better view, where he could directly see the Great Saint Monument. Your Highness, are you not going to challenge? Huang Meng ran to the windowsill, leaned out half of his body, stared at the distance, and said in confusion. Without waiting for Lee Su to answer, Huang Meng said again, "Hey, it's so strange. There are so many people, but no one challenges?" Oh. He came here and felt that there were too many people, so he planned to take a look at the situation first. Moreover, it would be no problem for them to challenge alone, but with Zhang Yan around, if he just walked in, it would be bad if he appeared in the situation with the monkey restaurant. Although some people retreated after being deterred, there were still some people who followed. If someone couldn't help but take advantage of the chaos to attack, although it could be solved, it would be better to avoid such trouble. However, when he got to the inn, he found that, although there were many people in front of the Great Saint Stone, no one went up to challenge it. There was a vacuum in front of the stone. Moreover, it was strange that no one challenged it. The reactions of the people around him were undoubtedly more worrying. At this moment, almost everyone was looking in the direction of the Great Saint Stone, as if they were waiting for someone clearing the area. Is there a big shot coming to challenge him? In an instant, Lee Su couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. Have you heard? A Daoist is coming to challenge. I heard a Daoist is challenging. The last time was several decades ago, right? No, it was a full 100 years ago. The Daoist of a great sect is not an ordinary person like those outside. The manpower and material resources consumed in training one are beyond imagination. Resources are not the only thing. The real problem is talent. People who can become Daoists of a great sect can almost be said to be 1 in 100 years, not 1 in a million. You newcomers, you are in for a treat. The sight of a Daoist challenging the Great Saint Stone is not common. Take a good look at how terrifying those beings who reign at the top of the cultivators are. You can see the scene of the stone shattering. Shattering? Yes, it's the scene of the Great Saint Stone in the center completely collapsing. Hiss. You mean the whole thing collapsed? Someone showed a look of horror on his face. That was the Great Saint Stone. It was not easy to even see a corner of it collapse. At most, it would be amazing if there were a few cracks. At this point, the big forces in the upper domain would personally come out to invite them. Let the entire Great Saint Stone collapse completely? It is totally unimaginable. 99% of the people here have tried it. Therefore, they know best how solid the Great Saint Stone is. Even if they use all their strength, the result is only to activate a few layers of Huaguang, and they cannot trigger more scenes. Yes, the Great Saint Stone, which is 10 feet wide and 10 feet high, has completely collapsed. Open your eyes wide. This is a rare wonder. It will produce something beyond imagination. It seems that those who have seen the Taoist take action can't help but sigh. The light that blooms can be seen by the whole Kishan city. It will form a huge ocean of spiritual energy. All the Tao rhymes will submit to the power of the Taoist of the great sect, so that you can completely understand the meaning of the word peerless. Know how high the sky is, how wide the earth is, and how big the gap between people is. Listening to the discussion of the monks, many newcomers couldn't help but take a deep breath. One by one, they widened their eyes and stared at the direction of the Great Saint Stone, waiting for the Taoist of the great sect to end, presenting a rare scene in 100 years. Hey, how did they know that His Highness was going to challenge? Although the voices of these discussions were not loud, they obviously could not escape Huang Meng's ears. As a Tai realm, the ultimate 10 fire celestial immortal, although she was full of the flavor of a younger sister, if ordinary people really treated her as a younger sister, they would definitely be beaten by her. I guess it's not me. Lee Su glanced at the great sage's stone tablet. There was a person standing there, next to the Tai realm. His expression was very, well, a face of kidney deficiency, but there was no doubt that his avenue was real, like a huge pillar of fire. Even if it was several hundred meters away, it could still be felt that there was a terrible arrogance bursting out. Although he was only a celestial immortal and his strength was not as good as the Tai next to him, in terms of the avenue, he was undoubtedly better than that Tai. This feeling was above the myth. Interesting. Lee Su's eyes flashed. When he was at the monkey restaurant, the moment his identity was exposed, the eyes of several people changed, and after he left, they all transmitted their voices and reported. Now, the area in front of the Great Saint Stone was suddenly cleared, and there were disciples from other great sects preparing to leave. It was too much of a coincidence. Could it be arranged? Your Highness, it's the Taoist of Dangchen. Han Jin suddenly spoke. She also saw a distinct aura different from others, and it was obviously in existence above the myth. That's Daoxun, who broke through the golden core 1200 years ago and achieved the celestial realm. This person left a lot of achievements during the golden core myth, but after entering the celestial realm, he has been in seclusion at the headquarters of the Dangchen sect, and there is no more information. Han Jin frowned slightly, and the other four women's faces were not good either. In an instant, Li Su realized the relationship between the Ji sect and the Chan sect again. As expected, it was deliberately arranged. Is that the Taoist of Chan sect? His aura is not bad. Not far from the Great Saint Stone, Daoxun also felt that the aura of the myth is very different from that of ordinary people. There is a big difference between crossing and not crossing, and that feeling is best felt by the myth. Daoxun discovered it almost as soon as Li Su arrived at the scene. Although he still looked depressed at this moment, there was no doubt that there was light flashing in the depths of his eyes. The heavenly palace in his body was shaking, and there was an extremely huge star below, shining and radiating. Although he was not very interested in the grievances between the Jigyo and the Changyo, his teacher had spoken, and this was no small matter. As Daoxun, who grew up with his teacher, he understood his teacher's character best. Usually, he didn't care much about people, and basically let them do whatever they wanted, but when he said something, there was no doubt that he would really do it. In order not to bring bad luck to himself, he could only make the other party unlucky. Has the new Great Saint Stone been transported? It has already started to be transported, and it will be delivered soon. Daoxun nodded, turned his head directly, and looked at Li Su's position without any concealment, and his eyes met Li Su's directly. Junior brother of the Jigyo, it's just right. Why don't we challenge together? His voice was not loud, but the moment it sounded, it directly overwhelmed all the sounds around him, and was transmitted to everyone's ears clearly. Of course, including Li Su's ears. In an instant, all the discussions in the center of Kishan City were over. Many people stared wide-eyed, and could not help but gasp. Because after the saints set the new rules, the competition between the major sects has decreased a lot, and more of them are in unknown places. For example, the Heavenly Court and the Demonic Court, such as the Chan sect and the Ji sect. This challenge is not only about the fate of Daozi, but also involves the competition between the two sects. Oh my god, oh my god. This time, there will be a good show to watch. Boom, boom, boom. Just when everyone was extremely shocked, the sky was making a sound, and two black spots suddenly appeared above the zenith and slowly fell down. The more they fell, the bigger they became. When they arrived above Kishan City, many people stared wide-eyed. It was the Great Saint Stone, and it was a huge stone that was 10 times larger than the Great Saint Stone they normally challenged. It was carried by Tai himself, slowly descended, and was placed in the center of Kishan City. My god, it's so big. You know, the bigger the Great Saint Stone is, the more obvious the rules are, and the more complete the Great Saint power contained in it is, the stronger it will be, and the harder it will be to destroy. It is 100 feet long and wide, and its hardness alone is probably no easier than breaking a continent. Shocked and even more shocked, many people took a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but clench their fists tightly, their hearts shaking. It feels like a miracle that they will never forget in their lives will happen next. It's really coming for me. In the end, Li Su sighed, but when he saw the angry expressions of Han Jin and the other girls, he nodded his head. There was no way to hide. Okay, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Slowly standing up, Li Su said lightly, Han Jin, you stay here. I'll go meet this Taoist. One step, walked out of the inn, and stepped on the void. Boom. With a loud noise, Li Su's foot not only stepped on the void, but also stepped on everyone's heart. Boom. 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 One step, and another step. As if someone was grabbing their hearts, Li Su stepped on everyone's mind and breath. Senior brother invites me, how dare I refuse? Chapter 511 Junior brother, I'm sorry for showing off. Even Tai couldn't help but change his expression. So strong. Not in terms of realm, but in terms of mastery of the Tao. Just walking, it seemed as if he had stepped into everyone's heart. This rhythm was terrifying. For ordinary Xiangxin and Jiandan, let alone fighting, just being trampled on in the mind again and again was enough to make them collapse, and their Tao hearts were crushed. This skill was actually not difficult, and Tai realm could basically do it. Relying on one's own realm and strength, it could easily produce such an effect. However, the opponent was not a Zhuangxin, but a Xiangxin. He did not have the great power and foundation of the Tai realm, and relied only on his own understanding and mastery of the Tao. It was quite difficult for Tai to do such a thing, just by relying on his understanding of the Tao, and he did it in such a light-hearted way. Interesting. Daoxin's eyes flashed, looking at Li Su, who was slowly walking from the void, with a solemn look on his somewhat weak face. He had naturally heard of the name of Jigio Daozi. When he was in the Jiandan realm, he killed the 18th on the Jiandan myth list in seconds, and was directly ranked first. This alone is enough to explain a lot of things. His myth road must have gone a long way. Of course, Daoxin didn't care too much, because the Jiandan myth is completely different from the celestial immortal myth. The Jiandan only gives the celestial immortal realm a higher starting point. It doesn't mean that the Jiandan is invincible, and the celestial immortal realm can also be directly invincible. Celestial immortal is the starting point of the immortals. In a sense, it can be said to be another beginning, a new starting point. Daoxin, who entered the perfect celestial immortal realm 1,000 years ago, understood this best. The 1,000 years of time were not in vain, nor was he unable to break through Tai. In fact, he had already felt the Tai realm. As long as he wanted, he could break through at any time. No, he was just accumulating and constantly improving the upper limit of his own celestial immortal. Celestial immortals can also break the limit. The way to break the limit is after perfection, when the star cultivation is successful, and practice the great Dao. After a long 1,000 years, Daoxin has walked a lot on this road, opened up and built a long road, involving his own foundation, and his strength is incomparable to that, when he just reached the perfection of the celestial immortal. Now, under the blessing of the great Dao, the power of the complete world force that he bursts out has increased by 3 times. There is no doubt that he has broken the limit. Under this superposition, even if he faces the 6th realm 10 fire Zhuangxin, he can kill it with one blow. Although Zhuangxin is undoubtedly higher in quantity, the difference in quality is undoubtedly overwhelming. No wonder the master let him go. After all, the gap between the 1,000 years of the perfect myth of the celestial immortal and the just stepping into the celestial immortal is very large. Even if he saw the opponent's power, he was still confident that he could kill the opponent instantly. Now, by comparing with the Great Saint Stone, the gap between the two has been slightly reduced. Although it is not smooth, at least they can compete on the same stage more or less. That stinky old man is really a person who looks cold and deserted at ordinary times, as if he doesn't care about anything. Nothing can stay in his heart, just pursuing the great Dao with one heart. It seems that the rumors are true. This old man had a grudge with Jigio when he was young, and now he is planning to take revenge. This seemingly fair situation is actually not fair at all. Daoxin has too many advantages. If he loses, he can really find a piece of tofu to hit himself to death. Master is really something. Isn't it just bullying a kid? He even sent someone to scare him. It's too much. This kind of competition is simply too simple. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With the appearance of Li Su, the center of Kishan City has undoubtedly become the focus. There were already tens of thousands of people on the scene, and more people came. Some heard the conversation between the Taoists of the 2 sects, some saw the terrible Great Saint Stone falling from the sky and were attracted, and some received notifications from friends in the room, hurriedly finished what they were doing, and ran over. In short, the entire Kishan City, as long as they are practitioners, are rushing here. More and more people came, and gradually the empty square could not stand, and the streets on both sides were full of people. Soon, some people flew directly to the roof, and the more powerful ones even stood in the sky and looked directly from afar. I don't want to miss this rare conflict between the disciples of the great sects. Not only do the disciples of the 2 sects represent the peak of their realms, they can see the scenery beyond their understanding. More importantly, in such a conflict, it is unlikely that the disciples of the 2 sects will hold back, so they can explore the depth. At this moment, even as a third party, Zhang Yang couldn't help but walk to the windowsill and look at the center. She personally experienced Li Su's strength once, but that attempt to detect was only her own maximum height. She could only feel that Li Su was extremely powerful, but she didn't know how strong he was. She was also a genius. Except for a few of her own people, she was undoubtedly the strongest. When she was captured, the opponent was only captured by Tai himself. Therefore, she felt that the cultivators in the myth world were just like this. However, with the appearance of Li Su and others, this feeling was completely broken, and she realized that the truly terrible existence in the myth world had no end at all. What she saw was only the most superficial and peripheral things in the myth world. Let me see how strong the so-called disciples of the great sect are. She will observe carefully, then record the information, and pass it back to let other people in the organization know. Unfortunately, the environment of the myth world is too unfriendly to outsiders. Otherwise, with the strength of the teachers, they can definitely stand at the top of the myth world and be invincible in the same realm. Even the so-called Daozi can be no less capable. Although she couldn't kill the Zhuangxin, the teachers did. As long as the specific strength of the other party is provided back, it can at least serve as a warning. Asterisk 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 interesting, the competition between the Daozi of Jijio and the Daozi of Qingjio. Why don't we join in the fun? On the Dang Lane in Kishan City, sensing the movement of the Great Saint Stone, someone in the Xianzi room laughed. He had a rebellious look in his eyes and a very powerful aura. He had dark green scales on his body, but he was not a real dragon. He sat there with an extremely terrifying aura, like a terrifying beast lurking. Daoxun, I didn't expect him to be in Kishan City. Should we invite him as well? This person is not bad. He had already reached the perfection of the celestial being 1,000 years ago, but he never made a breakthrough. Now he should have entered a very deep stage in the Great Dao. Another person spoke up. He had a clear and upright aura, lightning flashed in his pupils, and there were wonders interweaving on his body. Although he did not have the fierce aura of the black-scaled man, he was not much less powerful, with supreme pressure and magnificent power. What about the Jijio Daozi? I feel that his strength is not bad either. The realm in that place is not useful. It is mainly about the understanding of the Great Dao. Someone spoke up. He was very special. He looked ordinary and had no aura at all. He seemed like an ordinary creature who had not practiced. But such a person was in such a room, bearing the terrible aura in the room, but seemed to have no feeling. He was extraordinary in himself. Let's take a look first. Huangji said that he was very strong, but he had entered the realm of the celestial being too early. These people were of extraordinary identities and had very terrible auras. If they were not covered up, they would probably be captured by Li Su and Daoxun directly. That's right. If you want to go there, you must first get the qualification to go to Dashan Gorge. By the way, where is the bald man from the Buddhist sect? He's in Dashan Gorge. He will come over when he is ready to go. The people in the room were very unusual. The most obvious thing was that they had undoubtedly broken the first level of the Dashing Stone Challenge in Kishan City and obtained the qualification to go to Dashan Gorge. They did not talk anymore. They planned to see the quality of the two and whether they were qualified to join their side. For a time, tens of thousands of practitioners focused their eyes on the two sects, watching them without blinking, for fear that they would miss the wonderful scene. Asterisk 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 junior brother, I will go first. Daoxun said directly with a smile on his face. Although he had no resentment towards Jijiro, he could only reluctantly do it because his teacher had given the order. He said it very directly. Feeling the other party's confidence, Li Su nodded. To be honest, he was a little embarrassed about this situation. After all, although he was a Jijio Taoist, he had a great cause and effect with the Qingjio. He was the last disciple of Yuking Yuan Shishianzan and carried his supreme holy way. If possible, he would have just challenged quietly, but he was put on the stove and had to come out to fight. I believe Master Yuking can understand that he was passive. Daoxun flashed directly to one of the two huge and freshly unearthed great saint stones that had just fallen. He stretched out his hand directly, and a huge shadow appeared behind him. That was his heavenly palace, with a vast star below. Junior brother of GGO, I'm sorry. It's really not that I, senior brother, want to bully you on purpose. Everything is the fault of Master's family. So, you just have to bear it for the time being and feel uncomfortable. Don't worry, it won't be too long. After all, you have just advanced to the celestial fairy. I believe the saints of GGO will understand. The thought fell, and the avenue shook. Deoxys didn't hold back, and he showed his strongest power right away, and there was no doubt that he would show himself thoroughly. Boom. With a loud bang, the stars shook, and a world was drawn out, integrated into the avenue, and cut out. This method originated from the supreme secret method of the Chan sect, which was passed down from ancient times, and was created by the power of the legendary invincible heavenly Deo saint. Deo, broken. With one finger pointing out, thousands of scenes appeared in an instant. In an instant, a short instant. The Deo of the huge Kishan city was broken. This is not an adjective, it was really cut off. In the periphery, the cultivators who were only in the realm of heavenly immortals and golden elixir trembled on the spot, as if dumplings were being cooked, and fell directly to the ground with a crackling sound, screaming like mortals. Some people broke their legs directly, and the broken bones pierced through their flesh and blood, which was extremely tragic. Some people's necks were broken on the spot, and their breath fell down instantly. They were severely injured and dying. At this scene, at this moment, countless people were horrified and showed a horrible look on their faces. Because their own Deo was cut off in a short moment. The golden elixir was not so bad, but some of the immortals could hardly help but roar in their hearts. This scene was really beyond their imagination. Not only the immortals, but also the Tei realm was inexplicably shaken at this moment. The Tei of the Udeo sect couldn't help but take a breath, and the pupils flowed with admiration and praise. As expected of the disciples of the Chan sect, this strength can also be ranked in the top 10 in the immortal realm, right? The Tei of the other sects couldn't help but be shaken. Above the myth, this is above the myth. It was just an opportunity infection. They all had a feeling that their own avenues were about to be cut off. It was really too amazing. How is it possible? Zhang Yan, who was going to feel the true power of the myth world, was directly lost at this moment, because Li Su had prepared her, but it was obviously not enough, far from enough. In an instant, her avenue was cut off. She practiced witchcraft, and walked the path of the flesh. As a result, the moment the fluctuation came over, the Gangan power in her body was actually chaotic and out of control. Although it was only a moment, it was still too terrible. Your Highness. The brows of the Hanjin women frowned. Deoxys' strength was undoubtedly somewhat unexpected. After 1,000 years of practice, he had made great progress, which was completely beyond imagination. Although everyone was extremely shocked, it was obvious that this was just the beginning. Just the beginning. The great saint stone was shaking and making a loud noise. Huaguang appeared. There were as many as 15 layers, like a torch in the night sky, bursting with shocking light. The next second, a strange scene appeared. On a huge mountain, a peerless figure was sitting cross-legged. It was wearing golden armor, holding a divine iron, and staring at the sky. There were people in the sky. No, that was an immortal, an extremely terrifying immortal. They were endless. There were drums beating and killing sounds were ringing. There were terrifying thunder dragons wandering, and there were shocking killing intentions. But everything was not as good as the majestic figure sitting on the rock. It was unruly and lonely. It clearly raised its head, but it seemed to be looking down, looking at the high god, with a monstrous fierceness bursting out. Although there were many people on the other side, his figure gave everyone a feeling of being alone against 10,000. He slowly stood up and swung the divine iron. The extremely terrifying figure was directly reflected in everyone's heart, and a trace of the ancient Taoist rhyme and aura spread to the depths of their hearts. The mind was shocked and everyone lost their minds at this moment. Boom. With a loud noise, everyone came back to their senses. But they saw that the extremely huge great saint stone was broken into pieces, turned into rubble all over the sky, and flew into the sky. Boom. 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 The spiritual energy ocean was exploding and shaking, and the terrible impact directly spread out. The clouds in the sky of 1,000 miles were blown away, and the terrible tsunami rushed for a full 10,000 miles. Silent, breathless. At this moment, everyone even forgot to breathe, just staring blankly at Deoxys in front of the Great Saint Stone, unable to say a word. Is this a celestial being? What the hell is this called a celestial being? Do you think I don't know what a celestial being looks like? Ordinary TIE can't have such strength. Countless people could not help but roar in their hearts. They were frightened by this extremely terrifying scene, and their Deo hearts were about to collapse. Deoxys smiled with satisfaction. He turned his head and looked at Lisu and said, "Junior brother, I'm sorry for showing off my skills." Lisu looked at him silently, a little speechless. Is this called showing off? No. Is this using up all the power in your body? Is it necessary? Is it necessary? Doing this? If you do this, how can I hold back? Chapter 512 Cutting Through the Void. Deoxys, not bad. One of the few people in the Dangle in who was not affected by Deoxys, and was also in the myth realm nodded. I have heard of the Deo and shattering of the Dangshan sect before, but this is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. From such a distance, I actually felt the great Deo of heaven and earth shattering, and disconnected from myself in an instant. The breakthrough level of the Deo realm is not bad, above the third realm, and meets the invitation qualifications. Who of you has his contact information? No one answered. Then go and invite him directly later. Okay. After that, several people were silent and looked at another person in the center of the field who was considered to be qualified, but after all, he had achieved the status of a celestial being too short, and it was still early for him to reach perfection. Should the requirements of the GGO Taoist be lowered? At least he must be able to cut off the Great Saint Stone and summon the Great Saint Wonders. Otherwise there is no point in inviting him. The Taoism in that place is not enough, and going there will be bad things. Yes. Asterisk 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 terrible, shocking, trembling. At this moment, there was no sound in the center of the entire Kishan city. Countless people were shocked by the Great Saint realm and the shocking blow. Looking at the spiritual tide covering thousands of miles, the huge storm formed on the sky, as if it could shatter and destroy everything. No one could speak. Above the myth, the disciples of the great sect. They have always left an indelible impression in everyone's heart. They are high above, and look down on the people below. Many people, in fact, are not very convinced in their hearts. They have ideas and jealousy. They think that, if they have the same identity as them, they can do the same things as them. But when the other party shows their strength, all the thoughts in their hearts are shattered. All the thoughts and ambitions are shattered. That feeling is no longer a young man from the countryside, who came to the city, but facing another creature of the surface. The other party is high above, only because of his identity, and his strength is also high above. He can look down on all living beings, and dominate the world. Peerless Xianjiao. At this moment, these 4 words were thoroughly interpreted. For a while, many people turned their eyes, and looked at the other person standing next to the unparalleled existence, who was called Junior Brother by him. GGO Daozi. They had naturally heard of GGO, one of the great sects in the mythology world. Although it was not very famous in the East region, it was a great sect in the West region. There were many famous great sects in the West region. The Buddhist sect, the Inner Ghost sect, and the Western Chan sect were undoubtedly top level. Now, there were names left on the Great Saint Stone Challenge Monument. As a great sect, it can be imagined that the strength would not be too weak. For a while, many people took a deep breath, with expectations in their eyes, wanting to see the demeanor of another great sect disciple. Compared with everyone's thoughts, in the end, the faces of the Hanjin women were a little solemn. This would undoubtedly be a huge challenge for His Highness. They had no doubt about their own son. In the future, he would definitely be a super peerless existence that could dominate a generation and reign supreme, just like the judicial gods in the heavenly court. Even in the realm above mythology, he was still a myth. But, it was too short. His Highness had been involved in the realm of immortals for too short a time. Too short. The stars were not perfect, let alone the great way of cultivation that could only be touched after the realm of celestial immortals was perfect. This is a huge gap formed by time and experience. Both of them are myths, which is equivalent to 2 cars moving forward at the same time. The former drove 900 kilometers first, and the latter just started. Even if the former is 200 kilometers per hour and the latter is only 40, it is still very difficult to catch up before reaching the finish line. What's more, the latter is not 40, and he has reached at least 3 realms of Taoism, 3 times that of his own Daozi. In this case, how will Lee Su perform? Hang Jin and the others can already imagine it. Of course, they will not think that their own Daozi has lost, but in this public, most people don't know the situation, so it is conceivable what will happen. And there is no doubt that people's words are scary. Once the rumor that the Daozi of Jigyo is far inferior to the Daozi of Dongchenjio spreads, it will undoubtedly be very tricky and cause unpredictable situations. For a while, several women couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Obviously, they haven't had this emotion since they achieved the Tai realm. And on the side, Zhang Yan was breathing in, constantly breathing in. The impact was too great, unimaginable, completely unimaginable. The true genius of the myth world could be so terrifying. Then, what about Lee Su? That Jigyo Daozi, who only used his immortal power to block her full strength attack. What kind of terrifying scene will he show? While she was panicking, Zhang Yan didn't know why she began to look forward to it and had hope in her heart. The soil of the myth world was too bad and too unfriendly to outsiders. Now there was finally a noble existence who did not treat them as blood food and was willing to accept them and give them shelter. Although from a standpoint, she undoubtedly hoped that both sides would be weak to death and not worth mentioning. But after seeing the terrifying disciple of another great sect, at this moment she sincerely hoped that Lee Su would not be too weak, but very strong. At least, although she didn't like Lee Su's thoughts, she had to say that the way he looked at her was clear and innocent, completely different from other people in the myth world. He really didn't treat her as blood food, but as a person. This was too rare. It can be said to be unique, because even a few maids who said that Jigyo did not eat people could not treat her completely equally. Don't lose. For some reason, Zhang Yan began to cheer for Lee Su in her heart, hoping that he could win. Asterisk 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 center. Lee Su took a deep breath, and at this moment he felt like he was being roasted on a fire rack. Of course, he also knew that, as long as he won, it would be fine. If he was just a simple Jigyo Taoist, and his master was just Shanking Xianzhen, one of the 3 pure ones, he would win without hesitation. Although it would make King Xianzhen unhappy, a person must be upright, and the first thing to take care of is the mood of Shanking teacher. But there is an obvious problem, that he is not. The 3 pure ones are all his teachers, and they all have the supreme inheritance. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a high probability that they will meet in the future. Although the 3 pure ones masters have the tradition of their own sons fighting, you really don't think they are very tolerant. In the Chinese cultural tradition, protecting your calf is just a basic operation, and it does not mean that the father will not get angry when he is cheated by his son. So, Lee Su looked at brother Deoxo and secretly took out a fragment of the small world and kept absorbing it to recover. He sighed deeply and said, "Do you mind if I try the hardness of this stone first, brother?" He was panicked. Deoxo was laughing, very happy and relaxed. He had completed the task assigned by his master. Next, he could continue to enjoy himself for a while. This deadline would not stop at least until this Jigyo disciple cleared his name. Very good. If you calculate it this way, it would take at least a few decades, or at most hundreds of years. He nodded and did not stop. At this point, everything was doomed. No matter how he tried, the result would not change. On the contrary, the more he tried, the more embarrassing it would be for the other party. Therefore, it was not surprising that he would be hated by the other party. From the moment he heard the task, he understood that from then on, he would have a destined opponent on the Jigyo side, where he had no grudges or hatred. Although he could be relieved in the short term, he would be chased in the long run. Would the person in front of him challenge him again and again? Until one day I will completely surpass him. Master, this is your real goal, right? Yes, I understand, I know. Having such an opponent to spur me on will give me a huge sense of oppression, so that I can no longer relax. But, Master, if you really want to find someone, it is better to go to the Western Chan sect to find someone. This junior brother has entered the celestial period too early, and I'm not lazy, I'm just working hard in my own way. Of course, this is the first time for junior brother. Lee Su nodded, walked up, and approached the big holy stone that belonged to him. It's really big. Walking in, looking at the huge stone that is hundreds of feet tall, there are obviously two pieces, but it still occupies less than 1/10 of this square. Obviously, it has been specially arranged. Slowly stretched out his hand, 5 fingers stretched out, and the middle finger first touched the big holy stone. Just touching it like this, it seems to be no different from ordinary stones. So, first use the fairy power to collide with it, and see what happens. Thinking of this, Lee Su took a light breath, the heavenly palace vibrated, the stars shone, and his brilliant immortal power emerged and appeared on his palms and fingertips. Boom. A loud noise like a muffled thunder exploded in diameter, and the terrible immortal power burst out. One drop was enough to cut off a mountain of 100 feet. The terrible immortal power surged and exploded at this moment, directly hitting the great saint stone. Boom. The terrible storm took shape in an instant, and the great saint stone weighing tens of thousands of tons vibrated, and was vibrated by Lee Su's power. The terrible shockwave was forming, not spreading in all directions, but rushing high, and heading straight to the sky. Boom. With a loud noise, the sky cracked. The 100 miles of dark clouds shook, and a huge crack was cut out. Hiss. In an instant, the Tai surface level cultivator took a deep breath and his expression froze. Deoxun, who was smiling, had a somewhat stiff expression at this moment, and his pupils couldn't help but spit out a dull look. At this moment, several people in the dung lane widened their eyes and showed shock on their faces. This is pure immortal power impact. Those who understand are undoubtedly shocked. The strength of this immortal power is a bit inhuman and terrible. Although it does not represent absolute strength, such terrible immortal power basically only shows one problem. The breakthrough of this Gigio in the Giant stage is very terrible. He has gone a long way and is beyond imagination. Only in this way can the magic power change qualitatively and transform into immortal power to be so terrible. Of course, those who don't understand people think that this scene is far inferior to the attack of the Changio, but it is also really terrible. For most people in the Shiangsan stage, it is still difficult to do. It feels not very good. Someone couldn't help but speak. There was no doubt that it was too bad. The Great Saint Stone didn't react at all. In an instant, many eyes looked over, and their eyes directly spit out, "Is this calf blind? No, he doesn't have eyes, right? Otherwise, how could he say such words? That is immortal power, pure immortal power. Do you know how terrible it is? This means that this Gigio Taoist doesn't even need to use any Taoist magic. He can cut off a mountain by just throwing out a drop of immortal power. Do you know what immortals have the most? Let me tell you, it's immortal power. Once you become an immortal, the immortal power is basically vast. The victory or defeat of a battle is usually based on magical powers, using the Great Dao as a blade to wipe out the opponent. That is a big consumption. Often the immortal power has not been exhausted, but the spirit is already empty. Now, Lee Su's pure immortal power has such a domineering power that ordinary immortals may not be able to withstand it. What does it mean to fight him? It means that the absolute word number advantage is invalid. This alone is enough to show how terrible he is. You can't wear him out. There is nothing else. In the 10,000-year war more than 20 years later, this is an extremely terrible killer. Sure enough, it is difficult to affect this stone without infusing the Great Dao. Lee Su licked his fingers. The Great Saint Stone was really extraordinary. Although the material was ordinary, the Dao rhyme inside was extraordinary, which made the stone divine, immortal and eternal. Pure violence could not shake the other party at all. Just like an atom that was magnified billions of times. It was not a problem of strength, but the surface. If pure immortal power wanted to shake this thing, Lee Su had to break through. At least the star core had to be perfect and form a complete world force. Lee Su smiled shyly, glanced at Deoxun and said, "Sorry, I'll try Taoism next." Deoxun nodded, but at this moment, there was an inexplicable reluctance and nervousness in his eyes. There was a thought in his mind, which became more and more uncontrollable. Is that possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He thought so. After moving his body slightly, Li Su stepped back a little and raised his hand. In an instant, immortal power emerged, and a small star appeared and took shape on his palm. Star refining body art. It is considered a common method in the myth world. Many people know about it and have worked hard to earn money to exchange it. However, most people were persuaded to give up in the giant stage. It is too difficult and the requirements for the physical body are too high. Many people complain that it is impossible to cultivate. Seeing the stars appearing on Li Su's palm, many people were shocked. These people have practiced, some succeeded, and some failed. Therefore, they saw a clue. The starlight is extremely bright. There is no doubt that the other party has not only cultivated it, but also far exceeded the surface level they have reached. Li Su raised his palm and said softly, "Star impact." This is the first move of the star refining body. Although it is a basic and the entry level, it is the simplest move. As long as you get started, you can master it. The star left Li Su's palm and flew directly towards the Great Saint Stone. It was fast, but also very slow. Because at this moment, the speed of time flowing around has slowed down, and a serious distortion has occurred, and the space has collapsed. In just a few meters, the void in front of Li Su was completely distorted, as if a new space had been opened up. A huge star directly hit the Great Saint Stone. But, with a slight tremor, the Great Saint Stone began to emit light. An extremely strong light appeared, forming 15 layers of colors, covering itself. At the same time, a strange scene appeared inside. It was still the shadow of the Great Saint, but it was a little different, because it turned back. At this moment, everyone's heart was shocked, and an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. What? The Great Saint's mouth curled up a little, and it actually laughed. Ignoring the attack of the immortal in front, it stood up with the magic iron in its hand and said softly, "Little guy, are you underestimating me?" As it said that, it raised the magic iron in its hand, one hand, raised it high, and chopped it down directly. This attack seemed to be slashing, sweeping, knocking, and hitting. It was extremely simple, but there was no way to hide or block it. Anyone who saw it had a feeling that they would be split by the Great Saint and their Tao heart would be cracked. Li Su's eyelids jumped, and he couldn't help showing a trace of shock on his face. He looked back at Daoxun, his mind full of questions. This Daoan, is it alive? However, at this moment, Daoxun's face was also full of shock and disbelief. Obviously, he had never seen such a scene before. However, no matter what, Li Su understood one truth. If he tried to hold back with this stick, he would really kill him. Heavy pressure overflowed from the Great Saint Stone and pressed on his body. In an instant, his body sank, and the ground he stepped on cracked. Every cell seemed to be pressed by the 180,000-pound golden hoop. In an instant, Li Su's pupils burst into golden light, and ancient banners floated in the depths of his eyes. He raised his palm, and endless starlight burst out from his body, surrounded by 180 stars, forming a huge and boundless sea of stars, and then they began to shatter, explode, and turn into a terrible storm, forming a force of collapse that could annihilate everything. Using the power of star crushing to reopen the pressure of Monkey Brothers' divine iron, Li Su directly punched out, facing the iron rod that seemed to be able to shatter the sky, break the earth, and destroy all gods. Boom. The world was quiet, the light lost its color, everything dimmed, only the fist and the iron rod burst out with endless brilliance. Monkey Brother smiled and glanced at Li Su, as if to say that this was more reasonable. The next second, the wonder disappeared, leaving only Li Su's power. Boom. The terrible power of star crushing exploded, and endless world fragments rushed into the sky. The Great Saint Stone collapsed on the spot. Starting from Li Su's fist, the void shattered on the spot, forming a huge crack about 10,000 meters long. It was a black hole. The space itself was annihilated and destroyed. The avenue was torn apart, and the rime of the Tao did not exist. The terrible suction exploded, trying to pull everything in. Boom. 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 Alarm bells rang out. Kishan City began to glow, and a supreme chapter appeared, with words written by saints and chapters continued by Daluo. They began to emit huge brilliance, and formed a terrible power. One by one, like chains, they flew over and directly pierced through the terrible cracks made by Li Su, and began to mend and repair them. In just a blink of an eye, the sky was smoothed, and the brilliance of Kishan City itself dissipated in the blink of an eye. Everything seemed to have never happened, except for the Great Saint Stone that left nothing in front of Lee Su. Damn it. Lee Su's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but shouting in his heart, "Brother Monkey, you actually betrayed your favorite little fan. You are not a son of man. No, you are not a monkey." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513, Invitation. The clown turned out to be himself. Deoxeden's expression was very stiff. His face was red, black, blue, and purple, as if he had opened a dyeing factory. But there was no reason. Why was the opponent's attack so terrible? Just now, that should be the final stage of the star-refining body art. The starry sky was shattered. Although it was the first time I saw it, how could it have such a terrible power? He felt the power, and all the materials inside were affected and defeated. That was the collapse of the basic structure, and the Taurine was annihilated. How did he do it? He had just entered the realm of heavenly immortals. How far had he gone in the Jinden period? Deoxeden was a little horrified, and couldn't believe it. Such an attack was really beyond the limit, and it involved a very deep avenue, which was completely beyond his imagination. At this moment, everyone in Kishan City was also shocked. Especially the Tai realm. Even the 10 fire limit Tai had a tremor, and couldn't believe it. Such an attack has already posed a threat to them. Although the opponent's realm is seriously insufficient at present, they can still dodge such a trick, or rely on quality, to make up for it. And the most terrifying thing is the change in the wonders. The great sage actually turned back. This phenomenon is not new. It has appeared before. For example, the strongest myth in the East region, the Little Justice God, has caused such a phenomenon. There are also several famous beings in the history of the myth world who have also caused such a phenomenon. But these people are undoubtedly extraordinary, and they are the kind that can dominate a generation. Now the Gigio Daozi has also caused such a wonder, causing the Great Saint Daoan in the Great Saint Stone to respond. It is really unbelievable. Tai is like this, let alone the celestial being. They don't quite understand the difference between the Gigio Daozi and the Chinjio Daozi, but they know how to read people's expressions. It is obvious that the Tai are more shocked by the power displayed by the Gigio Daozi, which means that the Gigio Daozi is undoubtedly taller. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, everyone was shocked. Of course, no one would say that the Chinjio Daozi is not as good as the Gigio Daozi, or that the Chinjio Daozi is so awesome and confident, but the result is this kind of thing. Even if they really have ideas, they suppress them in their hearts and dare not express them at all. Nonsense. Facing two elephants. How dare we, as ants, make comments? Before, it was because we didn't know the truth. Although Lee Su's explosive power was huge, it didn't shake the Great Saint Stone at all, so some ignorant people couldn't help but grumble. Now, whether it's the former smashing the Great Saint Stone or the latter destroying the Great Saint Stone, it's beyond their understanding. They are still young, and the tallest one is only more than 3,000 years old, and they don't want to die. In the end, the faces of Han Jin and the other girls were glowing, and full of energy. Although they had enough confidence in their own Taoists, they didn't relax until this moment. They were very happy. Especially when the opponent was the Chan sect. The girls were still practicing hard, but they were often troubled by the disciples of the Chan sect. They couldn't say they had hatred, but they were also full of resentment. Seeing this scene, they immediately calmed down and felt refreshed. The only pity is that their Daozi is too approachable and doesn't like to pursue victory. Otherwise, he could have defeated the perfect Heavenly Immortal with the initial stage of Heavenly Immortal and reached the third realm of Dao. If a grudged Gigio disciple came over, he would have ridiculed him for 3 years. Zhang Yan let out a long breath. She was very touched. Sure enough, this person was not ordinary. I'm afraid that even among the Xianjiao, he was at a very high level. He was a Xianjiao among Xianjiao and could dominate the world. Oh, really? Why did I fight for him? That was the enemy. Thinking back to the other party's extremely rude behavior, Zhang Yan gritted her teeth. As a woman, even if she was a female man, she still had a soft side in her heart. This was determined by physiology, and no one would not care. She was not like this before. This was a side effect of the Wu clan's skills. Her realm was not as high as her teacher's, and she could not use it freely and restore her original figure. Once the worry was gone, resentment naturally filled her head. For a moment, Zhang Yan began to grind her teeth. Although she knew that the possibility of surpassing the other party had gone from a little hope at the beginning to complete despair now, she still couldn't help but cheer herself up. One day, she would give the other party a heavy punch in the face and beat the other party's head in blood. In the Dangle Inn. At this moment, the several Cheyenne Geo were a little uneasy. They could comment on others because they were strong enough, confident. But everything disappeared with Li Su's blow. Although this blow did not exceed the height they could bear, it clarified the other party's background. His Jinden period went very far, and the accumulation was huge. I'm afraid that he was close to the limit. At least he was perfect in the 14th fire, and even touched the 15th fire. Otherwise, it would be impossible to show such terrible power in the early stage of the celestial being. It involves a deep avenue, and has traveled a long way. Once the celestial being is perfect and begins to ask, I'm afraid that he will break through immediately, at least reaching the level of the 5th realm, or even the 6th realm. This is undoubtedly terrifying and beyond imagination. After all, the one here has not practiced for thousands of years, and accumulated thousands of years. Even so, they are only at the 4th realm, and at most one is only half a step into the 5th realm. No wonder Gigio cares so much about him. This is because he has been secretly feeding him for countless years, spending endless resources, and perhaps even a saint has come to guide him, so that he can be like this, right? The previous rumors that he relied on the 3 realms skills were simply smoke bombs released by Gigio. He must be the son of a saint, or the grandson of a saint. This is logical and realistic. Gigio, it's hidden so deep. The Taoist of Zichenjio couldn't help but take a breath. Fortunately, his teacher was not here, otherwise it might not only be Daogsun who would end up like this, but also him. After all, his teacher really had a grudge against Gigio and once fought for treasures. As a result, that shameless guy in Gigio invited a bunch of helpers to besiege his teacher. Not only did he steal the treasures, but he also beat his teacher so hard that he couldn't take care of himself for half a year. This hatred, this resentment, even though 10,000 years have passed, the teacher can't help but grit his teeth whenever Gigio is mentioned. Not long ago, he sent a message to him, asking him to teach Gigio a lesson, if he had the chance, and if possible, to arrest him, strip him naked, and hang him on the city for people to see. For a moment, he mourned for Daogsun from the bottom of his heart. The other party must have ended up like this, because of the elders. Now he failed to slap him in the face, and was fucked instead. He could already imagine how ugly the face of the person behind Daogsun was at this moment. Invite both of them? Yes. Daogsun is needless to mention, and Li Su is obviously recognized. The other party has a very deep understanding, and is not bad in strength. It's just right to go to that place. There is too mysterious there, with too many unknowns and puzzles. Only people with a very high level of enlightenment can enter it without getting lost. Including the 2 of them. There are 10 people, enough for a group. We can go. Well, I'll send a message first. If both of them agree, then notify the others, and get ready to go. Asterisk 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 at this moment, in front of the Great Saint Stone, Daogsun was shocked for a moment, and his face turned pale green. Suddenly, he recalled his teacher's instructions and the ending that could not be completed. The Dao Cliff of the Eastern Chan sect may be a treasure land that ordinary cultivators dream of, but for Daogsun, it is a terrible prison. Staying in it until the Dao realm. He is only a celestial being, and he hasn't even reached the end of the Dao, let alone Tai. If he goes in, what's the difference between this and life imprisonment? For a person who has been determined to control all the women in the world, build a cave, and create a tribe, since he was a child, this is more uncomfortable than killing him. Why did he come to Kishan City? Wouldn't it be better to stay in a small place? At this moment, Daogsun was filled with regret. If he thought about it carefully, the GGO sect would not produce a Daoist son for 10,000 years, and this Daoist son was not ordinary. According to rumors, he was undoubtedly a Daoist son who inherited the sect. There were also rumors that he might be the son of a saint. It was reasonable that he should be a big pervert, just like the dead child in the heaven, with extraordinary roots and terrible foundation. The son of a saint, it was not surprising that he was born Tai. He started from the giant stage, and it was very likely that the saint took action to turn the advancement into foundation, allowing him to build from scratch and impact the supreme. For such an existence, the giant realm must have broken through the 14th fire, and it is even possible to reach the 15th level. The 15th fire, even above the myth, is a legendary realm, and ordinary people will not pursue it. Although breaking through will be very powerful, that realm is not just as simple as illusory, mainly because it consumes a huge amount of foundation and wastes time. In fact, if the 14th fire breaks through, it will continue to accumulate in the future, and it can be equalized after reaching the Dalo realm. This is the result of research conducted 300,000 years ago. It is not about pursuing radically blindly, but about accumulating knowledge and developing it. It is not about enlarging the bucket, but about overflowing when the water is full. The so-called first to go does not count as going. It depends on who flies first. The longer the golden elixir accumulates, the longer the time of the immortals and Tai will be infinitely extended. Not to mention the years, but also countless resources. And such a being, even if he becomes Tai and achieves Dalo by chance, it is still extremely difficult to reach the top of the saint. If he cannot become a saint, he will first enter Dalo to accumulate. The longer the time, the greater the gap between the two sides. The transcendence of the surface level of the golden elixir is actually not very obvious when he reaches the Dalo realm. At most, he is only slightly better than half a level at the Tai limit, and the longer he stays in a realm, the greater the possibility of premature death. In history, there have been beings with extremely high realm breakthroughs. They have accumulated for thousands of years, but they died. Nowadays, there are many Dalo realms in the mythological world. 2/3 of them are guys who were not well known before. Those super geniuses died halfway and died prematurely. Fortunately, the saints made a vow, otherwise the probability of this happening would be even greater. The famous ones would be feared and targeted by the major sects, and would be killed in secret. Didn't something happen to the Taoist of GGO not long ago? Why? Wasn't it because he suddenly topped the golden core mythology list? He completely disrupted the distribution of interests in the mythology world. Fortunately, he quickly broke through and entered the heavenly immortal stage. This stage requires a lot of time to accumulate. He is not outstanding in this realm, otherwise. I've gone off topic. Back to the whole. Daoxin was very upset at the moment. Although he was upset about losing, he was quite unwilling to do so considering Li Su's identity and situation, but he could still calm down, because the gap between the two realms was very large. If they really fought, there was no need to mention a victory or defeat. The Dao realm could not smooth out this gap. When the other party reached his realm, he had already reached Tai. You two want to chat? At this moment, a voice came and went directly into the ears of the two. Daoxin frowned. He was familiar with this voice. It was someone from the demon court. His name was Z. His race was the ancient beast, Xianglio, a terrifying snake with 9 heads, famous for its poison and very cruel. On the side, Li Su, who was also complaining, was also startled. He was tricked by Monkey King. He didn't plan to win. It would be enough to get a draw. Unexpectedly, Monkey King personally took action, forcing him to activate the Supreme Chapter and wave the Pangu Banner Phantom to form the power of cutting the world. This is not good. Very, very bad. Not only did it expose some of his methods, but more importantly, if Master Yu King was unhappy and made things difficult for him, although he would not die, he would definitely feel uncomfortable for a long time. Therefore, after recovering, Li Su not only did not feel happy and pretend to be cool, but kept muttering in his heart, "Master, this matter is not my fault. Monkey King forced me." The other party said, "You guys." Li Su couldn't help but look at Daoxin, which means that he was not the only one who heard this. Seeing Lee Su's eyes, Deoxys took a deep breath. Of course, he couldn't say he was resentful, because everything was his own initiative. He originally planned to come to challenge quietly, without making a fuss. You challenged yourself, lost, and then resented the other party? He Deoxys couldn't do such a hasty thing. Moreover, although GGO and ZYNGO disliked each other, and it was common for them to pit each other, the concept that the three religions were one family was very clear. Fighting each other was one thing, and had nothing to do with outsiders. Moreover, Deoxys didn't feel disgusted with Lee Su. The other party's eyes were calm, without that kind of pride. Like the little justice god, he didn't care about those fancy things. He was a person who could get along. Deoxys said, this person should be Z, the mythical celestial being of the demon court 1600 years ago, whose original body is ZYNGO. People from the demon court. Lee Su was surprised. Why did it look for him? And it was with the people from the ZYNGO. We are going to organize a trip to a place where the requirements for the Dao realm are very high. Those who go there must have a very deep understanding of the Dao. I wonder if you two are interested? The other party was straightforward and did not hide anything. The requirements for enlightenment are very high. Deoxys raised his eyebrows, thinking of something, and it was obvious that he knew. You are not talking about under the cliff, right? That's right. Deoxys took a breath and said seriously, how many of you are there? Including you two. There are 10. After a short silence, Deoxys gritted his teeth and made a decision, saying, I'll go. Let me make it clear first, he is not afraid of being caught by the master and taken back to the Dao cliff, really not. After that, he turned his head and looked at Lee Su and said, for the specific situation, junior brother, go to GGO to understand the specific situation first, and then tell me. I won't say much. He didn't want to say much about this kind of thing, because it was not safe there, and if there was a problem, there would be no explanation. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, well, I'll go find out first. Z didn't say much, just said, okay, after you find out, you can go to Dash and Gorge. We will be there for the time being. Junior brother Deoxys can come to Danglain first. Deoxys left without stopping, and went straight to Danglain. Lee Su moved and returned directly to the inn where Hangjin and the others were. He said directly, Hangjin, what is a place under the cliff? Chapter 514 Historical Era Cluffold Scene. Under the cliff. It should refer to the strange place formed under the Great Sage Canyon in Mount Oahu. Hangjin thought for a moment and said, that place is very unique. It is a huge alien space with a special situation. Ordinary people will get lost and can't find the direction if they go in. Only those who have a high level of enlightenment can react and see things that others can't see. Lee Su was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask, puzzled, just see things? Why is it necessary to enter? And why invite so many people to go? The scene inside is related to ancient times. According to the analysis of the sect, it should be an old scene that existed before the destruction of ancient times and was sunk there. Hangjin said softly, Your Highness, do you know that the current mythological world is not complete but incomplete? Lee Su nodded. After the destruction of ancient times, the entire prehistoric continent was shattered, the 4 continents collapsed, and countless caves and paradise sank. In the end, only a part of it remained, and was reassembled to form the current mythological world. Even the Zaya kingdom has records of this, but most of them are just speculations, based on limited information. GGO is much more complete, and he has also read it, and paid for it. Today's mythology world is actually less than 1% of the original prehistoric world. The reason why it is mainly divided into the east and west domains is because the fragments on the north and south sides are very small. In the ancient prehistoric world, there were 4 major states: Dongshengshenzhou, Nanfangzhenzhou, Bijilazhou, and Xiniazhou. Among them, Dongshengshenzhou and Xiniazhou have larger fragments, while Nanfangzhenzhou and Bijilazhou have less than 1,000th. Therefore, in terms of the domain, the southern domain and the northern domain are relatively small, especially the northern domain, which is less than 1/10,000th, and there is heavy snow all year round. The temperature is extremely low, and the environment is extremely harsh. It is difficult for even the celestial immortals to survive. Your Highness, do you know that the mythical world is not friendly to people from outside the world? Their flesh and blood souls can wear away the evil nature of creatures in the mythical world. Once they appear, they are almost inevitably killed. But even so, people from outside the world have come here for thousands of years and have never stopped. What is the reason? Lee Su was stunned. He naturally knew that it was because the Tao rhyme was incomplete. As a person from outside the world, he had completed the completion once, so he naturally understood it very clearly. Whether it was the human world or the earthly immortal world, the Tao rhyme was severely defective, as if there were only one side of yin and yang outside, and the other side was missing. Could it be? He thought of a possibility, but did not show it, but deliberately shook his head and said, I don't know. Not far away, Zhang Yan also pricked up her ears and heard the content related to herself, so she naturally could not miss it. Although people from the outside world do not have evil nature, the Dao in their bodies is naturally incomplete. It seems that the complete Dao has been cut off, and there are major problems. If they achieve the realm of celestial beings in one go, the problem of combat power will not be mentioned, but there is no doubt that the road ahead will be directly cut off. Not to mention the saints, even Dalo and Tai cannot break through. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the other party took the initiative to contact me, GGO, and took out money to ask about this. Because they are all human race, I gave them the answer and asked them to go directly to the mythical world to achieve celestial beings after completing the golden elixir. Lee Su was stunned, and Zhang Yan was also stunned. You are lying. Before Lee Su could speak, Zhang Yan suddenly shouted loudly and spoke angrily. Han Jin was stunned for a moment, turned around and looked at the other party, and said lightly, lying? To you? In front of His Highness? What's the need? At this moment, Lee Su also had doubts in his eyes. This is not acting, so Han Jin has no need to deceive him, but it is obvious that this is undoubtedly a bit contradictory. Because before Xia country, the history of the human race there is only 1,000 years. Obviously, the time span between the myth world and the human race over there is 1-to-1, and there is no time difference, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Wait. This time itself is not quite right. Here, the ancient destruction that is circulated was hundreds of thousands of years ago. Outside, the ancient destruction was 1,000 years ago. This is a time difference of hundreds of times. Why do both worlds have records of the great destruction? This is unreasonable. Zhang Yan sneered and did not explain, but at this moment her heart became extremely alert. The human race experienced a great destruction in just 1,000 years. You said that there were people from the outside world who contacted you hundreds of thousands of years ago. Isn't this a joke? Sure enough, the other party is no different from other people in the myth world. Treating herself like this is simply a deliberate setup, wanting to use her as a breakthrough point to win favor and intend to obtain information about other people from her. Haha, it's just wishful thinking. Han Jin frowned. Although she didn't know why, she could feel that the woman in front of her had become extremely hostile to all people in the myth world at the beginning. As a subordinate, although he didn't know why His Highness wanted to bring such a troublesome person around, Han Jin knew what he should do, which was to handle the team atmosphere well, and there must be no problems inside. Your Highness, please forgive me for being rude. Lee Su had no objection. At this moment, he also had many questions in his heart and hoped to get answers. He nodded immediately and said, it's okay, I'm also a little curious. RGGO actually had contact with the human race outside hundreds of thousands of years ago. Judging from the reaction of the other party when they contacted us before, it should be the first time they knew the GGO's doctrine of not eating people. Han Jin nodded, looked at Zhang Yan and said lightly, you should feel honored, because His Highness accepted you, so I have to explain to you. Zhang Yan sneered, you continue, but do you want me to believe you? Haha. Han Jin didn't look at the other person's expression, but said lightly, the flesh and soul of outsiders are a great tonic for the creatures in the mythical world. They can be regarded as rare treasures. Although this description is a bit exaggerated, it is undoubtedly a huge resource. Indeed, your fate is unpredictable. Even Tai finds it difficult to make causal inferences about you, even if you are only at the Jianden level. But this does not mean that the Dalo realm cannot do it, and the saints cannot do it. If the saints are willing to go, do you think that outsiders who are only celestial immortals with only the highest realm can escape the saints' speculation? Zhang Yan was stunned, and Li Su also took a breath. Indeed, let alone Dalo, the realm of saints is really too far beyond. If they take action, unless the outsiders have a treasure like him that can shield their own cause and effect, it would be too easy to be discovered. It was him who obviously had a treasure, but because of a causal object, he was immediately locked and almost killed. If it was someone else, they would not survive at all, and would be quickly discovered and found out. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed. After all, she was not unfamiliar with the word sage. She had heard it too many times. Although she had not seen the scene of his attack, it was undoubtedly beyond her understanding and extremely terrifying. Why? Because there were records in Zaya country that there were terrifying beings in the mythological world. If you mentioned their names, they would sense and discover you. They would find you through cause and effect. Even if you were hundreds of millions of miles away, they could kill you with just a thought. Just saying the name casually would be discovered by the other party. What kind of concept is it that they can kill you with a thought, even if you are hundreds of millions of miles away? Indeed, saints don't care about evil nature. They have long transcended it. In fact, they are in the Dalo realm, and your flesh and blood are of little significance. But this does not mean that it does not exist. In fact, under Tai, your flesh and blood souls are still of top quality and can effectively solve the problem of evil nature. When you first appeared, Dalo took action and kept hunting you down, and almost no one escaped. Until later, your existence was noticed by the saints. After several meetings, Dalo was finally banned from taking action personally. The reason why this restriction cannot reach the Tai level is that only the big sects can suppress evil nature, and ordinary Tai cannot afford the high cost. The most important thing is to prevent people from using this as an excuse to exaggerate. After all, even saints have to take care of the creatures in the mythical world first, not the relatively small number of foreign humans. Having said that, Han Jin paused before continuing. So, you have the soil to survive in the mythical world because the saints have given permission, not because you can't find it. Zhang Yan was stunned. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a word at this moment. If she didn't know the power of the saint, she would naturally be able to refute the other party without hesitation. But if she knew, if the saint really wanted to do something to them, the outsiders, it would be like an ant nest that was seen by others. Life and death could not be decided by themselves. Li Su's eyes flashed, and he was a little shocked. There was no doubt that Han Jin's explanation was very reasonable. If he didn't mention it, other people didn't have the treasure to suppress it. But what's the matter with the time gap of hundreds of thousands of years? This ratio is really too big. It's not 1 to 10, but 1 to hundreds. And the most important thing is that in the history of the entire outside human race, there has never been a record of contact with the great sects in the mythological world. If there was, with the ability of the sages, they would have established a way of communication long ago. Why? For a moment, Li Su and Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. After Han Jin saw that Zhang Yan stopped talking, she turned to look at Li Su and continued, Your Highness, I told you about the situation of the people outside the domain and the situation in the mythological world before. Now let's get back to the issue under the cliff. Li Su nodded, probably understanding what the other party was going to say. You mean, there are also problems with the Dao in the mythology world? The old scenery under the cliff is related to the Dao? Han Jin smiled and said, yes, but it's a little different. Different? Well, first of all, the Dao in the mythology world is complete, that's beyond doubt. The old scenery under the cliff is not more complete than the Dao in the mythology world. Rather, it's more, Your Highness, before the great destruction, that is, the ancient times, it was very glorious. There were countless innate demons and gods, and billions of terrifying creatures. It is rumored that during the heyday of the heavenly court, there were 100,000 Dalo alone, hundreds of millions of Tai, and almost endless celestial beings. That period can be said to be extremely glorious. Not to mention the strongest saint of the heavenly Dao, there were hundreds of saints who beheaded corpses. Therefore, an incomparably brilliant mythological era was created. The number of innate great ways that have been sorted out is extremely large, almost endless. The great ways all over the sky hang high in the void. At a glance, they are like galaxies and oceans, endless. Han Jin's tone was a little ethereal. She was extremely looking forward to, and yearning for the ancient scene. For those who practice cultivation, even if that era had a big problem and was destroyed, for those who seek the truth with all their heart, it was still the fairyland and a dream. Hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening. This is not a joke. For those who seek the truth, they will choose the former without hesitation. If they understand it, they will die, and if they don't understand it, they can live. The life of an immortal is long. People may be able to bear it if they live for hundreds of years, but if they live for thousands of years, that's another matter. The longer you practice cultivation, the weaker your emotions are. Things like desires have long been worn out. In the infinitely long time, when everything is known and everything is used to, there is no novelty, everything has been experienced, and everything is numb. In fact, living will become a huge pain. This is similar to the state of a sage after successfully chasing the girl he has longed for. Because the desire is vented, the expectation psychology decreases. Maybe it is still fresh a few times, and it is not boring after dozens of times, but after hundreds or thousands of times, problems will naturally arise. This is also why flash marriages usually don't last more than 3 years. With a look of great regret on his face, Han Jin sighed and said, "It's a pity that everything was destroyed with the coming of the great destruction. The great ways that were discovered were broken and destroyed. Everything was dissipated between heaven and earth, and no longer appeared. The way of the mythical world is complete, but at the same time it is also hidden. Go to the bottom of the cliff and watch the old scene inside. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to see the real way that is now hidden deep between heaven and earth." The reason why we go there in a team is that everyone has a different understanding of the way. The more people there are, the more old scenes will be presented. Of course, people with higher understanding often see more old scenes, but under this mutual reflection, even those with low understanding can expand the old scenes they can see and gain more benefits. However, it is not safe under the cliff. There are certain dangers, and you need to meet certain standards to go there. The problem with safety is that the old scene itself, according to the description of people who have entered in the past, should have been cut off before the destruction, so there is an ominous factor in it, involving the destruction of the mythical world. If your highness wants to go, please remember that you can look at the old scenery and set foot in it, but you must not go deep. The deeper you go, the greater the danger. If there is any situation around you, please retreat immediately. Your Highness's DOZJ pendant has a magical power that can protect your highness from being disturbed for a short period of time. As long as you retreat quickly, you can ensure your safety. Chapter 515. In front of the Great Sage Gorge. It is interesting to see this situation under the cliff. The old scene before the destruction of the prehistoric world, under the cliff cut by the monkey brother. What happened at that time? Did an evil demon from outside the domain break in and be knocked into the ground by the monkey brother along with the scenery of the world at that time? This undoubtedly aroused Li Su's great interest. Now there are still 2 days before the agreed time. If they can enter immediately, they might as well go together. Since it is just to observe the old scene, it should not take much time. If the time to enter is later, it is estimated that they will have to wait until the agreement with Shen is completed before they can talk about it. I don't know where the place the other party is talking about is. How long will it take? Let's go to the Great Saint Gorge first. He did not forget what the old monkey said, and he should have passed the first level of the assessment. On the Great Saint Stone Challenge Monument, Li Su glanced at it and saw his own name, ranking 19th. Not to mention compared with the little justice god, even the Tei Shian Jiao of all generations has not surpassed it. Of course, this is normal. After all, Li Su's move was only 1/7 of his strength. He didn't even use his treasure. The swaying shadow was just the Pangu banner projected by his mind. He didn't really summon the Pangu banner to descend. Otherwise, it would be more than just this much power. The guys who can make the top 10 of this great saint monument are probably very extraordinary in their era, and they can be ranked among the best even in the great sects. This is very good. Some highlights. but not out of the ordinary. Before Lee Su was attacked and killed, although he was not caught, there are still clues. Some traces of his residual soul were captured, and some information was obtained. Lee Su ranked first on the Jiandan mythology list, which has a great influence, and involves the allocation of resources in the mythology world. Therefore, the alliance formed by Daluo could not sit still and took action. After all, unlike the saints, Daluo still has great requirements for resources. When it comes to their own interests, they naturally cannot sit idly by. This is human nature. Of course, this matter did not end there. The saint was still investigating, because this behavior itself was a provocation to the saint. The nature of this alliance itself also made the saint very wary. Not only that, the most important thing was that there was also a saint behind the alliance, which was very unusual. It was equivalent to another sect outside the great sect, hiding deep inside and lurking under the halo of the great sect. This was not allowed. For a little benefit, he dared to break the rules set by the saint. If one day he accumulated enough strength, would he dare to provoke the saint openly? Of course, the following things had nothing to do with Lee Su, who was only a celestial being at present. Although a thick note was made in the small notebook, when the strength increased, sooner or later he would find the people and beat them all to death. Whenever he thought of the torture of nearly 100 years, Lee Su could not help but grind his teeth. Although he has shown extraordinary combat power now, there is no doubt that there is a big gap compared with the Jiandan period. After all, he had just been promoted. It was unknown how much time it would take to reach the perfection of the celestial immortal. After that, there was still the question. In other words, if Lee Su wanted to suppress a generation and become the most outstanding among the celestial immortals and have a huge impact on the 10,000 years war, he would not be able to do so without hundreds or thousands of years. The 10,000 years war was divided into different levels. After all, it was impossible to put Jiandan and Tai in the same frame, right? So the battlefield was divided into 3 stages. The first batch of Jiandan myths, the first batch of celestial immortal myths, and the first batch of Tai myths. If Lee Su still maintained the Jiandan realm, he would undoubtedly enter the lowest batch, and as the first person on the Jiandan myth list, this first battle was doomed to be a sure win, and had a great impact. Now it was different. There were only more than 20 years before the 10,000 years war. Although he was extremely talented, such a short time would have an impact, but it was doomed to be difficult to change the overall situation. Of course, this was the outside world's view of the celestial immortal period. The higher the talent, the longer the cultivation. In Lee Su's case, it would indeed take him a lot of time to reach the perfection of the celestial immortal, but it would not take dozens or hundreds of years. His refining speed was still very fast. The speed of the central hall and the 8 palace halls was about 9 times that of a normal celestial being. If it weren't for the high specifications of the celestial palace furnace method he created, which was very troublesome, his star core would have probably completed more than 1 layer. However, this obstacle is nothing, because it is the first layer. As the most important basic part, it will be slower. Later, as long as there are enough resources, the speed can be increased. More than 20 years are enough for him to be a perfect celestial being. Besides, who says that a celestial being must be perfect before he can ask for the Tao? It is also possible during the process of cultivation. Do you think that my first place in the golden elixir will affect your interests, so you want to kill me? Okay, according to the distribution of interests, the golden elixir stage actually affects more Zhuangsun, and the interests of the celestial surface level involving Daluo realm is not much, accounting for less than 10%. But the celestial surface level is different. The proportion is very high, and 50% of it involves Daluo. It accounts for about 30% of the resources of the Daluo surface level. If Lee Su participates in the competition at the golden elixir stage, the influence will be at most 10%, but they can't sit still. So what about 30%? He was not a big shot, and he had to make these guys spit blood. As for revenge afterwards, once he reached the perfection of the heavenly immortal, how far would he be from the Tai realm? Once he achieved the Tai realm, it would not be easy to kill Daluo, but the other party wanted to kill him, but he had no room for resistance like when he was not in the golden core, unless the saint behind him personally came to the scene. He made a move in secret, and the one he killed was his own family. The Saint of GGO could not lock it, and personally came to the scene and attacked him, which was undoubtedly another matter. He went directly to Huaguo Mountain. Halfway through, someone from the Spirit Monkey clan appeared. It was that little monkey, a little guy who had a temperament very similar to that of Monkey Brother. At this moment, the other monkey had a look of curiosity and surprise on his face. It was not common to start the revival of the Kishin City formation. It was no wonder that the early heavenly immortal could achieve such a level. It was no wonder that he was directly ranked first on the GGO Golden Core mythology list. This accumulation was quite terrible, and the distance he walked was amazing. No wonder there were rumors that he was the offspring of a saint, which should be true. Such an amazing exploration will inevitably consume a lot of one's own foundation and drain one's own potential in advance. It's not that breaking through is not good, but it must be limited. Only the descendants of saints can withstand such consumption and have a lot of resources to make up for the deficit. The little monkey came forward, raised his hand, and threw a sign to Li Su, saying, "This is the guest token of the Spirit Monkey clan. Holders can go to all places in Huaguo Mountain, except the top of the Holy Mountain, and as long as you don't attack the Huaguo Mountain Spirit Monkey, you are a friend of the Spirit Monkey clan." The second assessment is to observe the wonders of the Great Saint Grandpa under the Great Saint Gorge, comprehend the true meaning, and condense the Great Saint Grandpa's true body. If you can completely condense into an image, even if the challenge is successful, you can get our clan's 10,000 year monkey wine. The little monkey said, pointing to the side and saying, "Go through that passage and you will be able to reach the Great Saint Gorge, but you can only go to observe alone, and the rest of the people must stay outside." After that, without waiting for Li Su to answer, it jumped back in a string. After putting away the guest token, Li Su took Han Jin and the other girls and headed straight for the Great Sage Gorge. The road was a bit long, and they actually walked a full 100 miles. In the distance, they finally saw a ridge in the sky, a terrifying and huge mountain range that was cut off. The moment he saw it, he stopped walking, and his whole body exploded with goosebumps, cold sweat dripping down, and the heavenly palace couldn't help but vibrate, making a rumbling sound. A monstrous and fierce power directly suppressed his heart, and his soul was shaken. The next second, words appeared directly above Li Su's body, soul, and heavenly palace. They were the words of the Supreme Saint, and one by one they penetrated the heaven and earth, directly sweeping away the terrible pressure from his body and heart. Behind them, Han Jin and the others were in a bad situation. No, they even reacted more violently than Li Su. They fought hard, and their bodies and minds were greatly impacted. This had nothing to do with the realm, but involved another layer, the pressure on the spiritual layer, which affected the reality. If they wanted to resist, they could only rely on their own foundation. 10 fire limit Zhuangxin, a bit difficult. Li Su frowned slightly, his eyebrows glowed, and a shadow of Takai appeared in the depths of his eyes, and the yin and yang qi overflowed, trying to protect the women. "Your Highness." Han Jin shook her head, although it was very difficult, but she gritted her teeth and insisted. Although they were the maids arranged by GGO for Daozi, they were also bodyguards. If your highness was still in the realm of celestial immortals, they would have to rely on their protection. What was the meaning of their existence? Li Su was stunned for a moment, and his strength paused slightly. He did not continue to extend it to Han Jin and the others, but turned to look at Zhang Yan. This female man was also struggling, and blood was overflowing from the corners of her mouth. She did not speak, and she did not have the time and strength, but her eyes were very direct, and she simply and clearly explained 2 words. "No need." Li Su did not say anything, and directly withdrew his power, because he found that after the resistance, the monstrous power was still there, but it did not have such a big impact. It should be considered a test, and it can also be said to be an opportunity. Being able to bear this terrible will is quite beneficial to Han Jin and others, and it can condense their minds. Mind tempering is not common and quite rare. With this in mind, Li Su fortunately stopped and looked at the Great Sage Gorge from afar. To be honest, the scene of the cliff is not very scary. If Li Su wanted to, he could easily cut off a mountain now, not to mention that it was just a split in 2, which was simply too simple. but feeling the breath flowing from the ground around him. The whole mountain is actually a hole, a huge great sage stone with a length of thousands of miles, and the meaning inside is very different. The larger the great sage stone is, the harder it is. 10 feet, the golden pill myth can be destroyed. 100 feet, the celestial immortal myth can be destroyed. Or 1000 feet, the mysterious immortal myth can be destroyed. It can exceed thousands of miles. Even if the Dalo realm takes action, it is probably difficult to shake it in the slightest. Especially on the top of the mountain, in the Monkey Brothers dojo. Even at the foot of the mountain, Lee Su could feel the immortal breath coming from there. The stone in that place, I'm afraid only a saint can take it down. After the journey to the west, what realm did Monkey Brother reach? A saint who killed corpses? Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his whole body was shaking. The gap between the real prehistoric world and the prehistoric world in the novel was really huge. The previous Lord of the Earthly Immortals was also like this. With a glance, he pierced through the sky, and the big hand form destroyed dozens of galaxies in diameter, hit the space, and killed countless foreign demons. If it was placed on the Earth in the previous life, with a glance, the solar system would definitely be gone, and it was hard to say what would happen to the Milky Way. Lee Su didn't wait for long. It took about a cup of tea. The 5 women of Hangjin let out a long breath. The heavenly palace was stable and adapted to the terrible fierceness. At this moment, they had a happy look on their faces. After their minds were baptized, they had made a little progress. This is very rare for them who have already been perfect and have no way to go. It is a great progress. As for Zhang Yan, she was a bit miserable. Wu Xiu itself does not cultivate the soul, but is famous for the flesh. Such mental pressure is a nemesis for her. Not only did the corners of her mouth bleed, but her skin was also bleeding countless times, staining her clothes red. However, her eyes were still unruly and wild. She was fighting desperately, and there was a shining Buddha light in her heart. After about half an hour, she let out a long breath and finally adapted to the terrible power coming from the cliff. At this moment, her face showed excitement. This suppression had gained her the most. She had mastered a little bit of the extremely violent Gangan power in her body. This was rare. After learning the method of Wu Xiu, although she had gained powerful power, its uncontrollable violence gave her a headache. Now, with this mastery, it was considered a start, and she was on the road. Look, her huge body had shrunk a lot, and began to go back to its original size. Thinking of this, she was not only ecstatic, but also said that the woman did not love beauty. She couldn't help but glance at Lee Su. Sooner or later, she would be stunned and regret her impoliteness. So that's why. It's not because of her natural appearance, but because of her skills. Lee Su raised his eyebrows and noticed the slight change in the other party. A hint of femininity appeared in his outline. Come to think of it, Gangan, although he is a water god, is one of the 12 witch tribes who dares to hit Buzhao Mountain with his head. Such an iron-headed witch naturally has great Taoist magic. After several people injured it, Lee Su took another step and went directly to the Great Sage Gorge. It was about 20 miles away. Affected by the breath of the Great Sage, there was no grass growing in 100 miles around, and there was no vitality. The huge broken wall was also bare, without a single weed. It was as if the terrible radiation killed all life. In front of the canyon, there was a village built of stone. There were many people inside, most of whom were like Hangjin and the others, dressed as maids and servants. It should be a place dedicated to accommodating followers. First, settle the women, and then go to the Dashan Gorge to take a look. External blood food. Not bad, I'm just hungry. Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance of the village, and there was a young man with 2 servants. When he saw Lee Su and others, he ignored Lee Su and looked at Zhang Yan, who was between Hangjin and others. At this moment, his eyes were a little red, with a cruel taste, and there was evil flowing in them. He raised his hand and grabbed it, forming a big hand, and grabbed Zhang Yan directly. The realm is not bad, the celestial fairy stage, above the myth. He licked his tongue and uttered amazing words. Braised, steamed, sashimi, such a big circle of meat can be eaten for a long time. You two go and prepare it. The 2 people on the side nodded and said with excitement on their faces, yes. There was expectation in their eyes. Although their young master liked to eat alone, he would still give some scraps. The flesh and soul were probably out of the question, but the thigh bones and so on could still be obtained. Faced with this scene, Lee Su was speechless. Without saying a word, he shook his immortal power and directly shattered the other party's grasping palm. Then he took a big step forward and slapped him directly. With a loud bang. It was like a thunderbolt, shaking the sky and the earth. Before the young man could come back to his senses, he was slapped to the ground by Lee Su. This ground is the Great Holy Stone. It is stronger than diamond. Half of the young man's face was broken on the spot, and the white skull was exposed, and his teeth fell to the ground. The severe pain made the young man scream, but he was not afraid. Instead, his eyes were fierce, and the shadow of the heavenly palace appeared, with terrible murderous intent. I want to kill. Before he could say a word, another big slap fell. Boom. You. Boom. Know me. Boom. What are you still standing for? Come and save me. The young man couldn't stand it. The slap was too painful. The heavenly palace was almost slapped, and it felt like his face was not his own. He screamed and called for help. However, the two servants did not move, and dared not move at all. They are Tai, but there are only 7 fire Tai, and there are only 2 of them. Surrounded by 5-10 fire limit Tai, let alone helping, if they have a slight thought, they will both die. Above the myth, there are the protection of the saints rules, but below the myth, there is no such thing. The contest between 2 myths of the same realm is not qualified for others to participate. At first, when they saw Lee Su suppress their young master in an instant, they thought it was Tai who took action and had murderous intentions, but when they saw the situation of the person coming, their expressions suddenly turned green. The person who took action was just a celestial being. In other words, he was undoubtedly above the myth. Not only that, the maids who followed them, as their power burst out, they were shocked to find that these women were not only of the Tai realm, but all of them were 10 fire limit Zhuangzi. It was simply fucked. The two were indignant in their hearts. Although their young master was domineering, he was not stupid. He naturally observed the few people who came. Although the foreign blood food attracted most of the attention, others also glanced at them. A celestial being with a weak aura, with a few Tai with average aura. Is there any need to think about this? He was tricked. Bang, bang, bang. Lee Su stopped, only after he cracked the other party's heavenly palace and the person was completely unconscious. Then he couldn't help but mutter. The assessment standard of the Great Saint Stone is a bit low. Let's not talk about the quality. Can he come in with this strength? He was brought in by someone, not qualified. One of the 2 monkeys guarding the village gate suddenly spoke. Lee Su was stunned when he heard this. But seeing that one of the servants had an extra communication talisman in his hand at this moment, he shouted with grief and anger, "Young master, please come here quickly. The young master is about to be beaten to death." As soon as the words fell, a shocking breath came from the Great Saint Gorge, and a figure rushed out directly. The person who came out had sword eyebrows and star eyes, and had a pair of red eyes. He was extremely extraordinary. He glanced at the figure under Lee Su, whose face was covered with blood and left blood all over the ground. His pupils shrank, and there was a fiery red flash. "I don't know how my brother offended you. Why did you use such a heavy hand?" Lee Su blinked. Before he could say anything, a servant nearby shouted, "Master, you just took a fancy to the foreign blood food they brought, and didn't do anything to them." As a result, this person came up and attacked them without saying a word. "Is that so?" The man's face turned cold in an instant, and he looked at Lee Su. There was no doubt that, if the other party could not give a reasonable explanation, he would stay here today. "Sir, it's just a blood food, but you are so cruel to my brother. Isn't it too much?" Lee Su raised his head, glanced at the other person, and suddenly laughed, saying softly, "Just blood food. Haha, interesting. Then my answer is that my stuff, even if it is a piece of mud, is more valuable than your brother's. You are looking for death. You can try." Chapter 516, Sword of Killing. The air was burning. As the two looked at each other, the void was actually twisted. Both of them were above mythology and had reached the realm of immortals. At this level, even the momentum and eyes could infect, distort, and change the world. This was a manifestation of strength and the pressure of the Tao. There was a flame, and it appeared. The temperature was beyond imagination, and the space was twisted, and the range was getting larger and larger. There was gravity and turbulence. It was as if there was an extra star between heaven and earth, and gravity had undergone a huge change, collapsing towards a certain place. Boom. 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 The moment the momentum of both sides collided, an extremely powerful shock wave exploded immediately, as if two substances with completely different properties, but the same flammable and explosive properties touched each other. The terrible storm directly stirred up a distance of thousands of meters, forming a strong tornado. The next second, the breath of both sides disappeared almost at the same time. There was a collision in the void. It was like a brilliant thunder impact, exploding continuously. Obviously, there was no one there, and there was no impact. However, the explosions continued. At this moment, Han Jin and the others were shocked. Their sight penetrated the void, and looked directly at the cracks in the world, which did not exist in reality, but only in another world and the other world. There, a great war was taking place, and a terrible impact was staged. On one side, like a god in fire, a huge sea of flames was formed, with a huge palace in the center, and the stars were shaking. On one side, the stars were surrounded, the heavens flowed between his palms, and one by one the stars sank, and floated around him. The giant dragon of fire, the rock of fire, and the beast of fire. They roared up, and with the movements of the god of fire, they kept leaping out of the sea of fire, and crashed into the stars. In the huge galaxy composed of stars, one by one, the stars flew out, thinking of those giant beasts of fire crashing into them. This can no longer be said to be a war between people. It is a terrible battle between two innate gods. They quickly entangled and fought madly. Every second, the sparks they rubbed could penetrate the void and ignite the sea. The other world was shaking. Although it was vast and open, the terrain was changing dramatically during the battle between the two. The earth was cut up and formed into mountains, and the low-lying areas were torn apart and turned into cenotes. Millions of tons of soil were blown up, but they could not fall down. They were evaporated by flames in the void and annihilated by the stars. This was a battle above the myth, and it was undoubtedly the myth itself. Even Han Jin and others who were in the Tai realm were shocked at the moment, with their mouths slightly open. Especially Zhang Yan. She once again deeply experienced the horror and terror of the Xianjiao in the myth world. She could not participate in this kind of battle. If it happened in reality, the aftermath of the collision between the two sides would kill her. Her proud, indestructible body was like an ant in front of such power, and she had no ability to resist. Boom. 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 The terrible battle continued. Li Su did not perform more, but just operated the star refining art. His fists sprayed light, and he shot out huge stars one after another, smashing them into the opposite side, whether it was a giant dragon or a giant bird, directly destroying them with the purest violence. The other side was slightly different. At first, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and his heart was full of murderous intentions. For those who dared to be so rampant in front of him, he always had only one way to treat them, giving them a painful lesson, letting them know that this is no longer in your sect, and it is not a place where you can run rampant. Here, dragons have to lie down, and tigers have to burrow. The so-called mythical prodigy is just a flattery from the sect. If you want to gain a foothold in the myth, you can only be qualified after facing the myth. However, his face changed suddenly after the fight. This person's immortal power is so heavy. It is not the magical power of Taoism, nor the perception of the Great Way, but the immortal power. Pure immortal power is simply unbelievable. The stars he shot at, if they were real, would be like a real star hitting him. Every time he resisted, he had to spend a lot of energy to wipe it out. His flames were extremely hot, comparable to the sun in the sky. Even metals such as bronze and bright silver would be ignited, melted, and eventually evaporated after approaching. But facing the stars shot by Li Su, he had to go all out and burn them madly, because the mass was too thick. Although his flames could ignite the stars and burn them in an instant, the feeling he conveyed was that he was not using the magic of the gods, but burning a real star. Faced with this result, Xiao Zuan was shocked and somewhat unbelievable. How could the immortal power of the celestial being be so heavy? One drop seemed as strong as a mountain. Even the bull donkey who broke through the 14 fires in the canyon did not have such a heavy level. How far did this guy go above the myth in the Giant period? Could it be that he broke through the realm of the 14 fires and entered the legendary level? How is it possible? Although the 15th fire has been proven to exist, it is behind the 14th fire. But the road is too long and too difficult to walk. Its difficulty is even greater than the sum of the 10th fire to the 14th fire. Not only will it consume a lot of time, but it will also overdraw the foundation. Although it exists, it is unanimously considered not worth it. It is better to break through directly, advance to the celestial immortal, achieve TIE, and wait until TIE is perfect, and then accumulate and make up for the deficiency. However, if you don't think so, you can't explain the immortal power of the person in front of you. It's too domineering. He didn't even dare to stop where he was, because he couldn't burn the opponent's stars before they arrived in front of him, and he would be hit by the remaining stars if he stood where he was. Looking at the scene of a huge land evaporating, and tens of millions of tons of soil being rolled up into the sky, Zero-Zuan didn't have even the slightest idea of letting the stars hit him. Damn it. Where did this pervert come from? He couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Under normal circumstances, the 14th fire can be said to be extremely evil and rare. There are many myths on the Great Saint Gorge, but the only person who reached the 14th fire in the Golden Core realm was that bold donkey. That's it. In the eyes of many people, that bold donkey is already a monster, perverted, and unbelievable. As a result, the one in front of him is actually the 15th fire. Damn it. Suddenly, a burst of evil fire broke out from Zero-Zuan's heart. The brother who usually likes him very much and has a good relationship with him, at this moment, he wanted to beat the other's ass to pieces. 15th fire. No matter what the other party thinks, those who can do it are all people with great perseverance. Their character and understanding can be said to be dragons among men. It's too late to make friends with such people, let alone offend them. As for the great consumption of the foundation, it seems to be so, but the foundation can be replenished. There is no shortage of such treasures in the big sects, such as the peaches of Huaguo Mountain. As long as there are enough strange objects, they can still be replenished. At least, the guy in front of him didn't see that the other party's foundation was exhausted. On the contrary, his breath was amazing, and his immortal power seemed endless. It's bad. If they fight like this, he will be exhausted to death. The older Zero-Zuan gets, the uglier his face becomes. Their Taoism skills are the same, but their immortal power is far inferior to his. This will undoubtedly form a terrible vicious cycle. His consumption is far greater than that of his opponent, and he will be exhausted sooner or later. But, admit defeat. Zero-Zuan didn't even think about this idea. He has to be proud, and he has to swallow his pretense. Even if he gets beaten up with blood all over his mouth and all his teeth falling out, he has to swallow it. Otherwise, how can he get out in the future? After all, he knew at least a little about the servant's reply and the other party's response. It was his younger brother who started it first. But he was always high and mighty, and he was used to looking down on others. Naturally, he would not accept it. It was just blood food. My younger brother ate it, so what? At most, he would pay some money and that would be it. With this idea in mind, he started, but now he admits defeat. If this gets out, I'm afraid he will be laughed at for 1,000 years. Taking a deep breath, Zero-Zuan's expression changed. A terrifying scene appeared in his pupils, with a burning body inside. His heavenly palace was also shaking, and a huge wonder began to emerge on it. Although the opponent was somewhat unexpectedly strong, he was not without flaws. He had just advanced to the celestial immortal. The stars were not complete, and he had not yet asked the question. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for Zero-Zuan. Although the opponent's lower limit was terrible, the upper limit was not enough. The most terrifying thing about the celestial immortal myth was that it could burst out several times the power in an instant. Although it was not a life and death battle, such a move should not usually be used. Although myths were allowed to fight in order to avoid death, such a fight was usually not allowed unless a life and death contract was signed. But at this moment, Zero-Zuan could not care. For the sake of face, he could not lose. Absolutely not. The ultimate move began to take shape, and a terrifying body slowly walked out of his sky. His stars were shaking, forming a terrifying world force, and there was a shadow of the avenue shaking and amplifying. This was the most extreme burst, which could instantly hit 6 times the current power. This was a killing move, an extreme style. Lee Su sensed something, his eyes flickered slightly, and after a pause, the stars began to reflect in his pupils, and the supreme chapter vibrated. The scriptures rose from the flesh and blood, fell from the soul, and shone in the heavenly palace. Behind him, a wonder appeared, and his heavenly palace appeared. The shape is very unique, with the sword intent of Chang Xiao. It is one of the 9 palaces in his heavenly palace, the scene of the sword palace. With its appearance, the terrible sword intent was ringing, and in the sword palace, the long sword inserted upside down was ringing, and there was a dragon roar. The magic weapons refined by Lee Su himself were all inserted into the sword palace by him as a carrier, to carry the supreme killing weapon of shanking. But, with a thought, the shadow of King Ping's sword emerged, and the 4-color sword light vibrated. Lee Su's character is very simple. If you want to kill me, then I will kill you first. The peerless sword intent gathered on his palm, forming a sharp sword that can cut everything. Zhu Xianli, Lu Xiandi, Xiang Xian Han Mang, Zhu Xian Chang. In the ancient times, the first weapon of attack and killing was completely made into an immortal by Lee Su. The moment the sword came out, the sky cracked, the earth cracked, the road also cracked. The moment he raised the sword, a strong sense of death instantly filled Xiao Zuan's body and mind. At this moment, all the ultimate moves he gathered had a feeling of being cut. Xiao Zuan was stunned and couldn't help but stop his ultimate moves. At this moment, he saw a road standing behind Lee Su, a bloody road with corpses everywhere, full of killing. That is, the killing road. The real killing road. Cut into all living things, kill all things, living and dead. As long as they exist, they can be killed. I might die here. The terrible killing road was introduced into his heart and became an immortal scene. This is a collision between the great roads, very terrible. If the 2 sides of the collision are not on the same starting line, the result will be more terrible than the gap in realm. And it is obvious that Xiao Zuan's fire road has already lost just by contact. The great Dao of the heavenly Dao sage. Do you really think it's a joke? Moreover, this saint is the only one who needs the 4 saints to join forces to defeat him. The essence of the heavenly Dao sage is invincible, transcendent, and the pinnacle. In a one-on-one fight, they can fight until the end of the world and still cannot determine the winner, let alone 4 against 1. This is essentially a kind of false praise. In the conferred god, the shanking sage may be very embarrassed, but isn't his embarrassment a manifestation of strength? Fighting him, you, a saint, can't defeat him. The heavenly Dao sage of the same realm is like this. What about the celestial immortal stage? The gap between the 2 is not between heaven and earth, but between heaven and earth. At the moment of raising the sword, Xiao Zuan's eyes were slightly dull, and the scene of the end was reflected in his heart. The picture of his own defeat was fixed in his mind. No, no, no. Xiao Zuan's soul was cold, and he couldn't help but screaming in fear. He knew that this was the result of the collision of the Dao, and his own Dao lost, so he struggled frantically, trying to get rid of that feeling, that despair. Only in this way can he come back to his senses and save himself. However, in the battle of the Great Way, a thin line of difference is nothing. Lee Su's Dao is too terrifying. How can he struggle out? Question mark? Amitabha, let's stop here. At this moment, a Zen chant, a ray of Buddhist sound, suddenly fell in and illuminated this world. Above the myth, and with a very deep foundation, deeper than anything he has seen before. Lee Su's eyes flashed, watching the other party's flame being melted and extinguished by the Buddha's power. He paused with the sword he raised his hand, and swept it away directly. With a move, he left the world and returned to reality. There were many people in front of the Dashengsha village. There were more than 10 people above the myth, and Daoxuan was among them. Seeing Lee Su, Daoxuan smiled, and at the same time, there was cold sweat on his forehead, and he couldn't help shouting in his heart. Damn, damn, damn. He was a little surprised at first. The disciple of GGO used the common star body refining art instead of GGO's method. He was a little surprised. In the previous battle, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As a disciple of Chinjiao, he naturally knew the situation of Jijiao. The sword was undoubtedly the signature of the heavenly Dao saint of Jijiao in the ancient times. It was rumored that, in order to prevent the saint from affecting the overall situation of the conferred gods, 4 heavenly Dao saints came down at the same time to seal the sword of the Jijiao saint. Chinjiao always thought that this matter was just a joke. How could the invincible heavenly Dao saint fight one with 4 people? But this story is not only spread by Jijiao, Chinjiao, Rinjiao, and Buddhism. It is said that the 4 saints are the saint of Chinjiao, the saint of Rinjiao, and the 2 saints of Buddhism. Did this disciple of Jijiao inherit the legendary avenue of Jijiao? Not only Daoxuan's face changed, in fact, all the myths had a change of face at this moment. They had also heard of that story, and the content was too terrible and unbelievable. Amitabha. What a terrible killing sword. Not only killing, but also existence, space, cause and effect, all were under the killing intent. The Buddhist Xianjiao who stopped the attack also had a trace of shock in his eyes at this moment. Just now, his Buddha power entered, not to stop one side, but both sides, but the result was obvious. The Buddha power turned into flames, but it could not touch Li Su's killing sword. It was too pure, too extreme, and it could not be dissolved at all. I didn't realize, Xiao Zuan, you are so brave. You dared to kill the disciple of Jijiao, and you killed him without a contract. Have you forgotten that you are a perfect celestial being, and junior brother Yang is only in the initial stage? If you really succeed, are you going to send your people to the underworld to reunite? Also, didn't you see the update of the Great Saint Stone Challenge Monument? This person is ranked 19th. Daoxuan couldn't help but said, how dare you? Chapter 517. This junior brother is predestined to meet us. Xiao Zuan came back to his senses, listening to Daoxuan's words, and was a little surprised for a moment. The disciple of Jijiao, the 19th on the Great Saint Stone Challenge Monument. There is no doubt that no matter which one, his face kept changing. He is undoubtedly a genius, but he is not a disciple of a big sect, but from the Xianhuo sect in the upper domain. Above the myth, not all are disciples of big sects. As a myth of the Xianhuo sect, Xiao Zuan is undoubtedly amazingly talented. When he was in the Jiandan realm, he reached the level of 13 fires. He is quite famous in the eastern region. The heavenly court once sent someone to contact him and ask if he is willing to join. Although there will undoubtedly be better resources and a wider world there is also a saying that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. In the Xianhuo sect, he is the #1 prodigy, and all the resources of the 5th floor of the sect will fall on him. But if you go to a big sect, you have to fight. He knew his own situation. There was still a big gap between the myths cultivated by the upper domain forces and those cultivated by the big sects. He might not be able to get more resources if he went there. Moreover, as an upper domain force, he knew very well that there was a difference between his disciples and the disciples of the big sects. Unless he had a crushing talent, there was a difference between the disciples who were not cultivated internally and those who were cultivated internally. Such a difference was more fatal than talent. Therefore, for him, staying in the Xianhuo sect was no worse than going to the big sect. After taking a deep look at Li Su, Xiao Zuan turned around and left without saying a word. His face had been lost, so naturally he had no face to stay. But his Tao heart was a little unstable at the moment. The sword had a great impact on him. He had to stabilize his Tao heart and eliminate the impact. Li Su also turned back at this moment and looked at Han Jin and the other girls and said, "You wait for me here." After that, he took a step and walked towards the Great Saint Gorge. "Hey, junior brother, wait. Since you are here, why not have a chat?" "No need." Li Su spoke lightly. At this moment, he completely extinguished the idea of going to the cliff with these people. When the opponent launched his ultimate move to kill him, he didn't do it, but when he launched his supreme move to kill him, he was killed. What does that mean? Testing his own strength and saving people casually? Do you think you can calm down by shouting Amitabha? If he hadn't got the Heart Sutra from the Buddhist sect, Li Su's sword would probably not be put away, but he would have turned around and chopped at the bull donkey who jumped out. That's right, Lee Su didn't put away his sword to give face to the monk who suddenly intervened, but the hard sutra he got before was just to save the little monk, which was not enough to compensate in his eyes. Hey, junior brother, stop it, listen to me, please. Deoxedan was not surprised by Lee Su's reaction. If it were any of them, they would probably not be able to accept it. The reason why the monk took action is not what you think. First of all, he arrived last, and when he arrived, you had already used your ultimate moves. Then, Xiao Zuan's master, who is also his grandfather, will not live long. Didn't you see that Xiao Zuan, that bastard, didn't say a single polite word, and just turned around and left. Dallo will not live long. So what? Is this talking about the consequences of the other party daring to break the rules? If so, then it's simple, just kill him directly. Do you really think that the Dallo realm of GGO is just a decoration? Deoxedan said softly, junior brother, GGO should have given you a lot of things to save your life, but what if it is a causal curse? If a Dallo realm is at all costs, and uses his own realm, Deo fruit, and destiny to induce causality to curse you, do you think you can still be fine? Of course, you will not die, but it will be very troublesome. Even if the saint helps you solve it, it will not be a problem for a while. It's just a small quarrel, not worth it. Junior brother is unhappy, I can understand it. After all, the other party violated the rules, and he can't blame anyone for being killed, but you can ask your men to check it out first, and find out the specific situation later. Lee Su paused, still without speaking, and went directly to the Great Saint Gorge. I said to come earlier. If you come earlier, so many things will happen there. Deoxedan couldn't help complaining, because the bold donkey took action. Of course, it was not really all for Lee Su's good. The main reason was to go to the bottom of the cliff. If Lee Su really chopped out that sword, it would undoubtedly cause a series of troubles and delay for a long time. In the Dallo realm, lifespans are supposed to be endless. When this happens, there is usually only one possibility: something is wrong with the Dao, and it is a huge problem. A Dallo realm person whose lifespan is about to end is undoubtedly very crazy, and he will not care about the rules set by the saints. After all, the Dallo realm people abide by the rules of the saints, because they do not want to die. The life of an immortal is long, but once their life is coming to an end, they can feel that they are about to reach the end every day, and that is different. Although it was mentioned earlier that immortals will lose their desires if they live too long and can hear the Dao in the morning and die in the evening, but that refers to the heart of pursuit. It does not mean that when they really die, they will face it calmly. This kind of Dallo realm is very scary. If possible, it is best not to be contaminated by cause and effect, because they will be very crazy. Monk, what do you think we should do? Amitabha, it's okay. Although it's just the first time we met, he has a connection with our Buddhist sect. It will be fine. After he learns about the situation from GGO, the monk acted very relaxed. Besides, junior brother Yang has only come to the Great Sage Gorge for the first time. He must go inside to see the Taoist rhyme left by the ancient Great Sage equaling heaven. It will be fine after some time. Deoxen's face sank. You bastard monk, he is a disciple of my 3 religions. He has no connection with your Buddhist sect. Internal struggles are one thing. Disciples of the 3 religions will always be disciples of the 3 religions. The Eastern Chan sect has not forgotten the ending of the Chan sect after the ancient conferred god. They were directly poached by the West in a beheading manner, which greatly humiliated the saints. It is still ingrained in the dogma until now, preventing fire, theft and boldness. Not far away, the myth of the Western Chan sect was silent. They were the one who apostatized and entered Buddhism. Although they broke away hundreds of thousands of years ago, they have never been accepted by the Eastern Chan sect. On the contrary, the disciples of the human sect, who looked like ordinary people, laughed inexplicably. I think this junior brother has a connection with my human sect. Deoxen couldn't help but raise his eyelids. Senior brother, you'd better keep this in your heart, otherwise the G sect will really explode. Interesting. I always feel that he has a connection with my heavenly court, especially the name, which has a cause and effect with junior brother Zuan Kang. Among the few people, only the person from the demon court said nothing, with a dim and strange look in his eyes. In Buddhism, the Eastern Chan sect, the human sect, the heavenly court, and even the Western Chan sect, when did the disciples of the G sect become so popular? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the disciples of the Chan sect dislike each other? Why, even Daogsun, who lost to the Taoist of the G sect, was very nice to him. You lost and lost the face of the Eastern Chan sect? Isn't the Chan sect's most important thing? Question mark? The Taoist of the demon court was a little confused and couldn't understand this situation. In fact, it's not just him. Hang Jin and the others who had not left were also confused. Although GGO was one of the 8 major sects, in fact, it had no good relationship with any of them. After all, the doctrine was like this, only money was discussed, not feelings. In history, there was even a scene where 3 sects competed and all paid money, but the 3 families of GGO disciples who came to fight together. Therefore, the saints of the East and West Chan sects once angrily commented that GGO was a shit-stirring stick. Of course, they were rebuked by the saints of GGO the next second. Yes, we are shit-stirring sticks. What are you who are being stirred by us? That day, the sky in the east was red, and the saints' eyes were like the sun, shooting straight into the west region, burning the sky with fire clouds. Check it. Hang Jin was startled. It was the rumor of His Highness. Obviously, after Daogsun's explanation just now, he believed it. The other party dared to say that such things did not need to be checked at all. The so-called check was actually just a process. Hang Jin did not hesitate. He had to check, not to check the authenticity, but to check the situation of the Dalwo behind the man named Ziozuan. If it was really as Daogsun said, he would undoubtedly have to make some preparations. That kind of Dalwo realm is almost like a madman. You really don't know what he will do. Asterisk 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 Li Su walked in step by step in the Great Sage Gorge. The pressure was great. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. He could feel that there was a Taoist charm here, a very violent Taoist charm, with an immortal breath and a taste of eternity. Even if time passed, the charm would never die. Step by step, as the pressure became greater and greater, scenes gradually emerged in front of Li Su's eyes, and in his heart. An extremely majestic figure, very similar to the Monkey King seen in the fragments of the Wazhang temple world, but countless times more powerful, was taking shape and appearing. It was the great sage after the journey to the west, and became a fighting god. No, although this breath was extremely violent, deep inside, there was an extremely grand Buddhist power, filled with the meaning of supremacy. Li Su's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Such a terrible Buddha nature. Could it be the Monkey King in the later biography? The one who achieved the fruit position of the Lord of the Light Buddha? It was not, until he reached the depths and the scene became more and more real, that Li Su stopped and sat cross-legged on the spot, quietly observing the scene in his heart. This virtual image of the great sage is extraordinary, not to mention the great sage's Dao fruit and the great Dao. Just talking about the use of its power gave Li Su a great shock. Buddhism can be grand, unparalleled, colorful, and can cleanse the soul. But in Monkey King's case, its Buddha power is full of extreme ferocity. That kind of thought overwhelms everything, making the Buddha power that should be neutral and peaceful become as violent as fire. This is very different. Although the Buddha also has the image of Hades, which can generate wrathful power. But this kind of transformation is undoubtedly the first time Li Su has seen and felt it. Golden light flows in his eyes, and the Daoji is vibrating and analyzing, constantly capturing the power lines and the flow of Buddha power in the huge figure. As the little ripples were captured, the heavenly palace in Li Su's mind was shaking slightly. The Pure Land Hall and the Glazed Hall were resonating and taking shape. There were 2 forces being nurtured and taking shape. Taking a deep breath, Li Su could feel that the surface level of the power being nurtured was not high, but it undoubtedly belonged to the 2 fundamental forces of Buddhism. One was to shape the body into an immortal body, which was the power of protecting the law. The other was to transform into a form with the power of annihilation, which was the power of Vajra. The 2 saints in the West, perhaps in order to repay the cause and effect of the heavenly way, designed in many ways to form the journey to the West. But Bodhi Patriarch did not perfunctorily teach Monkey King, but really put his heart into it. For his next path, he formulated the most suitable practice method for him. Sitting in place, Lee Su kept comprehending, and under the weight of Taoism and his own talent, he captured Monkey King's Taoism rhyme, engraved his legal principles into the palace of Taoism itself, and consolidated his own road. Asterisk 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 brother, I want revenge, I want revenge. After waking up, Xiao Yu's eyes were red and full of hatred. It was a great shame, a great shame. Although he knew who beat him, he still couldn't accept it, and couldn't accept it. So what if he was a Taoist priest of GGO? He just attacked the foreign blood food. In the eyes of the mythical world, it was just a domestic pig. Why did he bully him like this? Thinking back to the slaps one after another in his mind, Xiao Yu became more and more manic. He has been spoiled since he was a child. Because of his grandfather, even the disciples of the big sect are more polite when they meet. What about experiencing such treatment? Xiao Zuan didn't say anything. It took him a long time to expel the sword intent in his heart. There was anger in his eyes. His brother was beaten because of a domestic pig, and he lost face because of it. Once it spread, what would others think? Of course, he didn't dare to retaliate against Lee Su directly, and he couldn't beat him. Even if his grandfather was a little crazy, he would not agree, because he couldn't afford to offend him. I admit that I can't take revenge on you. Didn't you want to protect that pig? Then I must kill that pig, and kill it in front of you. Xiao Zuan's expression was very ferocious, and he said directly, this matter really can't be left alone for so long. Brother, you go and keep an eye on that pig. Doesn't the other party want to protect it? Then kill it in front of it, and I'll notify Grandpa to come over. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, and he nodded without hesitation. Okay, brother. After Xiao Yu left, Xiao Zuan took out a communication talisman. Grandpa. Huh? What's wrong? Soon, Xiao Zuan told what happened. Damn it, it deserves to be killed. The extremely furious voice coming from the other side of the communication talisman, especially when he heard that the GGO Taoist almost killed Xiao Zuan. The old man on the other side was so angry that his hair and beard were all erected, and there was madness in his eyes. The space around him was cracked, as if glass, with a huge crack. The two grandsons can be said to be his continuation. He has been waiting for them to grow up, but they are almost gone. In an instant, the old man went crazy, and the madness in his pupils seemed to be uncontrollable. No, it's too dangerous. He doesn't have much time. Before that, he must protect the two grandchildren. They are his favorites and no one can touch them. He suppressed the madness in his heart and said directly, my dear grandchildren, wait for Grandpa over there. Grandpa will pick you up immediately. Although he was angry, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend GGO. Grandpa, I'm not willing to accept it. The other party just embarrassed us for a domestic pig. I want to kill that domestic pig in front of the other party. Domestic pig? The old man was stunned for a moment, and then nodded without hesitation. It was not a GGO Taoist, but just a domestic pig. He could kill it. Would the other party dare to attack him? He immediately said, okay, wait for me to come over. After hanging up the call, Xiao Zuan's face was extremely gloomy, with murderous intent accumulating in his eyes. He looked out the window silently and said coldly, Master GGO, this time I want to see what your face will look like. Chapter 518, Pointing the Way. After watching for almost half a day, Lee Su slowly closed his eyes, stood up, and turned around to leave without hesitation. Entering the village directly, Lee Su found Han Jin and others who were still tidying up the room. Thinking that Lee Su would delay a lot of time, Han Jin, who planned to live here for a long time, was stunned. Your Highness? Well, let's go. Let's go. Where to? It's enough. Let's go to the monkey restaurant first. Several people were stunned. Enough. How much time has it been? Looking at the sky, it's less than half a day. Feeling the doubts of several people, Lee Su did not explain. Monkey Brother's power is indeed powerful. If he fully comprehends it, it will be enough to practice the Dao Saint realm. There is no doubt that it is a rare opportunity. However, for Lee Su, it is not necessary. He already has the path of the Saint Dao. As long as he follows the steps, he can achieve the realm of the Saint. Coming to the Great Saint Gorge, his main purpose is to watch the Great Saint Dao pattern, observe its avenue, and increase his own avenue texture. Seeing this level is basically enough. On the two halls of Pure Land and Glazed, the two patterns of Dharma Protector and Vajra have been formed. For him, this is the biggest gain. It is enough. There is no need to go deeper. Although the chapters recorded in the Great Sage Gorge are undoubtedly of the highest level, they belong to the Great Sage. It is its own path that has walked out of the highest level left by the two Western sages. You can learn and observe, but if you imitate it, you will die. There is only one great sage equal to heaven, whether in ancient times or now. Of course, in addition to the gains in patterns, Lee Su also gained another thing. Through the two patterns, plus the impressions introduced into the Minscape, Lee Su gained a magical power. By the way, how is the situation at Xiao Zuan's place? Basically, it's similar to what Daoxuan said. Really? Lee Su nodded, sensed it, and instantly found Daoxuan, and directly transmitted his voice. I agree to go under the cliff, but I have something to do before that. On the other side of the village, Daoxuan, who was still negotiating, moved his eyes and said directly, no problem, we still need to prepare to go under the cliff, and we should set off in a month. The eyes of the other people in the room flashed, and they all turned to look at Daoxuan. Daoxuan smiled and said, he agreed. Very good, this is enough for a group of people. Then according to the previous discussion, each of us should make preparations, and the official departure will be in a month. No problem. Daoxuan nodded, and transmitted his voice to Lee Su again. Under the cliff, the physical body cannot go, only the soul can enter, and it is very huge. If you enter it carelessly, it is easy to get lost. So it is best to prepare instruments that can protect your physical body, and treasures that can illuminate the way for the soul. Yes. Lee Su nodded. He had no problem with this. Not to mention the Daozi suit, every treasure he possessed had this function. By the way, junior brother, didn't you enter the Great Saint Gorge? It's over so soon. Daoxuan remembered something, and couldn't help but ask curiously. His words made everyone in the room, including the monk, turn their heads. They had been in the Great Saint Gorge for quite some time, but they had only comprehended 2 or 3 levels. The strongest was undoubtedly the monk, who could already reflect the Great Saint's vision and fight for him. Almost done, just observe for a while. The Great Saint's path is not my path, so there's no need to go too deep. The first sentence made Daoxuan shudder, and the other people also heard it and couldn't help but get a big jump. But when they heard the latter part, several people couldn't help but take a deep breath and exhale for a long time. Damn, I was shocked. I thought he had comprehended it in less than half a day. The Great Saint's domain involves the holy way. The more you observe, the more terrifying it is. It seems endless, and it can make people infinitely deep into it, with no end in sight. Daoxuan also exhaled, and then said, huh, so that's it. But junior brother really gave up like this? That Great Sage scene, even if you don't follow the Great Sage path, if you can engrave it into the Heavenly Palace and leave a mark, you can also form a powerful magical power. Learning the path to becoming a Great Sage is unrealistic. Everyone present knew that the path of a Great Sage was difficult to replicate. In that attack, there was a scene of it, fighting the sky, fighting the enemy, and fighting the sky. The journey to the west can be said to be the path to becoming a Great Sage. There are too many things in it, the right time, the right place, and the right people, none of which can be missing. And the Great Sage himself is a natural creature, with a huge connection with the ancient heavenly Dao Saint and the Mother of Man, born in the 5-colored stone, the treasure that can repair the world. 5-colored stone, the treasure that even the Dalo realm dreams of. You may not be able to find a piece, even if you search through countless stars in the outer space. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and said directly, that has been completed. Huh. Daoxuan suddenly widened his eyes, and there was an unbelievable look in them. Finished? Just a moment? Are you kidding? This is the imprint of the Great Sage's virtual image on the Heavenly Palace, forming a real image. This process is not something you can just take a look and remember. The energy required is so great that ordinary people can't even imagine it. Is it difficult? Oh, by the way, you don't know Buddhism, so it's indeed a bit difficult. If someone from the Buddhist sect comes, it should be much faster. Huh. Daoxuan was stunned, turned his head, and looked directly at the bull donkey not far away, with an extremely suspicious look on his face. It is rumored that the great sage has a huge relationship with Buddhism. The other part is power is really related to Buddhism. Can practicing Buddhism quickly reflect? The monk was stunned and shook his head immediately. How is this possible? If practicing Buddhism can increase the speed of reflection, how could he stay here for so long? 3 full years, and he is only at the 5th level. Deoxen was very direct. Brother, don't fool me. I'm with the bald man from the Buddhist sect. If it was that simple, how long would it take him to comprehend it? 3 years, and he has only just reached the 5th level. Li Su was a little surprised. Although he was an abnormal person in comprehension, 3 years. 5 levels? Still above the myth. This is too long. He said, I'm afraid he has comprehended the wrong way. Comprehended the wrong way. Deoxen looked at the monk with an interesting expression. At this moment, the monk frowned slightly and spoke for the first time. Amitabha, may I ask you, junior brother, why is this not right? You are observing the Buddha's nature to realize the great saint's dharma, right? The monk's pupils shrank and he nodded. Yes. Is there anything wrong? Of course it's not right. The upper limit is too high. You can't see below, and it's naturally difficult to comprehend. No wonder it took 3 years. Fortunately, you have a good understanding, otherwise there would be problems long ago. However, this is probably related to your high understanding, otherwise you should be able to detect that something is wrong. The upper limit is too high. The great saint cultivates the power of Dharma protection and walks the Vajra path. You can't explain it with the Buddha. How is it possible? The great saint is in the holy realm. How can the power of mere arhat reach the realm of a saint? Who told you that arhats cannot become saints? That's not right. When were the 3 Buddhist fruit positions of Buddha, Bodhisattva, and arhat linked to the realm? How many Bodhisattvas can beat the arhat who subdues dragons and tigers? How many Buddhas can beat Guanxi and Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva? Buddha, Bodhisattva, and arhat are only the fruition of my Buddha. They determine the direction of Buddha cultivation, not the beginning and end of the great Dao. Arhat cultivates the body, Bodhisattva cultivates the mind, and Buddha cultivates the state. If you can't understand this, what kind of Buddha are you cultivating? The words, like thunder, exploded directly in the monk's mind. In an instant, he was shaken, and the scene of the great sage reappeared. The hazy picture was lifted up. It turned out that the swaying flowers bloomed, but the heart became more and more clear. Amitabha. Putting his hands together, the monk chanted the Buddha's name, and his breath vibrated. In the depths of his mind, the heavenly palace issued a rumbling thunder, and a terrible phantom appeared. The phantom of the great sage fell into the heavenly palace, and formed a real image. With a very serious salute, the monk said with great gratitude in his voice, "Thank you for your guidance. I have been trying to understand the Dharma for 3 years, but I'm still trapped in it without knowing it. Don't blame you." Li Su's voice sounded, and he said lightly, "The great sage's Dao is a little different. Although it uses the power of arhats, it is the heart of bodhisattvas. There is something wrong with its Dao. Although it comes from Buddhism, it is not suitable for ordinary Buddhist practitioners to watch. Watching it too much will cause problems." On the side, Deoxen was stunned. Who is this Buddhist monk? You, a Taoist from Jijio, actually gave advice to a Buddhist Taoist about Buddhist cultivation, and made him convinced. Is it necessary? Is it necessary? Junior brother Yang, when did you practice Buddhism? Not long ago, a Buddhist saint gave me a copy of the Heart Sutra. I read it, and the effect is very good. Damn, what's going on? Doesn't the saint of Jijio care? If he is poached, it will be a beheading poaching. Moreover, I gave him a copy of the Heart Sutra and read it. The effect was not bad. In other words, our junior brother Yang, in the words of those old bull donkeys in the Buddhist sect, is predestined with Buddha. Boom. 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 Just when Deoxen was about to say something, a terrible opportunity fell, and the Dalo realm descended. Moreover, this breath was quite strange. It was filled with a sense of desolation, as if it was about to enter the end, very turbid, with a taste of madness. What is this breath? In an instant, everyone's face changed, and they rushed out directly. Looking up, a figure fell from the void. It was the Dalo realm, and it was a huge Dalo realm. Deoxen's face changed on the spot. Is it him? Damn, Zio Zuan, That bastard, what does he want to do? Standing outside, Lee Su also raised his head, frowning slightly. The dying Dalo realm. Grandpa. A figure rushed out. It was the guy who was pressed to the ground by Lee Su. He flew towards the Dalo quickly, with a look of great grievance on his face and resentment in his pupils. He shouted, "Grandpa, help me get revenge." The old man was a little crazy, but when he saw his grandson, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, grandson, Grandpa will definitely help you get revenge." A simple sentence, with a terrible murderous intent, with a taste of destruction. In an instant, everyone's face became very bad. Fuck. Chapter 519 Crazy People. This person has a big problem. Although he is powerful, the heavenly palace in his body is in chaos, as if the world is collapsing, and the inside is beginning to collapse, and cannot be reversed. This kind of scene is undoubtedly the first time that Lee Su has seen. Of course, he has no time to care about this problem. At this moment, he cares about the words and attitude of the person who comes. As Xiaoyu approaches the other party and points at him, the eyes of the Dalo realm suddenly look over. Xiaoqi, he became a Dalo realm 7,000 years ago. Later, for some unknown reason, he had serious problems. The inner world began to collapse one by one, and his infinitely long life is about to come to an end. There are many such Dalo realms in the mythology world. They are undoubtedly crazy. It is not surprising what they will do at the moment of death. Han Jin said with a solemn look on his face. Lee Su frowned slightly. For someone who can say such words in person, it is obvious that he cannot expect him to suddenly become rational. He sensed the location of the Daozi Palace almost immediately, and once the other party intends to make a move, he will immediately summon the Daozi Palace. The land of the other world is covered by power. Feeling the weak reaction from Daozi's order, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. His face turned a little cold. "Senior Xiaoqi, Dalo realm cannot leave. Are you going to violate the rules set by the saints?" A voice came up. It was Daoxun. He flew directly to the sky, looking at Xiaoyu who was crying about his grievances, with a trace of fear in his pupils. Not only him, but the Taoist of Sichin sect also flew into the sky. Senior, the struggle between myth disciples is the rules set by the saints, recognized by the saints of the 8 sects at the same time, signed an oath, and formed the heavenly book. For such a crazy guy, it is necessary to give a reminder. Now we can only hope that the other party has not gone completely crazy and will not disregard the saints' agreement, the heavenly book oath, and take action. The 2 of them are disciples of the Chan sect, and the first to propose the oath was the Chan sect saint. As a major sect with the final rules, they naturally cannot watch someone break the rules set by the saints in front of them. The so-called mighty and powerful cannot be defeated. To be honest, they don't want to face such a person who obviously has little reason left. But if they just retreat and dare not speak, even if this side is better, once the news spreads, the days waiting for them will not be better. Damn, this madman. The other party just arrived, and he actually covered this side with his own world power, leaving no opportunity. Even if the Dalo of the monkey clan in Huaguo Mountain noticed something unusual and rushed over, it would be too late. 2 juniors. Xiaoqi laughed with a hint of madness in his eyes. His eyes were cold and mocking. As a Dalo realm, he should be the most noble life under the saints, without a doubt. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, let alone the celestial realm, even Tai could only tremble in front of them and bow his head to obey. As a result, the saints didn't know whether their brains were cramped or what, and suddenly made a vow that the Dalo realm was not allowed to take action against the myths. God knows how many Dalo realms opposed this rule and turned pale when they heard it. Over the long years, many Dalo realms were unable to take action because of this matter, resulting in them having to watch some of Ildoa's breakthrough and finally fight with them and kill them. Do you know why most of the Dalo realms are now hidden from the world? Not to mention those lackeys of the big sects and those who have lost the Dalo spirit. In fact, in the mythological world, there are many Dalo who are not only hidden, but also directly cut off all causal relations with the outside world. It is because of that damn oath that he can only watch the ants approach him. It is a pity that he is not strong enough to violate those saints. They are standing without any pain in their waists, and they can decide everything below with a casual word. It is obvious that he has spent countless years and worked hard to become the top life, but in the end he still cannot be free. A mere celestial realm dares to jump out and jump around in front of him. Obviously, he is a higher life form, and he can crush this group of people to death with just a little force, but he can only watch them pretend to be powerful and arrogant in front of him. Old man, did you give me permission to speak? Mention the rules in front of the strong? Don't you know that only the strong can define all the rules in this world? However, it won't be long. Soon, the myth world will return to the extremely free years of hundreds of thousands of years ago. Xiaoqi waved his hand and a terrible force broke out. The extremely powerful world force broke out directly and went towards Daoxuan and the two who rushed out. In an instant, the faces of the two changed at the same time, realizing the seriousness of the matter and the madness of the bastard in front of them. Their shadows of the heavenly palace shone, and stars flew up from behind them. One planet has wind, and the other planet has fire. That is not a simple force, but the boundless wind in the earth, fire, feng shui that constitutes the origin of the world, and the fire of the sky, that can only be seen in the outer space. Although the inheritance of the Chan sect was broken, it was undoubtedly preserved. The two forces were released, intersecting in the air, and the diameter formed a world of wind and fire. At this moment, the rift between the East and West Chan sects was put aside by the two of them, and they joined forces to fight. The two were undoubtedly very strong, and their strength above the myth was revealed. If they faced the Zhuangxin, even if the 10 fire limits were perfect, they could still win the battle, even if the myth Zhuangxin was not invincible. Unfortunately, their opponent was the Dalo realm. The gap was too big. The celestial immortals cultivated the stars, the Tai cultivated the galaxies, and what about the Dalo? The Dalo cultivated the universe. The energy level gap was too huge, and it was beyond imagination. The 10 directions above and below are called the universe. The past and the future are called the universe. In the Dalo realm, even if you wave your hand casually, there is the power of time and space to follow, forming a vast and powerful force. In an instant collision, the two people's strength was directly broken, their bodies were suppressed by the huge force, shaking, and spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the heavenly palace was shaking. They were suppressed by the power of the Dalo realm, from the sky to the ground, and were deeply suppressed below. The saint's oath is a constraint on us, but it is not your capital for arrogance. What should I do? How can you interfere? He glanced coldly at Daoxuan and the other two who were suppressed by their own power, and could not even speak. Heavenly immortals should have the attitude of heavenly immortals. You should be grateful for the protection of the saints, otherwise I will crush your heavenly palace, nail your souls to death, and turn you into ashes, and never exist again. Fuck. At this moment, the faces of the celestial immortals and myths present were extremely ugly. Looking at Daoxuan and the other two who were suppressed on the ground, they couldn't help but clench their fists. No one spoke, because they realized the madness of the Dalo in front of them, and also realized that there was some rationality in his madness. Although it is not good to say this, the other party should not dare to kill the Taoist of GGO, but I'm afraid that he will suffer. Even if GGO knew about it later, the Saint Dalo would probably not react too much, but would think it was better this way. Above the myth, because of the Saint's oath, there is no doubt that there is some pride. After being wronged and unwilling to be defeated, they will naturally work hard to become stronger. In history, there are many Xiangjiao above the myth who broke through the Dalo realm and took revenge. The other party's behavior is within the scope of the rules. It's just eating your domesticated fat pig. It's different from refusing. If it doesn't work, the worst that can happen is compensation. Relying on your own strength, bullying my grandson. Do you feel excited? Do you think you are great? Xiaoqi looked at Li Su. His eyes were very cold, and the aura of madness was superimposed. The saints did have a vow that the Dalo realm cannot take the initiative to kill the myths below Tai. Do you have the confidence to think that my grandson is not a disciple of the great sect, so you think you can beat him up? You are self-righteous and arrogant. Boy, I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't teach you a lesson. Today, let me make you understand a truth deeply. Don't think that everyone above the myth will give in to you and spoil you. Isn't it just killing a pig? What can you do if I kill it? Zio directly reached out and grabbed Zhang Yan, just as his grandson Zio said, and started to act. Being locked by the Dalo realm, Zhang Yan's face turned pale. At this moment, she bit her lips tightly, without speaking, begging for mercy, or calling for help. She had long been accustomed to it. Every day in the myth world, she had the awareness that she would be killed and eaten. She pursed her lips and smiled slightly, and looked at Li Su deeply. This was the first time she encountered good intentions since she came to the myth world. Although the time was a little short, at least the last days were not so bleak. Han Jin and the others looked very unhappy. The 5 of them joined forces, and it was not impossible to stop him for a while, but the guy in front of them was obviously a lunatic. Once he was provoked, God knew what he would do. Not further provoking the other party. Ensuring the safety of Daozi was undoubtedly the first thing they had to consider at this moment. As for Zhang Yan, it was no longer a problem of external blood food. Even if it was replaced by a creature in the myth world, they would take Li Su's safety as the first goal, even if they died. Several people looked at each other, and their breath burst out, forming a large formation to cover Li Su. Although Zhang Yan was a little sorry, Daozi must not be in trouble. They could only hope that the other party would calm down while killing Zhang Yan and not become more crazy. However, at this moment, Li Su moved. From the moment the other party opened his mouth, he, who had been silent all the time, took action directly. In an instant, he came in front of Zhang Yan. A light flashed, and he enveloped the person and took him away. He gave a look to Han Jin and the other girls, and without thinking, he raised his hand and chopped it. A terrifying shadow appeared in his palm, which directly shattered the void and broke the confinement formed by Daluo. Li Su looked up and looked at the falling palm, with flames flashing in his pupils. If it was a creature in the myth world, he might have endured it, but as an outsider, how could he watch Zhang Yan, who was obviously related to Zhu Chahu, being slaughtered by the other party? Not only that, if he let this old dog do whatever he wanted, what was the point of cultivating his Taoism for 100 years? If he really let him watch motionlessly, his Taoism would be in trouble. How could Li Su let a dying madman affect his Taoism? Old man, do you think you are crazy? Do you think that people and ghosts have to care about you? Being afraid is being afraid. What about restraint? If you are not afraid of death, what about the restraint of saints? In history, there are Daluo realm who violate the rules for their own blood relatives. I have seen many people like you who are aggressive and aggressive. Come on, I will give you a chance. Try to chase me. After saying that, Li Su flashed and jumped into the narrow gap in the void before the big hand fell and escaped directly. In the void, Daluo realm's face was a little frozen, and there was terrible madness rolling in his eyes. He remained rational, but in fact he was still afraid in his heart. Now facing Li Su's provocation, he was a little crazy. He was already very dissatisfied with the oath, and now as his life was coming to an end, his resentment was amplified. Little beast, do you really think that I dare not kill you? His pupils were bloodshot and he roared. He squeezed his palms and solidified the void, making it impossible for the people inside to escape. Then he moved his body and escaped directly into the void, chasing Li Su madly in the direction of his escape. Damn it. At this moment, the faces of all the myths present could not help but change. This is going to be a big deal. Why is the Taoist of Jigio so unwise? Knowing that the other party is a lunatic and a gunpowder barrel that will explode at any time, why does he still provoke him? The faces of the Hanjin women were also very bad at this moment. The worst situation appeared. They looked at each other, frantically vibrated their own heavenly palaces, attracted power, and formed a formation. Break out. You must break out immediately. Then send a letter to the housekeeper Gongsun and ask him to come over. A crazy Daluo realm. God knows what he will do. The more she thought about it, the more gloomy Hanjin's face became. She raised her head and looked at Zhou, who was a little at a loss, and said sternly, Zhou, you really deserve to die. You knew what your ancestor was like, but you deliberately called him here. Don't think that you can be fine just because you are a myth. If something happens to me, Gigio Daozi, none of you will survive. At this moment, Zhou was also a little flustered. He had resentment in his heart and wanted to take revenge, so he called his grandfather. He thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect that Gigi would be so crazy. For a domestic pig, he would not hesitate to provoke his dying grandfather. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he swallow his anger at this moment? Why? My grandfather is going crazy. Gigi, are you crazy too? It's just a domestic pig. Why? Why? If his grandfather really killed Gigi and crippled him, would they be able to live well? No. Grandpa, just teach him a lesson. Don't really kill him. Zio was a little frightened. He really couldn't understand what the Gigi was thinking. It's not like he had never done such a thing before, but he had never encountered such a situation before. Asterisk 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 boom. 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 In the gap, one chased and the other fled. It's conceivable how terrible the Dalo realm is. Even if there is a terrible space storm in front of him, it's no different from peace. What about Lee Su? He ran very fast. The treasures in Huo flag was shaking, and flames fell, summoning the Pangu banner. As a space treasure, the speed here is not as fast as the Dalo realm behind him, but the space in the narrow gap is not stable, and he can teleport again and again. In an instant, the two sides ran away from dozens of other worlds. The more he chased, the more shocked Zioki's expression became. There was something strange in his crazy eyes, and his breathing became a little short. There is something wrong with this kid. There is a big problem. He has a treasure on him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, The Man with Multiple Treasures. Although his realm is not as good as before, Lee Su can now use the treasure and trigger some of its power. Although it is only a little, the surface level is beyond imagination. This allows him to easily pass through the other world, even if it is said that the narrow crack full of violent energy can be easily passed through without being affected by the energy inside. Pangu Banner, as the top space treasure, has the two great powers of creation and end. As some functions are activated by Lee Su, the power it bursts out is far beyond the comparison of ordinary immortal tools. However, although he ran very fast, the madman behind him was also chasing him very closely. Even if he crossed a long distance in an instant and got rid of the other party in an instant, he would still be caught up by him. Lee Su did not stop and continued to run. The world rift is very long and deep. The Buddhists say that one flower is one world. It is worth mentioning that in this rift, you can lead to the boundless place. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one would go so deep because they would lose the signposts and get lost in it, and they might never be able to rush out. However, this is not a big threat to Lee Su. He has a treasure. Wherever the Pangu banner reaches, it will leave an eternal mark. There is almost no possibility of getting lost. He kept going deeper and deeper, drilling into different fragments one after another, constantly widening the distance from the real world. Behind him, Zioki's eyes became more and more brilliant. At this moment, he even took the initiative to reduce his speed, not forcing Lee Su too tight, so as to let him fight back. As a Dalo realm, it is not difficult for him to shuttle through the void. When he reaches the Dalo realm, it is enough to form a universe inside himself, obtain the power of time and space, and touch the eternal root. This surface level is never imaginable if you are not in the Dalo realm. At this moment, he is waiting for Lee Su to keep moving away, keep going deeper into the other side of the slit, and keep widening the distance from the real world. Although he is a little crazy, he has not lost his reason. Therefore, after continuous observation, he found and confirmed that this child is not in a good condition. There is something abnormal, and he may have an unimaginable treasure in his body. Otherwise, it is impossible for a mere celestial being to go so deep into the world slit. Unfortunately, he was a bit stupid and got one thing wrong. The world rift is not a rare place for Dalo realm. Instead, it is a place where they get good things. By constantly going deep into the rift and touching the broken fragments, although it is like looking for a needle in a haystack, there are really treasures in some faults. Legend has it that someone once fished out a spiritual ocean in the rift. There was a huge sea eye in it, which would spew out hundreds of millions of cubic meters of violent spiritual energy every second. He intercepted it and placed it in his own heavenly palace, which made amazing changes and possessed unparalleled combat power. The heavenly palace was thus transformed. Others found the 5-colored divine stone in the slit. It is rumored that it was smelted by the ancient heavenly saint Nuanayang. It has the effect of protecting the soul and can transform a glass world, transform the foundation of a heavenly palace, and obtain a wonderful heavenly palace. What is a wonderful heavenly palace? As long as a giant and cultivator sets foot in mythology in the realm of celestial immortals, the heavenly palace will change, with huge fortunes and wonders inside. However, this good fortune is not significant, and it is even imperceptible at the beginning. Only by constantly practicing and passing through the two realms of Shyangsan and Taie, when you reach Daluo, the world force transformed by the stars will be fed back to nourish the heavenly palace, and then the wonderful scene will bloom and bear fruit. This kind of wonder can only be seen by immortals who have cultivated above the myth. Without myth, even the 10-fire limit will not appear. And according to the different spans, the wonders are also divided into different levels. Usually, the heavenly palace has its own scene, which is compatible with the Tao, blooms Tao flowers, and forms Tao fruits. This is the shallowest wonderful scenery heavenly palace. After that, it will become more and more magical according to the different wonders. In the history of the myth world, there are 3 levels of wonderful scenery heavenly palace. Level 1. There are flowers of the Tao and Tao fruits. The heavenly palace can increase the combat power of practitioners by more than times. Level 2. There are more wonders, which are more condensed, and can form 3 to 5 times the combat power. Level 3 and above are very rare. This kind of wonder is very rare, and can form a huge vision, and even change the world. For example, the person who got the spiritual energy ocean in front, his heavenly palace has undergone a huge transformation, forming a huge ocean. Once fighting, the world will be affected by him, and become a vast ocean. The amplitude of combat power is extremely amazing, close to 100 times, and ordinary Daluo realm can't match it at all. Once trapped in it, it is 100% dead. This is called the boundless spiritual sea, which ranks 100 on the list of the wonderful heavenly palace. Then there is the one with the 5-colored divine stone, which forms a glass world, with good fortune. His own power can interpret all the life in the world, become a helper, and fight together. This is called the whole of life, which ranks 30 on the list of the wonderful heavenly palace. There is no doubt that, whether it is ranked 100 or 30, it is extremely terrifying, and the amplitude is huge for the Daluo realm. After all, being in the Daluo realm, there is no doubt that they have touched the pinnacle of life, and they have formed great achievements themselves. Facing the wonders, they still have no resistance, and will be killed like pigs and dogs. From this, we can see how big the gap is. Xiaoqi had also traveled here, wanting to obtain the ultimate treasure, change his own destiny, become a top stream, and be buried in the ranks of the highest life. It is rumored that having a Kaijing Xiangang does not necessarily make one a saint, but a saint must be a Kaijing Xiangang. Why are those above mythology valued, and said to be gods on the other side? It is because they have the foundation for becoming a saint. It is a pity that such a treasure is too rare. In the hundreds of thousands of years in the myth world, only a few people have obtained it. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi's eyes became more and more abnormal, with different emotions brewing in them. For him, this place is like his home. There are not 10,000 people entering this place, but 8,000. It is too familiar. Therefore, he is more and more sure that Li Su has an amazing treasure, either a magic weapon like space, or an immortal weapon that exceeds the upper grade. Thinking of this, he breathed a little eagerly and hurriedly. There is a difference between the best immortal weapon and the upper immortal weapon, and the gap is huge. The existence of that rating usually cannot be described as an immortal weapon, but a spiritual treasure. Lingbao. Now this world no longer has it, no longer born. Some are handed down from ancient times, and each of them has great power. Not long ago, it was rumored that a Lingbao appeared in the world, a rope that could trap immortals. Unfortunately, it is an acquired spirit, not a natural acquired lingbao. That is to say, it has spirituality after years of precipitation, and there is still a gap between it and the real acquired lingbao. However, even so, it is still very expensive, and ordinary Dalo realm can't afford it. What this boy has must be a treasure. No matter what it is, it must be higher than that rope. If it can be obtained, maybe it can be exchanged for something that can generate a wonder heavenly palace. As he went deeper, the narrow slit scene became more and more terrifying, and the distance from reality became farther and farther. If he wanted to go back, even Dalo realm would be a little tricky. It's almost enough. At this depth, even a saint would find it difficult to lock the cause and effect. Zioki took a deep breath and started to act. He raised his palm and formed a large world force. In an instant, the void was distorted by his power. The space was folded up like real matter and ignited directly, turning into a burning sun star. He raised his hand and waved it. The terrible star flew towards Lee Su and crossed the distance between the two in an instant and arrived behind Lee Su. A huge heat wave was steaming and the void was ignited. Everything around Lee Su was evaporated in an instant. The temperature was too high. At this level, the magic weapons with 7 patterns or less would probably be vaporized instantly. Even if it was 9 patterns, they would be melted and decomposed after a certain period of time. The avenue would be ignited by this star, just like ordinary firewood. There is no doubt that facing the Dalo realm, the immortals have almost no power to resist. This is a crushing force between the avenues. Is it almost done? Feeling the terrible power of the other party, Lee Su's eyes flickered. He took a breath, stopped his steps, turned around, faced the terrible fireball, and looked at the Dalo realm, where there was obviously a problem with his Taoism. He ran for so long and deliberately went deep into the narrow crack of the world. He didn't just want to escape. If he really wanted to run, Lee Su, who had the space treasure, didn't have to work so hard. He spent so much effort because he wanted to kill the other party. If he was in the Dalo realm in a good state, he would never have such an idea. Under the complete avenue, even if he held the treasure, it would be difficult for him to stay if the other party wanted to leave. After all, the span was too large. This one in front of him was just right, and there was a problem with the Dao fruit. Lee Su's eyebrows shook, and the huge treasure of humanity, the Xinhuo flag, rushed out immediately. It appeared in an instant, and a terrible wonder appeared directly above the void. There was an ancient civilization cast by the long river of human history. But, with a loud bang, the flames of the Xinhuo flag rushed into the sky, and the grand human civilization was rolled up like a scroll, forming a knife. The blade emitted an extremely bright light, and chopped directly at the flaming stars shot by Zioki. What is this? Zioki couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at the Xinhuo flag in disbelief. He was shocked, excited, and couldn't help trembling. The most precious treasure. And that scene, the most precious treasure of humanity. He had heard of this thing. In ancient times, the human race was extremely glorious, and became the protagonist of heaven and earth, creating a terrifying history of the human race. Later, a human emperor collected the wonders of heaven and earth for smelting, integrated the historical civilization of the human race into it, and formed a flag. Although it was acquired, it broke its own imprisonment, and turned into a spiritual treasure, an innate spiritual treasure, because of the magnificent history of the human race. Xinhuo flag. In the prehistoric world, it is the only thing forged after birth, but it has become an innate thing. It is rumored that when the ancient world was destroyed, the first treasure to be destroyed was it, which ignited the entire prehistoric world. The flag that illuminated it suddenly collapsed on that day, and humanity was broken. I thought this thing had been destroyed long ago, and there was no heaven and earth. But I didn't expect it to still exist here, and it was held by a little celestial being. It really is. God helps me. Zioki went crazy. His whole body was shaking, and his emotions were extremely high. The treasure. It turned out to be the treasure. There was a huge problem with his body, which was almost impossible to reverse. The only way was to give up everything and reincarnate again. But this method was too difficult. As a mortal who knew nothing, he needed to rebuild little by little, until he reached the realm of heavenly immortals, and awakened his memory. There were also people who reincarnated and rebuilt in the Dalo realm in history, but most of them failed and died when they were still mortals. The mythological world is too dangerous after all. Although he thought of other ways, he still couldn't be 100% safe. Now it's different, completely different. If he could get this treasure, he might not need to turn around and directly go to the heavenly palace to suppress his own Dao fruit. Even if he couldn't repair it, at least he could suppress it, giving him time and opportunity to recover. Seeing the stars he shot out being chopped into pieces, he didn't care, nor was he afraid. It's not surprising that the treasure has such power. That is a more terrifying existence than the Kaijing Heavenly Palace. If there is a Dalo realm holding the treasure, even if facing a saint, there is still the power to fight. It is not surprising that the celestial being can't deal with the attack of the Dalo realm. Therefore, there is usually only one way to solve it, that is to kill the person holding the treasure first. Xiaoqi looked at Li Su, his eyes full of murderous intent, filled with the desire to distort reality. At this moment, he did not hesitate at all and rushed directly towards Li Su. The other party was just a celestial being. Even if he had the treasure, he could only use a small part of it. Treasures of this level usually have spirituality, and even Dalo will spend countless years to refine it. As for the celestial being, being able to borrow its power can already be said to be extraordinary. He manifested his own avenue, formed a terrible world, and directly wrapped Li Su and the Xinhuo flag in it. While beating Li Su to death, you must also pay attention to the fact that the treasure has a spirit. Once it loses its holder, it will escape directly. Faced with Xiaoqi's actions, Li Su was a little surprised. It's not the other party's reaction. This is not surprising. He has never dared to release the treasure because it is too precious. Even a saint would not be able to resist. A Dalo with problems in the heavenly palace can imagine how much desire he would have when he saw the treasure. He was surprised by this person's behavior. What kind of confidence is this? Not only do you want to kill him, but you also want to trap the treasure? This is a treasure, and the realm is equivalent to the treasure of a saint. How big is your heart? Will you drive out such an operation? Sure enough, the Xinhuo flag woke up. It felt imprisoned, and the avenue was invading it. In an instant, it went berserk. As the top existence, a huge part of the holders are no different from passers-by for their existence, and they are not qualified to be its owners. There are many reasons why Li Su was recognized by the Xinhuo flag and became its holder. The most important one is undoubtedly that he restored it with a memory defect and gave it a lot of energy to help it repair. Not only that, the Xinhuo flag is quite vengeful. It has not forgotten the sin it suffered in the ancient destruction. Li Su inherited the Seven Saints Daoism. Not only was he surrounded by huge causality and had a peerless foundation, he was also worshipped and had the aura of a human emperor. Once he became a saint in the future, he would definitely fight his way out. At that time, it would also be able to explode the hatred of breaking the flag. With so many conditions added together, the Xinhuo flag stayed by Li Su's side. Where is Xiaoqi? Just an ordinary Dalo. He had a problem with his Dao and broke it. An ant that was about to sink actually wanted to hold it and be his master. It is a treasure of humanity. At least you have to be a human emperor to have such a little thought, right? How dare you? I will stab you to death. Xinhuo flag shouted angrily. Facing the existence that dared to confront the chaos bell directly, facing this behavior that did not take him seriously at all, he was clearly awakened by anger, even though he was sleeping soundly. With a roar, the Xinhuo flag dropped a large piece of flames to wrap Li Su, and the flagpole was like a gun, stabbing directly at Xiaoqi. This is not Li Su who is driving it, but the Xinhuo flag itself. The 100,000-year history shines, forming a brilliance that destroys everything, and directly hits Xiaoqi's avenue. Boom. Boom. With a loud bang, the avenue that was originally broken in half and began to collapse was cut off on the spot. The huge universe formed by Xiaoqi was like a balloon, which was pierced and broken with a puff. Ah! A shrill and extremely shrill wail burst out from Xiaoqi's mouth, and blood was gushing out of his 7 orifices. A huge amount of human history flowed out of his 5 senses with rolling blood. He was severely injured, and his foundation was broken. The Xinhuo flag was still not satisfied, and the gun turned and stabbed again. Wait. I'm in the Dalo realm. In the Dalo realm, compared to the mere celestial being, I can exert your power better. Zyokey's face turned pale, and he couldn't help shouting. Damn, how could it be? How could this happen? Although he had mentioned and heard of the treasure, it was more of a verbal description. In fact, the innate treasure disappeared after the destruction of the ancient times. There is no treasure of that level in the current mythology world. Therefore, he did not know that the treasure itself is not spiritual, but has spiritual intelligence, like all the creature. If he had known this earlier, he would not dare to use the display of the avenue to cover the other party in his own world. The fire flag was stunned for a moment, and the action of stabbing out could not help but pause. Then it laughed, and the gun body was bent with laughter. A mere pseudo-LUO, a being with a fallen soul, a half-dead ghost. Your joke is really interesting. How can you compare with my holder? Who gave you the courage? Zyokey was stunned. Although he was extremely frightened, he couldn't help but be a little angry at this moment, and there was anger in his heart. He was a Dalo after all. How could he be compared with a mere celestial being? Looking at Lee Su, who began to pant after the treasure came out for a moment. Is this all? Suddenly, his eyes stagnated, and he couldn't help but stop breathing. He stared at the heavenly palace above Lee Su's head, which had to emerge because of the treasure, and was supplied with all his strength. The heavenly palace is not big, about 100 feet. But, what is that? What is that? Why does he have so many heavenly palaces? It seems that 8 or 9 heavenly palaces are combined together. In addition to the central one, there are 8 halls similar to the main hall. Not only that, not to mention the central hall, there are wonders on the 8 branch halls above Lee Su's head. There are black and white yin and yang, huge sword shadows, ancient banners floating, fire of life, and soul wheels one after another, all of which are wonders. 8 wonder heavenly palaces? Zyokey widened his eyes and was completely dumbfounded. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can one person own 8 wonder heavenly palaces? This person has a problem, a huge problem. Go now. After realizing that the treasure of humanity is much more terrifying than he imagined and has the power to kill him, Zyokey dared not stay. He had to go immediately. As long as he leaves, after he gets out, just this memory can be exchanged for something beyond imagination. The value is amazing. Boom. When he moved just now, the Xinhuo flag also moved. How could he let the other party get away? He stabbed it and pierced directly into the other party's waist. In an instant, most of the body was pierced and torn apart. The lower and upper parts of the body were only connected by a piece of skin. Zyokey was also a ruthless person. It was also extraordinary to be able to achieve the Dalo realm. His soul directly calculated the score. Half of it sank, and the other half rose up, directly tearing off the last skin and escaping separately. As long as one part escaped, he could survive. Zyokey, can you be more reliable? A guy with serious problems, stabbed twice but still not killed. What does that mean? A voice sounded, directly shaking the void. In an instant, a huge and boundless phantom appeared, with 9 colored streams falling, turning into a terrifying tower, surrounded by terrifying stars, and fell straight on Zyokey's lower body, directly suppressing him. Don't destroy the body. Although the body of the pseudo-LUO realm has serious problems, it is still good as an energy source. A phantom also appeared on Zyokey's upper body. It was a huge flagpole, and the flagpole was inserted into the opponent's forehead, where the soul was. The world was being reorganized. No matter how Zyokey struggled, he was in the same place and couldn't move. 3. This. Looking at Lee Su in horror, Zyokey was extremely frightened and panicked, and there was disbelief and unbelievability in his pupils. A treasure is terrifying. The other party. Before the thought fell, one of the 8 halls with wonders in Lee Su's palace was glowing, and the wheel inside was spinning. A figure came out of the heavenly palace dragging the wheel, and there was a terrible light emanating from it, grabbing Zyokey's soul, pulling his soul out of his body, and heading towards the wheel. 6 paths of reincarnation? Who are you? Who are you? Zyokey screamed madly, his soul struggling desperately. Too terrible. Too terrible. The disciple of GGO has a big problem. A big problem. He roared like crazy, trying to transmit his voice from this otherworldly place so that people could hear it and know it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The huge life fire ignited the void. There was a treasure tree glowing, and there was a lotus platform phantom shining. Zyroki's voice was directly suppressed, and not a single wave could be transmitted. Fear, incomparable fear. Zyroki trembled. In the other party's heavenly palace scene, each one actually has a treasure sleeping. How is it possible? How is this possible? In less than 30 seconds, Lee Su stood in the deep of the empty narrow gap with a pale face, panting non-stop. So tired. It felt like he was about to be drained under the underworld. There was no immortal power at all. He was just a medium, but as a dignified heavenly immortal, he couldn't even last for a minute. All the treasures fell asleep and returned to their own heavenly palaces. The Xinhuo flag would also be gone, leaving only the flames covering themselves. If it weren't for Zyroki's body, which was broken into 2 sections and still lying not far away, I would have thought that Lee Su had done something. Sure enough, in the realm of heavenly immortals, using treasures, even if it was just to kill a problematic general Dalo realm, it was still extremely difficult. He almost became a human being. He had to work harder and strive to improve. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that killing Deng Huan was not so certain. The other party also had treasures. At least he had to be a perfect heavenly immortal, or even a Tai realm. As he was about to collect Zyroki's body, Lee Su was suddenly startled and looked behind him involuntarily. The space there was a little strange. It was pitch black, and led to the unknown. Leave, little disciple. Pangu Banner's voice. Lee Su was startled for a moment. Uncle Gu, what's over there? That's the Forbidden Land. It's too early for you now. Forbidden Land, what is that? Chapter 521. Forbidden Land, Forbidden Name. What is it? It's hard to describe. Pangu Banner's voice resounded in Lee Su's heart. You can get closer and feel it for yourself. Looking at the dark scene not far away, as if it was sucking everything in and not reflecting any light, Lee Su's scalp was a little numb. This kind of thing can be felt very ominous with the naked eye. Even if Pangu Banner didn't speak, it would feel very bad and dare not go over easily. Now that it has spoken and also said that it is not within his reach, Lee Su's heart immediately hesitated. However, he still walked over. Since Pangu Banner asked him to get closer and feel it for himself, it shouldn't be a big problem. He collected Zyroki's corpse, divided it into several parts, and suppressed it directly in the heavenly palace. Although the corpse of the Dalo realm has a big problem, it is still good if it is simply absorbed as energy. The universe has been formed, and the matter inside can be squeezed out for its own star core to absorb. Although he is not short of the energy of the Xiangxin period, there is still a big gap in the Tai realm. Not only that, the other party's broken avenue is also in his body. It is a fire avenue with many Dao patterns engraved on it, involving a very deep field. Although it is broken, it is also an excellent reference for Lee Su, who can feel the trajectory of the avenue in advance and pave the way for the future. After cleaning up everything around him, he called out the phantom of Pangu Banner and chopped this space from the particle surface layer several times. After confirming that it would be difficult to find anything, even if time and space were reversed, he moved closer to the place named Huangjin. That thing seems to be very close, but in fact it is quite far away. Relying on the protection of Pangu Banner, it took thousands of miles to reach the edge. This existence is a bit weird. After walking such a long distance, Lee Su found that it was no different from the size he saw at the beginning. It was still the same as before, with a diameter of about 100 meters. The visual capture of the size of the tower is not its own, but the range radiated by its existence. As long as it is within the range of its radiation, it can be seen. It has nothing to do with size, but a regular presentation. Pangu Banner explained in Lee Su's heart, telling the unique perception brought by this thing. Lee Su nodded. He couldn't help but take a breath and became more careful. Finally, as he got closer, his palm really touched the lightless black. Lee Su couldn't help but tremble, and he retreated directly. However, an unexpected situation occurred. He clearly wanted to retreat, but his body strangely took a step forward, as if he took the initiative. to go deep into the dark space. Lee Su's face suddenly changed, and the next second, a terrible force emerged, flew out from his heavenly palace, with galaxies floating on it, forming a sharp blade with the universe, and directly chopped on Lee Su's body, cutting off his existence. It turned directly into a stream of light, and flew hundreds of otherworldly distances in an instant before stopping. Standing still, Lee Su couldn't help but drip cold sweat on his face, and a touch of fear appeared in his pupils. He couldn't help but say, "Uncle Master, what is that? Tell me how you feel first." Pangu Banner said softly, "I don't feel anything. The moment I touched it, my body, soul, everything, turned into nothingness and disappeared." Lee Su raised his palm, and couldn't help looking at it again and again. In the moment of contact just now, he felt that his palm seemed to disappear. Whether it was in reality or in spirit, it was directly missing and erased. This feeling is terrible, really terrible. Because of this elimination, when touching his fate, he felt that a hand reached out to his past and wanted to melt his arm from the timeline. Once it really succeeded, for Lee Su, it would not be touching this so-called wilderness ban and breaking his hand, but from the moment he was born, his arm did not exist. Wild forbidden, only eternity can touch it. Pangu Banner said softly, "Things that cannot be eternal, there is no immortal glory, or matter will return to nothingness in front of the wilderness ban. Its existence will be reduced, cause and effect will be cut off, ordinary life will enter it, and there is no doubt that it will completely disappear, without leaving any cause and effect." Lee Su's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. Only eternity can touch it? Doesn't that mean that only saints can enter the so-called forbidden land? Even though the Dalo realm has the meaning of eternity, it is still not an eternal creature. As time passes, it will eventually come to an end, but that time will be very long, so long that it is almost imperceptible. Is there anything in there? Why is it so scary? I don't know. Its appearance itself is very abnormal. The first person to discover it was the Saint Taking, who appeared above the 33 heavens. After that, the Saint Taking invited the Master and others to go together, and then something happened. The evil demon from outside the domain suddenly appeared. The heaven and the underworld were instantly pierced. The human race's treasure, the Xinhuo flag, was cut off, and hundreds of millions of lives were instantly destroyed on the 8th floor. Nuwa and the two saints from the west were the first to kill their way out of the prehistoric world. The Lady Pinkson called back the Master and others with the soul alarm, and then they killed their way out together. Then the great destruction happened. Under the Battle of the Saints, the prehistoric world was directly destroyed. At that time, we were left outside the wilderness by the Master and others, and the only thing we knew was that only Yanghan could enter. Discovered by the Saint Taking, and the place where it appeared was above the 33 heavens? Isn't that outside the heaven? Isn't that where the Taoist lived? Speaking of who is the most powerful person in the prehistoric mythology, naturally, we can't avoid the teacher of the saints, the ancestor Hangjin. When everyone was a heavenly Dao saint, this person had already merged with heavenly Dao, and was equivalent to the existence of heavenly Dao itself. Lee Su couldn't help but nod his head, somewhat puzzled, because he found that Pangu Banner didn't seem to mention the existence of Hangjin Patriarch from beginning to end. Even when the Great Destruction occurred, it only mentioned the 7 saints. The destruction of the prehistoric world would undoubtedly have a certain impact on the 7 saints, but it was obviously not the biggest. The biggest impact should be on Hangjin Patriarch, who was the heavenly Dao itself. As the prehistoric heavenly Dao, everything in the prehistoric world was undoubtedly closely related to him. But whether it was Pangu Banner or the current mythology world, there were many descriptions of saints, and the 7 saints were recorded, but there was no record of Daozu. Could it be that there was no Daozu in this world? After all, in Taoism, Hangjin Daozu belonged to the myth of conferring gods, not in the Taoist system. In fact, most of his status was inherited from the 3 pure ones. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little curious and said, "Uncle Master, asterisk and percent asterisk, you." Lee Su was stunned and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He undoubtedly wanted to say the name of the Taoist ancestor just now, but the moment he uttered it, the sound changed and turned into an incomprehensible note, floating out. What's going on? Without waiting for Lee Su to react, a beam of light suddenly shot towards him from a distance. It was pitch black, boundless, and there was nothing. It was the wilderness. It actually moved and actively covered Lee Su. Lee Su couldn't help but shudder, and his face changed on the spot. The Pangu banner also vibrated, and a vast power burst out, shaking the space where Lee Su was. Not only that, there was a terrible light bursting out from Lee Su's body. The flames of the Xinhuo banner, the glazed light of the Zhuanhuang Tower, and the four-color sword light of the Qingping sword burst out at this moment, as if they had sensed something. They burst out one after another, directly cutting through everything around Lee Su, and even locked the strange syllables he had just uttered out of curiosity, directly cutting it off and shattering it. Before Lee Su could speak, the Pangu banner trembled, and a hole opened in the void. Several treasures directly pulled Lee Su out of this gap. The next second, a black light enveloped the space, and it kept vibrating, as if sensing and capturing. Uncle Master, Lee Su couldn't help but feel a chill on his back after landing, sweating profusely. He never thought that his casual words would trigger such a huge reaction from the so-called Forbidden Land. Don't say it, don't think about it, don't read it, don't mention it. Pangu Banner's voice was heavy. Don't have any thoughts, forget it, bury it in your heart, cut off everything just now, and bury it in your heart. Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. At this moment, he found that the treasures did not disappear, and they were still suppressing around him, severing all causes and effects. He couldn't help but shiver, and couldn't help but stretch out a bad thought in his heart. Could it be that he was locked because of the words just now? Immediately, without any hesitation, he directly gathered, sealed, and cut down the memories related to that person, threw them deep in his heart, and buried them completely. With Lee Su's actions, Pangu Banner vibrated again, constantly slashing the void, washing everything with its own great power. Not only that, they were also glowing, and their power sank into Lee Su's heart, covering and suppressing the memory he had sealed, ensuring that there would be no mistakes. Following the action here, the black light at the place where Lee Su was just now vibrated for a moment, and then began to retreat and disappear. After a long while, several treasures returned to Lee Su's body, and no longer sealed him. Before the Saint Realm, that memory must not be opened, understand? Even so, Pangu Banner still spoke at this moment, warning out loud. I understand. Lee Su nodded, his forehead full of cold sweat. Obviously, he did not expect that a certain existence in his memory would become something like a forbidden word, which could not be mentioned, could not be thought of, and could not be imagined. Looking at the degree of tension of the treasures, it was obviously not a trivial matter, and the problem was very big. However, who was that person? Lee Su's memory was cut very deeply, leaving only a name that could not be mentioned, and mentioning it would cause great terror. Not only that, even the treasure did not go into it, but asked Lee Su to seal this memory and not make any associations. This is undoubtedly terrible and amazing. Just saying the name casually, it actually had such a huge impact, and the treasures couldn't help but get nervous. Little disciple, improve your strength quickly, you are still too weak now. Reach the Dalo realm, and then go to the center of the myth world. Our real body is waiting for you there. After saying that, the shadow of Pangu Banner shook, and its spiritual consciousness disappeared. Not only Pangu Banner, at this moment, in addition to Xinhuo Banner, Zhuanhuang Tower, Qingping sword was also silent. The wonders that were bred on the 7 heavenly palaces, except for the hell reincarnation, the rest were much dimmer. After the Tai realm, go to the underworld, and take out the 6 reincarnations. A soft and pleasant voice sounded. The tone was a bit like Zyrokian, but different, very steady, very sleepy. Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned. There was no doubt that this was the first time that the treasures mentioned the request to take them out. Is it so serious? He just mentioned the name of a certain existence. Hasn't it been sealed? And there is also a treasure to seal it and cut off all connections. Why? Obviously, Lee Su didn't know that some things seemed nothing before they happened. But once they happened, changes would take place, and they could never go back to the past. At this moment, in a place deep in the center of the mythical world, the endless Red Dynasty was shaking, and there was a majestic body in the center. After countless years of silence, his fingers trembled inexplicably and began to revive. At the same time, deep in the cracks of the center, in a terrible foreign land, the sky here was bleeding constantly, the rivers were churning with ghost green, the earth was covered with black flowers, and the space was full of decay. This world has been poisoned, and fell into a countdown to destruction. The cause was a corpse that fell in the world. His head was bigger than a mountain, and his body covered almost 1/3 of the world's land. There were tumors and sores on his body, each of which corresponded to a certain disaster scene in this world. At this moment, this scene was intensified, and the suppressed body had a slight vibration. Sure enough, Huang Jin is related to these guys. At the heart position, Pangu banner fluttered, forming one world after another that kept slashing down, constantly tearing the wound on the opponent's chest and heart, making it impossible to heal. The saint had suspected earlier that the three pure ones were led away by Huang Jin to deliberately disperse the combat power of the prehistoric world, so that although the saint returned, the prehistoric world was almost destroyed in 6 layers, and it was impossible to stop the resistance. King Ping's sword was shouting. He was on one of the hands. At this moment, the whole back was rotten. The scene was terrible, and it made it unbearable. It was mainly too disgusting. No, the sword. Where did the little apprentice get that name? How could nature suddenly have such a big chain reaction? I don't know, but I didn't expect that the name could not even be captured by us, but it had a great impact on us. Obviously, there is a huge problem with this name itself. Maybe we have also had problems and have forgotten something that should not be forgotten. There was a lotus platform, and he was on one of the feet. The black hair on the foot was soaring into the sky, but it was shining. Keep waiting. We have waited for centuries. We can wait no longer. The Takai diagram spoke from above. Soon, all the treasures stopped talking and focused on suppressing the terrifying body beneath them. In this destroyed world, the brilliance and the apocalypse continued to collide. Chapter 522, Holy Bell rings and Holy War begins. The pressure disappeared. In the real world, the Han Jin women who used their strength to break through the blockade were startled, and then they immediately said, King Ming, Huang Meng, you guys catch Xiao Yu, Lulo Zixun, you guys go find Xiao Zuan, I'll notify housekeeper Gangsun. Without hesitation, since the opponent's Dalo realm dared to take action, they should be prepared to be retaliated by GGO. Something like that happened not long ago, and someone came to touch it again. Do you really think GGO is made of mud? Crazy? Crazy? So what? This time, Cheyenne Ho sect, you'd better pray that His Highness is not injured. Otherwise be prepared to bear the wrath of GGO, and don't think of leaving. There was a murderous intent in Han Jin's pupils. One or two really think GGO is easy to mess with, right? Thousands of shattered stars in the sky still can't scare you, right? If you don't massacre a sect, and don't hang tens of millions of heads in a conspicuous place, you don't understand what a big sect is, right? The faces of the 4 women were also cold, iron green, with coldness. For thousands of years, no Dalo dared to attack the Daoist of GGO. Why did they do this to the Daoist of GGO? This matter must be explained, and have a result, otherwise it will give people the feeling that anyone can touch the Daoist of GGO. In an instant, King Ming and Huang Meng appeared in front of Xiao Yu. This time, the 2 women didn't care about anything. Even if the other party was above the myth, they didn't care, and they just took ruthless action. They directly cut off the other party's hands and feet. At the moment, when the other party was terrified and even wailing, the light of the formation flashed in King Ming's hand, turning into a huge cone, and directly pressed into Xiao Yu's brain, and the heavenly palace suppressed the soul together. Butler. Eastern region, the Dalo realm of the Skyfire sect attacked His Highness, and His Highness was forced to rush into the narrow gap. The other party chased after him. There was something wrong with the other party's avenue and he fell into madness. For several seconds. Crazy. Haha, haha, this one and two. Where are the law enforcement disciples? From now on, the Eastern region Cheyenne Huo sect is regarded as the enemy of our GGO. The law enforcement Dalo will lead the team and form the 10 absolute formation to suppress this sect. No one in this sect will be spared. Without waiting for an answer, Gongsun said directly, "Disciple Gongsun, report to the saint. There is a Dalo realm who violated the rules and attacked my GGO disciples." Disciple asks the saint for judgment. The holy bell. Yes. Disciples of GGO listen to the order. Ring the holy bell. All disciples, from Dalo to Jiandan, all take their positions and divide into two groups. The east and west regions will form the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. Once any resistance is found, no matter who it is, suppress it and crush them. But, as Gongsun roared, a huge ancient bell suddenly appeared above the sky. It was huge and reflected the heaven and earth. There were strange patterns, truths, and great ways running through it, and wonders appeared. Boom. A loud bang shook the myth world, and both the east and west domains could hear it. As the sound spread, it rushed directly to the sky, forming a huge bloody word on the top of the cloud. Cut. The moment the big word spread, the holy way fell, and the great way penetrated. They intertwined and combined with each other, and finally formed a terrifying blood sword, hanging high in the void. But, in an instant, terrible killing intent bloomed, the sky darkened, and was covered with ominous bloodlight, forming a terrible pressure, directly pressing on the hearts of all living beings in the entire myth world. Formation. A fierce shout sounded, and figures appeared in the void, including Daluo, Tei, and infinite celestial beings. Their immortal power formed a net, and the great way formed patterns. They combined above the 9 heavens, and turned into an endless long river. The long river had 9 bends, and the endless way sank, and floated in it. The long river was surging, raising thousands of feet of waves, forming a terrible tide that could cover hundreds of thousands of miles, no, millions of miles. At this moment, the spiritual energy and Taoism of the entire myth world were swept by the terrible long river. Blood-covered characters, 9-bend yellow river. Faced with this scene, countless cultivators of various forces raised their heads in horror, their pupils showing fear. How could this happen? What happened? What on earth happened? Why did the G sect suddenly start a holy war? Is it going to go to war with that big sect? Damn, what is that long river? Why do I feel like I'm going to be dissolved just by looking at it? Cultivators below the Tei realm should immediately lower their heads and not look at the sky dome array, or you will die. That is the third killing array of the ancient prehistoric world. It is rumored that it was created by the ancient G sect's corpse-slaying saint, the 3 sky goddesses. It once killed the 12 Daluo of the Chan sect in one battle, and ascended to the heavenly palace, forcing the heavenly Dao saint to leave, which completely changed the conferred god pattern, and turned it into a decisive battle between heavenly Dao saints. This array has an unparalleled killing power. It can be said to be the first killing array below the saint. Only saints can break it. Countless cultivators couldn't help but shout. Jiandan, Xiangxin, Tei, and even Daluo couldn't help but tremble at this moment, with cold sweat and panic. The east and west domains set up formations at the same time, which means that GGO has now entered the highest state of alert. No, it should be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a state of war. Heaven, demon court, human religion, Eastern Chan sect, Buddhist sect, Inner Ghost Gate, Black Mountain, Western Chan sect. Although the East and West are separated, in the eyes of the world, the East and West Chan sects are actually one sect. The internal concepts may not be in line, but they are always consistent to outsiders. At this moment, the Daluo realm of the 7 major sects looked solemn, and one order after another was passed down. Maybe GGO's achievements in the mythology world and above mythology are not obvious, but in terms of combat power, it is absolutely terrifying. Especially their formations, the 5 top killing formations of the ancient prehistoric world. All 5 of them are on GGO's side. Although there are also the Zhaoshan Xingdao Great Formation and the Dushan Shensha Great Formation, 2 terrible formations that can challenge saints. The latter has actually been lost, not to mention that the Zhaoshan Xingdao Great Formation is too difficult to arrange, and the Demon Court now only has a remnant formation. So if we say that the formation is the first, GGO is undoubtedly well deserved. A bloody battle with such a big sect will undoubtedly kill many people. No, even if the saints of the big sects don't come out, no one can withstand it. A formation that can kill Daluo. Do you think you are joking? In the ancient conferred gods, how did GGO lose? In fact, the four sects joined forces. Not to mention the original situation, just this point. In the minds of most people, GGO is the first big sect in the prehistoric world. Although GGO is terrible, because of its doctrine, it has been very ordinary for hundreds of thousands of years, so that some Dalo realms have forgotten how terrible the foundation of GGO, which is known as the first big sect in ancient times, is. As the blood G took off, and the 9-bend Yellow River fell, countless Dalo immediately recalled the feelings when they watched the conferred gods. It may be powerful above the myth, but facing such a large formation, it is really not something that a single person can contend with. What's the matter? None of you provoke GGO? The Dalo realm of the big sect was a little anxious. If this pot fell on his head inexplicably, it would be very uncomfortable. Because GGO never takes the initiative to cause trouble, unless something provokes them. Huh. Cheyenne Ho sect? What the hell? What did it do? A Dalo realm that is about to die attacked the GGO Daozi? Beep, beep, beep. I'm scared to death. It's not great to be dying. Beep, beep, beep. As Daoxan and others passed the news back, countless Dalo realms couldn't help but spit out foul language and directly greeted Zyroki's 18 generations. After this incident, check for me how many such Dalo realms there are in the myth world. Mark them all. Let them get out of here. Who dares to go crazy? I will beat him to death on the spot. Didn't you see the destruction of thousands of starfields not long ago? You still take action. Do you really think you are great just because you are crazy? I can't kill you. This incident also reminded the Great Sect. Normally, they didn't want to pay too much attention to this group of people. They were just a bunch of mad dogs. Of course, the most important thing was that they were also in the Dalo realm, the final Dalo realm. Some of them felt the same way, and some felt sad for the death of the rabbit. As long as it was not too much, they would turn a blind eye. They also told their own myths not to mess with death. When such people get crazy, they would not recognize their relatives. As a result, the other party actually took the initiative to attack the disciples of the Great Sect. Fortunately, it was a Taoist disciple of GGO. If it was their own Taoist disciples, if one of them really died, their mentality would probably explode on the spot. Cheyenne Ho sect. Because their ancestor had problems with his cultivation and was about to die, other forces around them were quite courteous to avoid excessive stimulation. Although they were honest in the sect and did not dare to attract the attention of the ancestor, they were undoubtedly glorious when they went outside. Even if it was a giant and facing a celestial being, the other party would give in. It was equivalent to the whole sect being treated like a Taoist disciple, and they lived a very comfortable life. As a result, it was unexpected that not long after the ancestor left, the terrifying aura suppressed the entire sect and directly imprisoned everyone. Some disciples could not help but shout, "Who are you? You dare to offend my Cheyenne Huo sect? Don't you know who my Cheyenne Huo sect's ancestor is? You are dead, dead. Wait, when the ancestor comes back, you will be in trouble." The whole sect screamed, with fierce eyes in their pupils, as if they were infected by their own ancestor, with a taste of madness. However, the next second, as the suppression came down, a person walked out of the formation, and the brilliant avenue enveloped the entire Cheyenne Huo sect. The vast universe appeared, the endless starry sky covered, and the perfect realm of Dalo ended. It's him, Zyroki. Where is he? Dare to attack and kill my GGO Daozi. You should be ready to destroy the sect and kill people. GGO? In an instant, the faces of the disciples of Cheyenne Huo sect turned pale. From the sect master to the disciples, all trembled, and their faces were scared to death. Why? Why would GGO, one of the 8 major sects in the myth world, come to Cheyenne Huo sect? And, they were looking for the ancestor? To attack GGO Daozi? Oh my god, is the ancestor really crazy? Completely crazy? How dare he? How could he attack GGO Daozi? That was the oath made by the saint. How dare he? No, the ancestor is already crazy. As his life is approaching, Cheyenne Huo sect will soon be feared by other forces around because of this. After feeling it for a while, no trace of Zyroki was found. GGO Dalwajing said lightly, the entire Xianhua sect will be hanged in the sky, and they are not allowed to fall for a year, so that everyone can see, understand, and know that the face of GGO cannot be touched, by saying you are crazy. Asterisk 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 Huago Mountain, before the Great Sage Gorge. The old housekeeper arrived, broke through the space directly, and looked at Hangjin. Let's not worry about Xiao Zuan for now. Is it certain that Daozi has entered the world rift and Xiaoqi has chased him? How long has it been? Although Xiaoyu was directly suppressed, Xiao Zuan was not found. He had left in advance and disappeared. Even Tai could not lock the cause and effect, as if he had been prepared. Hangjin took a breath, and explained the situation directly. You stay here now, I will go find His Highness. Gongsun nodded, and time passed. His Highness has amazing talent. Now we can only hope that the other party has not been caught by Xiaoqi. Although this possibility is very low, the world rift is too familiar to the Dalua realm. The prince has just broken through to the celestial fairy. If it is Tai, it will undoubtedly be much better. Bastard. 1 or 2, how dare they do it? They really don't take GGO seriously. The final Dalua realm, crazy? Otherwise, report to Daluo, and kill them all. Just when Gongsun was about to cut open the void, and go to rescue people, the space moved, and a figure walked out directly from it. Gongsun was startled, and couldn't help but ask, Your Highness? Old housekeeper, why are you here? Was it Hangjin who notified you? Sorry, I made you run all the way. Is your highness okay? It's okay. Although I was chased for a long distance, I encountered a black space when I was about to be caught up. As a result, the other party was inexplicably entangled and disappeared directly in the black space. I was shocked. I ran for a long time and made sure that the space was not chasing me. The other party seemed to have disappeared, and then I came out. Half true and half false. Li Su directly told the story of the Forbidden Land. After all, he was a celestial being, and there was no way to explain how a celestial being could kill a Daluo. And there is no doubt that the Forbidden Land is the best excuse. But wait, what's going on in the sky? Looking at the huge bloody word G and the extremely terrifying formation with 9 bends, Li Su's eyelids couldn't help but jump. Isn't that the 9-bend Yellow River formation where the 3 goddesses of the G sect killed the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect in the legend of the G sect? What's going on? Wait, there are many people floating in the sky in the north, being hanged on the sky. Are they all dead? Li Su was a little surprised, because there was a familiar smell on the ropes that hanged those people. It was the charm of the heaven-cutting hand, formed by intercepting the Dao rhyme. No, I went to the narrow gap for a while. Did GGO and other big sects go to war? Gongsun couldn't help but let out a long breath, and his tense heart finally relaxed. It's good that the people are fine. Hangjin and the other women couldn't help but tremble at this moment. The moment Li Su escaped into the narrow gap, their hearts really came to their throats, and they were worried. Not far away, Daoxuan and others couldn't help but let out a breath. Daluo realm really dared to take action. They were shocked and angry, but the obvious reaction of GGO gave them goosebumps. Who would believe that GGO Daozi and GGO Saint have nothing to do with each other? However, Gongsun quickly focused his eyes, because although there was no breath of injury on Li Su's body, there was still a trace of very terrifying breath. That was the breath that would wipe out the Dao itself, and it matched something in the mind. Did we encounter the Forbidden Land? The origin of the name is unclear. Perhaps it was in ancient times, very scary, and no one knows why it was formed. We only know that once it is touched, even Daluo cannot escape. Only saints can barely resist it. In the mythological world, it is the same as the heavenly court, the depths of the underworld, and the center. It is an absolute taboo place. Your Highness actually encountered it? And he came out alive. I'm afraid it should be Xiaoqi's fault. After all, there is no need to compare devouring your highness and devouring Daluo. At this moment, Li Su's eyelids twitched. GGO seemed to have started a war with someone, but Gongsun and the others were not in a hurry. Instead, they became relaxed because of his appearance. Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said, "This situation is not because of me, right? Gongsun and the others smiled when they heard the words, and Aoksun and others not far away rolled their eyes wildly. Otherwise, who do you think it was for? Damn it, otherwise don't let this guy go under the cliff. I feel like something happened, and they can't explain it. Damn it. After receiving the affirmative look, Lee Su couldn't help but scream in his heart. Is it that serious? So excited. It's not like he hasn't been hunted before. Looking at the huge bloody words on the sky and the 9-bend formation, Lee Su was numb. How much manpower and material resources would it cost for this special effect? How much energy would it take to fill it? Chapter 523 World Power. How restaurant. 3 whole days had passed, and Shen Shen had not shown up at the originally agreed time. The other party was so serious, but he ended up breaking the contract. This surprised Lee Su a little. After waiting for another 2 days, Lee Su asked someone to leave a message here, and returned directly to the Great Saint Gorge. After experiencing another fate in the Dalo realm, this time, housekeeper Gongsun said he would not leave at all. He decided to stay by his side for a while. Of course, he did not just stand by his side. Hang Jin and the others followed him. Gongsun took the 2 Dalo and hid in the dark. This Linoop was undoubtedly a bit shocking, which made Lee Su quite embarrassed. There were also things in the Dalo realm. It's okay. After reaching the Dalo realm, the practice slowed down in the true sense. Although there is also a demand for resources, it is more about comprehension. The accumulation of resources only increases the volume, and cannot make them closer to the Saint realm. Therefore, it's better to be idle. Gongsun did not ask how Xiaoqi died specifically, but he was very concerned about the wilderness ban. He took people to the narrow slit to see if it was still there. As a result, I went to the place where Lee Su said. Although there was a trace of breath, I chased it down, but I still couldn't find it. Under normal circumstances, the place where Huang Jin would appear is deep in the slit. This time, I don't know why he appeared in the shallow layer. Lee Su said that the place where he was led after he said his name was closer to reality. Although people were still sent to observe, according to Gongsun's words, there should be no more content. Where Huang Jin passed by, basically nothing would be left. When he arrived at a certain place, he would disappear completely. Lee Su didn't study this. His realm was too far behind. Without the protection of the treasure, he didn't even have the qualifications to approach Huang Jin. Shen Shen didn't show up, so Lee Su simply practiced in the Great Saint Gorge. After achieving the realm of heavenly immortals, although he was always improving, he never took the initiative to practice and speed up the improvement. Xiaogo gave him 100 years. Now he has been in the myth world for almost a year. He decided to accumulate for a period of time, perfect the innate immortal, and then practice the avenue. It would be best to reach the perfection of heavenly immortals in the completion of the avenue before the start of the 10,000-year war. In this way, he can just pass the 10,000-year war to advance to Taie. When he reached that surface level, he would be able to fight even against Daluo, instead of using the treasure, which was so strenuous every time. With all his strength in cultivation, the speed naturally increased, which was several times faster than the self-operation of the Heavenly Palace. In about 20 days, Lee Su completed the cultivation of the first layer of the star core in the heavenly immortal realm, and at least formed his own first layer of the world wall. The world wall can only be possessed after the first layer of the star core is formed. There is a big difference between having it and not having it. It is different from pure immortal power. It is a manifestation of rules in the power of the Great Dao. It has a huge amplitude on its own combat power. It can increase its attack height and defense strength. It makes the Taoist magic more condensed, like a carrier, and can be relied on. The most direct impact is the Supreme Chapter. After having the world wall, it not only becomes easier, but also can carry more. In terms of degree, it has increased Lee Su's strength by about 1 layer. His star core has 22 layers, and if each layer is a layer of strength, he can burst out 2.2 times the current power just by perfection, which is undoubtedly terrible. 10 Fire Limit Golden Core, just achieved Celestial Immortal, has a combat power of 100. Each additional fire increases combat power by 10%. When it comes to 15 fires, it has a full 0.5 times more strength. Of course, this 0.54 times is not in terms of energy, but in all aspects, attack, defense, reaction, etc., all added up, a 15 fire celestial immortal is almost equivalent to 5 times the strength of a 10 fire celestial immortal. Then there is the aspect of cultivation. In terms of the best immortal techniques, as long as the talent realm is sufficient, the surface immortal techniques can almost be cultivated all the way down. For example, the star refining body absolute can reach up to 180 stars, which is very scary. Compared with the 90 stars that can be reached by the 10 fire limit, it is doubled. With the superposition of the celestial immortal stage, it is not surprising to burst out 5 times the combat power of the 10 fire realm, and this amplification method is directly multiplied by the total combat power of the 15 fire celestial immortal. If the formula is used to calculate, the combat power of the 10 fire limit celestial immortal is 100. The combat power of the 15 fire limit celestial immortal can reach an astonishing 3750. That is, 105 times 5, and then multiplied by 5. Of course, this is very extreme, but even the 14 fires that are a little worse can burst out a combat power of more than 2000. Only the 13 fires are just over 1000. Here we should focus on the combat power of the celestial immortal period. The strength of the celestial immortal is determined by the amount of world power. Having 1 world power is equivalent to having the power of a planet, which can easily break a continent and shatter an ocean. For smaller celestial bodies, it can cause devastating damage. This is the world power, and 1 world power is equivalent to 1000 combat power in the above formula. Why can the celestial immortal kill Taie? Because under normal circumstances, although Taie with the 10 fire limit has more than 1 world power, it will not exceed 10 world powers. The celestial immortals above the myth have more than 1 world power in the early stage. Once the perfect combat power is naturally increased again, it is not surprising that they can kill Taie. Now, let's talk about Lee Su's own situation. He is a 15 fire golden elixir, and without a technique, he can burst out 750 combat power. Then he is a double Tau base. In addition to the golden elixir, there is also Tau fruit, and it is a 7 holy Tau fruit. Each increase is equivalent to adding a fire, a total of 7, so the real combat power should be 1800, which means that the moment he broke through, he had reached 1.8 world power. This is not the addition of the skills. If there is a skill, the hard sword of the middle grade immortal method should be able to exceed 5 world powers. The best star body refining art can break 10, and has reached the point where it can cut 10 fire Taie. The sky cutting hand is similar, which can make his combat power break 10, and have about 10 world powers. As for the highest saint, it is very terrible. According to Lee Su's current realm, he can receive about 10 strands, and the increase is 10 times, reaching the point of 18 world powers. 18 world powers, in terms of degree, are probably much higher than some 10 fire limit Taie. With such a terrible combat power, he is only in the early stage of the celestial immortal, and has not even completed the first level. Now, if he fails to complete 1 level, it will almost increase his strength by 1 level. When it is perfected, it can be increased by about 2.2 times. What height can he reach with full power? A full 39.6 world powers. This is definitely a subversive data. You should know that, even if Hang Jin and the others' combat power is just over 30 world powers, they are undoubtedly already the 10 fire limit Taie. Looking at the surface layer of the 10 fire Taie realm in the myth world, they can be regarded as the top batch. The gap between world power and the gap between immortal power are completely different. Not to mention one more world, even 0.5 will bring a huge gap. Why didn't Xiao Zhu and dare to fight Lee Su head on? Because once he fought head on, he would undoubtedly be killed by Lee Su, even if Lee Su stopped. As for using the Supreme Saint later, it goes without saying that it is completely beyond the height that his realm can bear. Therefore, for Lee Su at present, the perfection of the Celestial Immortal is undoubtedly necessary. It not only means that he can gain a foothold at the stage of the Celestial Immortal myth, but also can easily fight against Taie. Even if it is Taie myth, at least without using the treasure, there is no problem in running away. Soon, a month passed. The time agreed with Daoxuan and the others. to go to the bottom of the cliff has come. Deoxedan sent someone to guide Lee Su there, but the location was somewhat unexpected to Lee Su. Although the place to go is under the cliff, the place to enter is not at the bottom of the mountain, but on the mountain, on the top of the mountain, where the huge cliff was cut out. In fact, the cracked mountain gorge was not directly caused by the blow of the great sage, but was affected. After the stick was cut and shattered a piece of the sky, the remaining aftermath fell, which made the flower fruit mountain become what it is now. Otherwise, how could the blow of the great sage equaling heaven, who is at the level of corpse-slashing saint, be so simple? If it really fell on the flower fruit mountain, I'm afraid that it would not only be that the flower fruit mountain was split in two, but the entire Dangsheng Shenzhou would be cut in half. The person who led the way was not a disciple of a certain sect, but a monkey from the spirit monkey clan. Well, it was still that little monkey. It ran over and looked at Lee Su curiously for a long time. It was not just because Gigio rang the holy bell a month ago because of him, but also because of what the monk said to him. This person's understanding of the great sage's vision was beyond imagination, far beyond himself, too much, and it was very likely that he would pass the second level of the spirit monkey clan test. It came over specially and personally took Lee Su to the top of the holy mountain and to the place under the cliff. The monk said that you have understood the vision of the great sage, and it is very deep, surpassing the monk. After walking all the way, the little monkey suddenly said. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, he said uncertainly, it should be okay. Then why don't you go to pass it? The challenge of the spirit monkey clan has 2 levels in total. The first level is the Great Sage Stone, and the second level is the Great Sage Canyon Enlightenment. If you can fully reflect the Great Sage's vision, it will be considered a success and you can get the 10,000 years monkey wine. The monk went, but as usual, he did not pass. Lee Su was there at the time, and he sensed it slightly. Although they were in completely different directions, there was no doubt that in terms of height, the difference between the celestial immortal stages was not very big. After all, Lee Su's reflection time was too short, and he did not absorb the Dao rhyme of the Great Saint under the Great Saint Gorge. He could only use his own Buddha power. In fact, his power was not as strong as that of the monk. Since the other party had not passed, Lee Su felt that he would not be able to pass it either, unless he went to the Great Saint Gorge to practice for a period of time, and captured the Dao rhyme of the Great Saint to supplement his own mindscape. However, in this way, there was a high probability that a very terrible situation would occur. That is, Lee Su would swallow up the Dao rhyme of the Great Saint and the entire Great Saint Gorge. There was no doubt that he could do it. Through terrible insight and comprehension, Lee Su not only felt the other party's power from the Great Saint's figure, but also the road. If he absorbed it with his mindscape, the Dao rhyme and the Great Saint Gorge would be quickly absorbed by him, integrated into his mindscape, and turned into his own Great Saint image, forming a terrible magical power, and the level could even be comparable to the highest, the Tai myth that could cut 11 or 12 fires. But they kindly let you come to practice. Lee Su can't do something to dig up their roots, right? Besides, even if his Great Saint Heart Seed does not absorb the Dao rhyme of the canyon, through years of accumulation, when the realm is raised, it can also become a powerful killer, so Lee Su chose to give up the challenge. After thinking about it, Lee Su said, the level is not enough, it needs to be cultivated for a while. The little monkey looked at Lee Su, stopped talking, and concentrated on leading the way. Its identity is very unusual, and it is quite high among the spirit monkeys. It almost encountered no obstacles all the way up, and reached the top of the mountain directly. There are people there, not 9, but more than 10. And each of them has a strong aura, and there is no doubt that they are above the myth, and the immortal is perfect, and asked. In comparison, Lee Su, who came last, is the one with the lowest realm in this group. Waiting for a long time. Waiting for an early stage of the immortal, just became a world wall. Someone spoke up at the first time, rather than being very arrogant, with obvious unhappiness. Is there a force in 2 worlds? Sorry, I have revised it again and again, thought about it again and again. I have been very depressed while writing these days, and have been constantly sorting out my thoughts. Chapter 524 Opening. The person who spoke was a tall man, about 3 meters tall, like a 9 tower, with a very ferocious breath and a bloody smell. His name is Lu Feng, a Taoist from the Black Mountain sect. He has been in the realm of heavenly immortals for 2,500 years. He has accumulated a lot of experience, and has reached the 8th level of the way. He is considered to be one of the top people above the myth. He has achieved the 13 fires, and has the power of one world in the early stage of heavenly immortals. When the realm of heavenly immortals is perfect and reaches the power of 2 worlds, he begins to ask the way. The superposition of the 8 major ways can burst out 16 levels of world power, which is extremely high. He also has the unique Mother Mountain artifact forged by the Black Mountain sect with Dalo Mother Golden Shi and Wei Shen Iron as materials. This artifact is extraordinary, far exceeding the 10 patterned divine weapon, and the highest increase can reach twice its own, and can instantly burst out to the point of 32 levels of world power. This is undoubtedly terrible, far exceeding the general Tei 10 fires. Even if facing the Tei mythology, he has the power to fight. He naturally knows Li Su's name. After all, that kind of thing happened not long ago, but he is not afraid of it. As a disciple of a great sect, Li Su's so-called confidence was totally insignificant to him. Within the scope of the rules, if the other party dared to provoke him, he would be beaten to death. As for the reaction of GGO, he didn't need to care at all. Not only that, the Black Mountain sect and GGO thought that Shangming sect had formed a rift. He also lost a lot of resources. This inexplicable loss naturally made him have a bad impression of GGO Daozi, and disliked him very much. In fact, it was not just Li Su. There were not many people on this mountain that Lu Feng liked. The monk counted as one, and the guy from the human sect counted as one. He didn't care about the others. Facing the other party's words, Li Su raised his eyebrows slightly, said nothing, and turned around and left. Under the cliff, he was a little interested. It involved the old scenery. The avenue of the ancient prehistoric period was very important to the Xiangxin realm. No, it should be said that it was very important to the immortal cultivators. But was Li Su anxious? He was not anxious. At present, he is only at the first level of the celestial immortal, and there are still 21 important things to go. He can wait until he is perfect and asks for the Dao before coming. As for manpower, whether to form a team or not, does Li Su care? He doesn't care. Looking at the people present, the highest is the monk and the senior brother of the human teaching, who only has 14 fires. In other words, in terms of the golden elixir Dao, Li Su, is the highest. In addition to the golden elixir fire, he also has the Dao fruit. With the superposition, I believe that the phenomenon caused by entering it will be even more amazing. Although this group of people has high combat effectiveness, it has little to do with combat effectiveness under the cliff. It mainly depends on personal understanding. Are you unhappy? I'm not going. Seeing Li Su turn around and leave without saying a word, Daoxuan stepped forward without hesitation, directly grabbed Li Su and said, "Junior brother, slow down. The challenge of the Great Saint Stone, plus the battle with Xiaozuan, Daoxuan and others are extremely sure of one thing, that is, Li Su has gone very far and deep on the surface of the golden elixir mythology, and he is afraid that he has entered the realm of 15 fires. Under the cliff, the situation is special, so they are just icing on the cake for Li Su, while Li Su is like a timely help for them. Li Su is leaving now. Even if this group of people go in, it will be the same as before. It cannot be said that there is no effect, but they also want to know what changes the 15 fires can bring about. After calling Li Su, Daoxuan turned his head and looked at Lu Feng and said directly, "Brother Lu Feng, since you are not satisfied, the team will be divided into 2 batches this time. Those who are willing to go in first, go first, and we will go in after you come out." Damn it, this bastard didn't know where he got the news from, and suddenly cut in with a few guys. That's all, relying on his strong strength, he wants to lead the team. Why did he call Li Su after everyone was gathered? Because he is the most important. Lu Feng heard the words, his face suddenly changed slightly. He was just an early stage of the immortal, but he didn't expect that someone would stand up to speak for him. He took a breath and sneered on his face. Divide into batches, then divide it. He asked about the 8 realms, and one less than the 3rd realm and the early stage of the celestial being. Can't lead the team? Not with me? I don't want to lead you yet. Immediately, he was ready to speak. But he saw the monks of the Buddhist sect, the Taoists of the human sect, the Taoists of the East and West G sect, and the Taoists of the heavenly court left the team without saying a word, and walked to Daogsun. The Taoist of the demon court struggled for a while, and also walked over. Lu Feng's strength is undoubtedly very strong. In terms of combat power alone, he can be regarded as the top here, but the problem is, under the cliff, it is not strength that matters, but understanding. No matter how high your combat power is, it is only 13 fires. Li Su couldn't say, because he didn't ask about the Tao. The monks of the 14 fires and the Taoists of the human sect who were suspected to be 14 fires all came over. What can you see with only the 13 fires left? It can be said that the newcomers who were a little confused, and the original ones all stood up. The smile on Lu Feng's face suddenly froze. The iron rule of the myth world is the law of the jungle, and he has been used to it. As the strongest, he naturally occupies and controls the authority to speak. As a result, 6 of the 8 major sects went to the other side. In addition, 2 people came from the human sect, 1 from the Buddhist sect, 1 from the Eastern and Western sects, 2 from the heavenly court, and 2 from the demonic court, including Li Su himself. There were 10 people on the top of the mountain, except for the little monkey from the spirit monkey clan. There were a total of 16 people, and almost 2/3 of them had gone. Undoubtedly, this was completely different from what Lu Feng had expected. And Daozi, who was obviously carrying a trace of ghost energy and came from the inner ghost gate, was stunned for a moment, and then he also walked over with his junior sister and joined Daogsun and his team. They were all disciples of the big sects, and their talents and character were not to be mentioned, and the education they received was even more amazing. As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He knew that the 3 sects were of the same blood, but the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect, and even the demonic court had joined, and the doorway inside was very unusual. GGO Daozi, there is a problem. Considering the special situation under the cliff, the 14 fires, no, it may be above. Thinking of this, Gimon Daozi's eyes flickered. 14 fires are recognized as the limit in the myth world. Although it can continue, there are such things in history, but it is finally determined that the pursuit of 15 fires is too illusory and consumes too much of the foundation. Blind pursuit will limit oneself and will be detrimental to the later practice, so it is not recommended. Although there will be a gap, as long as you get involved in mythology, this gap can be slowly made up in the future, and you can feed back in the Tai and Dalo realms. Of course, making up is making up, and the 15 fires themselves have a very unique meaning. In some places, the 15 fires are the 15 fires, which will form an insurmountable barrier with the 14 fires. In the myth world, there are many places where the difference between the 15 fires and the 14 fires can be said to be very large. 12 people, more than 2/3 of the total number of people. Only 3 people are left around Lu Feng. 1 man and 2 women. After they looked at each other, although they did not move, their attitude was undoubtedly very obvious. If they were divided into 2 teams, Lu Feng, you can go by yourself. Facing this result, Lu Feng's face became more and more ugly. Since he asked for the 8th realm, he has been the core and the sought after existence in the circle of celestial mythology. This time, he heard about the action under the cliff, especially the monk from the Buddhist sect and the Taoist priest in the team. Both of them were 14 fires, which was higher than him. Entering it would inevitably cause a huge scene, which was naturally not to be missed. For this reason, he rushed over and joined this action, wanting to enter the old scene again and see more scenes. But it turned out like this. For a while, his face was extremely ugly and his eyes suddenly became grim. Li Su's behavior, Daogsun's support, and the behavior of the other people from the big sect not only slapped him in the face, but also destroyed his intentions and ruined his chance. However, after practicing to this point, he couldn't say soft words at this moment. He himself was very arrogant and looked down on those who were not as strong as himself. After taking a grim look at Li Su and Daogsun, Lu Feng sneered, turned around and left without saying a word. Remember this matter, don't let it happen to him next time. Watching Lu Feng leave, Daoxuan still held Li Su's hand and sneered, "What the hell? He just forced his way into the queue, and he still looks like he's the boss. I've been annoyed with him for a long time." Lu Feng was very powerful, and he was still very domineering after he came, as if he was the leader this time. Daoxuan had been annoyed with him for a long time, and turned around and said, "Junior brother, the guy who likes to make trouble is gone. Don't be angry." Li Su took a deep look at the other party. "This guy finally notified me to come here, didn't he mean it? The Black Mountain sect now has a grudge with the G sect, which everyone knows. I'm late. It would be strange if the people of the Black Mountain didn't find fault." Thinking about it, Li Su didn't say anything. It's better for the guy who is destined to not be in the same basin to get out. If he really lets him go in such an action, if he wants to get benefits from it, he may use it against me in the future. This kind of thing should be avoided. At this moment, I saw the Taoist of the Heavenly Court side and looked at the people of the Demon Court with some regret. What a pity. Yao Ting Daozi sneered directly. There was no doubt that the two sides were mortal enemies. As soon as the other party raised his butt, he knew what he wanted to say. "Unfortunately, I'm not the stock of the Black Mountain sect. I have a domineering personality and don't know how to be smooth." Yao Ting Daozi, with green hair, green eyes, and black scales, introduced himself and said, "Before going in, let me introduce myself first. Junior brother Yang, my name is Xiang Jie, from the water department of Yao Ting. I'm a perfect celestial being, and have reached the 5th realm of Taoism." He pointed to the man next to him, who had a strong back and waist, and was surrounded by ghosts and a faint bloodlight, and said, "This is my junior brother, Xiao Lai, who has reached the 3rd realm of Taoism, the Earth Department. Chuzan, from the Thunder Department of the Heavenly Court, a perfect celestial being, has reached the 5th realm of Taoism." Shanting Daozi spoke with righteousness, obviously mastering some kind of power related to thunder. There was thunder flashing in his breath, and he had a good position in the sky. Wang Shan, my junior brother, from the Wind Department of the Heavenly Court, has reached the 3rd realm of Taoism. The Heavenly Court has 4 departments: wind, rain, thunder and lightning. The Yao Ting also has 4 departments: earth, fire, wind, and water. Just by looking at the departments, you can tell how much these two sects are at odds with each other. They are incompatible. When they were talking, the eyes of the two sides occasionally looked at each other with flames flashing. Obviously, if it weren't for the wrong location, the two sides would have fought directly. The person who came from the Western Chan sect was called Gao Hua. He was very unusual. He practiced both Taoism and Buddhism. The people who came from the Ghost Gate were a man and a woman. The man was called Bidong and the woman was called Deluo Kyan. They were both in the 5th realm of the Taoism. They were very ghostly and extremely extraordinary. The Buddhist monk was called Wen Kang. It seemed that the younger generation of Buddhism ended their names with the word Kang. He was in the 8th realm of the Taoism. Among the team self-introductions, he was undoubtedly the strongest. The last person to introduce himself was the Taoist of the human sect. The leader was a person who looked ordinary, had an ordinary aura, and spoke in an ordinary way. He said, "Eluozin, from the human sect, I have reached the 8th level of the way of the immortal." Then he pointed to a little guy beside him who was less than 1.2 meters tall, looked too young, but was actually not very old, and said, "Junior brother, Zhang Hao, has reached the 3rd level of the way of the immortal." He looked delicate and cute. When he heard his senior brother introduce him, the little guy bowed quickly and said, "Zhang Hao, a disciple of the human sect, greets all the senior brothers." Hearing the other party's crisp childish voice, even Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. How old is this little guy? Eluo Kyan, a girl from the Ghost Gate, ran up and picked him up directly. She couldn't help but rub him again and again, her eyes full of love, and said, "Zhang Hao, how old is Hao Hao?" She practiced the way of the ghost mother, and was surrounded by babies. By the way, this was not the way of the evil ghost, but the way of the ghost baby turning into a spirit baby. Although it was evil, it was not evil, and it had the meaning of purification. Therefore, neither Eluozin, the Taoist of the human sect, nor Wen Kang, the Taoist of the Buddhist sect, felt disgusted. Especially when Zhang Hao was held in his arms, he felt like he was being held by his mother. Heyo, 8 years old. The little guy said directly. Hiss. Luoz, who loved children the most, couldn't help shaking her hands and felt that the guy in her hand was heavy. 8 years old? Heavenly immortal perfection. The third realm of Taoism? What the hell? Is the big boss reincarnated? Both my junior brother's parents are Daluo, born heavenly immortals. Luoz explained. So that's it. If it's not the reincarnation of a great power, then it's okay. Luoz breathed a sigh of relief. She could still hold him like this. Although she especially liked children, because of her skills, the way of the ghost mother was not a sincere love, and she couldn't practice like her. But if she held the reincarnation of a great power, it would be very disgusting. The last one, a man and 2 women, were a little different. They came from the Dragon Palace, and they were the real Dragon Clan. The man was from the Southern Dragon Palace. Although it was affiliated with the Demon Court, it was not completely affiliated with it. His name was Aozin. The other 2 women, one from the East Dragon Palace, named Ao Kyang, and the other from the North, named Khan King, are peacocks of the Phoenix clan, descended from the ancient divine bird Kang Zuan, the legendary existence that can sweep everything, and is related to both Jigyo and Buddhism. He does not belong to any religion, but his status is extraordinary, mainly because of his innate magical powers and 5-colored divine light, which is very terrifying. Including Lee Su, there are 15 people, and the team is complete. Let's go. Senior brother Xiaokong, thank you for your help. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Gao Hua spoke directly. He was the organizer of this action, especially since both Buddhism and the human religion were found by him. The little monkey who did not leave nodded directly, but Sora deepened its hand and grabbed the void. In an instant, the sky shook, colorful clouds and mist filled the air, and the sky above where there was nothing suddenly collapsed, presenting an extremely huge gap, very big, very big. It was so long and wide that one could hardly see the end at a glance. Only from the angle of the mountaintop could one see that the chasm was not a space, but countless otherworlds. Inside, there was a terrible aura flowing continuously, filled with the smell of eternity and immortality, and an extremely ancient aura. That was where the great sage's real blow hit. The entire space was destroyed, and the rules of that space were also rewritten. From the ancient destruction to the present, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and it still exists. The little monkey spoke and reminded, remember, don't go too deep into it. Once you get lost, there will be huge problems. Even if you are rescued in the end, there will be huge problems with your soul, and it will be ominous. Everyone nodded. Even Lee Su later learned about the cliff, and checked the contents of the GGO records. Jumping up, everyone ran straight to the cliff, and jumped into the huge chasm. Chapter 525, A Shocking Blow. Under the cliff. This description is not quite right. If you want to describe it, you should use words like abyss to express the scene you feel after walking into it. In the void, there is an extremely huge crack. It is too big. It is completely impossible to describe it with words. The gap extends from the foot, and the end is completely invisible. The 2 sides of the gap are also very fast and incredibly wide. The vision of the immortal is very scary. A distance of thousands of miles can be seen at a glance. Even the lines on the feet of ants can be seen clearly. If you use the Taoist magic, you can undoubtedly see farther. Even if you stand under the sky, you can see through the sky and look directly into the universe without the help of any instruments. Even if it is a star several light years away, you can see it clearly and capture what is under the star. This kind of vision is very amazing. It can not only magnify, but also shrink. Even the surface of microscopic bacteria can be captured directly by the naked eye. No texture can escape, and even the surface of atoms can be detected. With such visual support, the width of this huge chasm is still too huge for Lee Su and his group who entered, and they felt a blurred vision. They could only vaguely capture the barrier of the chasm, where there was a terrible energy flowing and flowing downwards. Even if they used more words, they could not describe the scene of this terrible chasm at this moment. The only feeling was that if there was another map of the Milky Way in front of them at this moment, then this chasm could penetrate the entire Milky Way and cut it in half. Why did they feel this way? Because on the barrier of the chasm, something was flowing downwards along with that terrible power. Some were corpses, broken arms, cracked spines, half collapsed, and skulls with sharp horns. They were clearly separated by a distance of several light years, but they were still the size of a human head. There were also stars, surrounded by huge star rings, 3 or 5 satellites. Half of their bodies were submerged in the terrible energy flowing through the broken wall, and half were exposed. This shock was so great that it could not be described in a few words. Although he had already achieved the realm of a celestial being, at this moment, facing this huge gap, he only had one feeling, that is, how insignificant he was. Shocked. For a moment, even though Gaohua was prepared in his heart, and had obviously been here before, he clenched his fists again and again. It was obviously not the first time, but he was still shocked by this magnificent view. After a long time, he took a breath and slowly said, I think everyone has understood the situation here, right? It can be said that, if this place is not in that place, this is just a corner of the picture, not the real location. We may not even have room to struggle, and we will be torn and crushed by this huge gap. Therefore, I remind you again and again here, everyone, do what you can, don't indulge in it, just because you see something, and can't extricate yourself. Although this place is just a corner of the scene, the picture, it still contains indescribable unpredictability and horror. Once you get lost, you will get lost, and your soul will not be able to return. Listening to Gaohua's words, everyone came back to their senses, and couldn't help taking a deep breath. Even if they were all shy and Geo at the level of the celestial fairy in the mythical world, they also restrained all their arrogance and extravagance at this moment, and some were just cautious and cautious. There is no doubt that this place involves the presence of a saint, and I'm afraid that even a saint at the level of the saint is extremely powerful. The Monkey King, at this moment, this second, the figure imprinted in his heart became more and more huge and majestic. The scene inside the Great Saint Gorge was probably not able to show even 1/10,000,000th of the power here, but only a trace of afterglow floating across thousands and tens of thousands of worlds. Get ready. Gaohua spoke again, and everyone quickly took out the treasures that had been prepared long ago, which could protect the body and guide their own souls. On the Buddhist side, there were relics. The relics of the Dalo realm. After sitting and passing away, his hands and feet turned into 4, the torso into 4, and the skull into 2, a total of 10, strung together. Gaohua took out a tower, Daogsuan held a golden bell, and the human teaching held an 8-diagram mirror. The objects in the hands of the 3 were all magical. The external metal structure was obviously the Dalo mother gold, that was higher than the red gold, with vast runes carved in it. In the center of each, there was a character floating up and down, with the power of a saint. After the 2 people in the inner ghost gate, they showed huge ghost bodies. They were strange ghosts, weird, and extremely high in realm. They exuded the aura of Tei. On their foreheads, there was a bright yellow rune with the words Zen written on it in Taoist patterns. It was the handwriting of Dalo, and it had the aura of a saint. Xianting and Yaoting each had an object for the first time. It had the color of glass, and was extremely spiritual. It was not a magic weapon, but an immortal weapon. Xianting had a nail in his hand. It was very big, and flashed with thunder. Yaoting had a fan in his hand. There was wind constantly falling on it. This wind was very strange. The flesh could not feel it, but the soul was inexplicably vibrating. Hiss, the thunder nail of the thunder god. And this is the banana fan, right? Daogsuan couldn't help but take a breath and said directly, you got all these things? You are planning to go deep this time. On the side, Lisu was shocked. He was not familiar with the thunder nail, but the banana fan was too familiar. Didn't the wife of the Bull Demon King, Princess Iron Fan, use a banana fan not long ago? In Journey to the West, because Red Boy could spit out the 3 flames of true fire, some people with great imaginations connected him with Taishang Laojian, believing that Red Boy was actually Laojian's child, and the banana fan was actually the protective item given to Princess Iron Fan by Laojian. Of course, that story is basically impossible here. How could a person of the level of the Taking Saint, who has lived for who knows how many epochs, have such thoughts? The most likely relationship between Red Boy and Laojian should be related to the 8 trigrams furnace that was kicked from the heaven to the flame mountain by Monkey King, and the 3 flames of true fire were burning inside. However, where did the demon court get the banana fan? Monkey King is so awesome, let alone the other 7 saints. The Bull Demon King will definitely not be too weak. But thinking of the rumors about Princess Iron Fan, she is a Rakshasa, a woman from hell, a princess of the Shura clan, and the daughter of the Styx Patriarch. When the Styx Patriarch was in the earthly immortal realm, it was he who betrayed and caused the underworld to suffer, so that the Queen Mother Pinksin was furious and killed him. Lee Su shook his head and didn't think about it. After all, it was still unclear whether Princess Iron Fan was the daughter of the Styx Patriarch. However, the preparations were really complete. The magic weapons all had the aura of saints, and the immortal weapons were definitely at the level of spiritual treasures. It had to be said that they had spent a lot of money for this time. Finally, it was the Southeast Dragon Palace and the Peacock Girl. Each of the 2 real dragons took out a real dragon scale, which was still the reverse scale part. The moment it appeared, it directly formed a huge real dragon phantom that covered them. As for the Peacock Girl, Khan King took out a tail feather, but it was not a tail feather of the Peacock clan, but a phoenix feather with an eternal flame. It is worthy of being a Taoist disciple of each sect, or a disciple of a big force, with the taste of a local tyrant from head to toe. In comparison, Xiao Zuan, who was almost killed by him before, was not just a little bit short. There is no doubt that, if he had any treasure in the hands of anyone present, Lee Su would find it difficult to take down the opponent, and would be forced into a mess. After all, he was only in the early stage of the Celestial Fairy, and his realm was too weak. Lee Su naturally used the treasures he had. He was the simplest, he didn't need to take anything, he was wearing it. Not to mention the treasure in his body, the Daozi suit itself could handle this kind of scene. The immortal power overflowed, infusing into Daozi's cloak, robes, and tokens. The 2 in front were used as protection, and the one in the back was used as a lamp to guide the Yuanshan. After everyone was ready and protected their own bodies, Gaohua said lightly, "Everyone, some people have been here, but some have not, so let me tell you in advance that once the Yuanshan leaves the body and the spirit falls directly into this world, everything will become different. It will trigger strange phenomena and produce a violent impact, but please don't panic, and don't be confused by the scene you see. Just keep your spirit clear. Do you have any questions?" Everyone shook their heads. "Then, let's start." In an instant, the eyebrows of the 15 people present began to glow, and the spirit emerged from the heavenly palace, and the diameter jumped out from the eyebrows. Boom. As their own spirits came into direct contact with this world, in an instant, a terrible scene appeared in front of everyone. There is a terrifying beast in the void, tens of thousands of miles long, so big that it can block out the sky and the sun, and can drown the galaxy. Its body is extremely terrifying, with countless eyes. The moment you look at it, those eyes will fall on you the next moment. It is obviously just a corner of the scene, which can only be touched by the spirit, but when seen by those eyes, everyone has a feeling that their soul is about to be torn apart, absorbed by the eyes, swallowed and chewed by it. At this moment, even Lee Su couldn't help but stare at the heavy eyes. Without waiting for everyone to catch their breath, there is a terrible mountain above the universe. No, the continent? That's not right. Yes, it is a stick made of a long river of stars, sweeping down. Too terrible, that scene. The universe seemed to be torn apart. The falling giant stick destroyed one huge galaxy after another. The fierce flames swept across countless tens of millions of light years. The infinite universe was torn apart, and a huge collapse occurred. The gravity and rules between the stars and galaxies formed in the universe were shattered. The huge stick fell down with a rumble, and the giant beast below also felt it, and let out an extremely violent roar. Countless hands grew out of its body, grabbing pieces of the universe, stars, and galaxies. It pulled its body hard, and the huge universe was used as pillars and stepping stones by it. The space was torn apart, the stars were crushed, and the galaxies were trampled and collapsed. The giant beast jumped up and rushed towards the huge stick. The two sides collided head-on. Boom. With a sound, Lee Su and the others lost their minds in an instant. Their souls were blank and their consciousness was submerged by the information that seemed like an ocean. There were too many contents and the level was too high. They could not handle or accept it at all. just looking at everything in front of him absent-mindedly. The last scene, the huge stick crushed the universe bit by bit, splitting the huge galaxies of tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of light years apart. Like a piece of glass being shattered, it pressed down the roaring beast and beat it down, forming an incredible scene in the universe, an extremely huge chasm. Roar, roar, roar. The beast screamed, and blood like the ocean kept splashing, rushing out of the height of tens and hundreds of light years, forming a blood waterfall. Finally, everything stopped. The long stick was retracted, the voice of the beast was no longer visible, and the terrible chasm they had seen not long ago appeared. It was obviously a huge galaxy before, beautiful and boundless, but now it was empty, leaving only a terrible chasm and endless star debris. Mayan Lion exhaled in horror, and everyone finally came back to their senses. For a while, they were speechless, and even those who had entered once were horrified. Although they had seen some scenes before, they were undoubtedly not so real. At most, they only saw the huge stick, but did not see the existence suppressed by the stick. But this time, it was obviously different. They not only saw the stick, but also saw the enemy under the stick. Just the breath alone made people feel extremely terrible and trembling. What is that monster? What is the great sage fighting against? Is that thing the existence that caused the destruction of the ancient times? For a while, everyone could not calm down, and their bodies and minds received a huge shock. Involuntarily, everyone turned their heads, especially the Buddhist, Chan, and Rinjio people who looked directly at Lee Su. Is it because of the 15 fires? Before this, there was no such terrible scene. Sure enough, after getting involved in the 15 fires, some incredible scenes will be triggered. Lee Su was naturally shocked. Although he was prepared, he was still shocked by the content of the picture. The monster was a bit like the existence of the enemy of Zinio and Axon. Did Monkey King also encounter it in the ancient times? However, when he looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him, Lee Su was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking, "What? Is there something wrong?" Gaohua took a deep breath and shook his head directly. "Nothing. Okay, everyone, we have entered the cliff. The next step is to explore time. I believe everyone knows the rules very well, right?" Everyone nodded directly. Although they were still shocked and needed time to digest, they didn't have the time at this moment. There were fragments scattered around them, and there was no doubt that those fragments were the purpose of their trip. Old scenery. The scenery left before the destruction of the ancient wilderness, which contained the ancient avenues excavated. Let's separate first. The flow of time here is different from that outside. One day outside is equivalent to 1 year inside. This exploration will last for 10 years. We will gather again after 10 years. Everyone will try to go deeper together. How about it? No objection. Okay. Soon, Dragon Palace and Peacock left, and the Ghost Gate, Demon Court, and Heavenly Court also left. Gaohua said hello to Lee Su and left. Then came the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sect, and the two from the human sect. Soon, only Lee Su was left. He took a deep breath and started to move, walking towards the old scene closest to him. Unexpectedly, the so-called old scene was not the scene of the planet, but the scene of the starry sky of the universe. Lee Su was sure that the saints of the ancient times were very strong, but this was really a bit beyond the sky, right? Question mark? With one stick, it didn't cut the stars apart, but destroyed a galaxy. It was simply, the sister opened the door outrageously. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.